a French colony?
No. No.
Somalia?
No.
Okay, sorry. Somalia is an what do you call it?
It was divided. So many of countries had mandates.
Exactly.
Had mandates,
so
yes.
they didn't run away from there. They withdrew tactically. Don't say who was the Somalia?
After they got bloodied, 17 American soldiers were killed.
No.
Mike Duran was captured.
Listen, you know what I'm saying here.
I don't know.
If America want to contain you, nobody can stop them. I just gave you examples here.
But I just told you where they cut and ran.
No, they didn't run. Tactical withdrawal.
Did they solve the problem?
In warfare, tactical withdrawal does not mean you are running away.
Okay.
When you want to help somebody, Moses, and the person say, I don't want help, what are you supposed to do?
Right.
You leave them.
Okay.
That's it. That's what America did.
Right,
so don't tell me that there's any country that can contain America. It's not possible. Except they don't want to do anything.
Well, that's your opinion.
Yeah, that's my opinion, and the opinion of the whole world, yes.
No, your opinion. Your opinion. Some people will disagree with you on that one. Honorable Chidubem, let me come back to you now. This involves West Africans. And, you remember, now, would it be a good idea if the ECOWAS standby force swing into action, and probably some people are saying have some sort of alliance with the Sahel states to ensure that these insurgent groups that are having inroad into West Africa are stopped and probably taken out?
Okay, I didn't really get you quite clearly, but I think you said that is it going to be a good idea for the ECOWAS group, yes. I think something like that, to step in or something like that. Good.
Some sort of collaboration.
Look at what I will say.
States as well.
I will say this. If something like that has been confirmed, if something like that has been seen, then there is need to do that. There is need to do that. However, to the issues that have been raised, that about the USA, Donald Trump, when he was contesting for president 2 years ago, said that what happened in Afghanistan, the way the USA left Afghanistan, was the most embarrassing moment in the history of the USA. You understand? And this is the reason I keep telling people that most of the weapons of the USA, aside their tremendous arsenal and their supercalifragilistic weapons of mass destruction, which they claim to have, one other weapon they possess is the media. The narrative, whether it is a realistic narrative or hoax narrative, they tend to push something they want to do, then they will bank and capitalize on it and get whatever result they want to get. But Donald Trump said that the way the USA left Afghanistan was the singular, most embarrassing moment in the US history. So, to your question, if ECOWAS and the rest of them decipher something like that, if they discover something like that, then it's important to go into it. It's important to go into it. But
so
I
if
will
they
say
discover,
this.
are you of the opinion? Are you of the opinion that intel coming from the United States may not be accurate?
There is a difference between accuracy and motive. Do you understand? There is a difference between accuracy and motive. Of course, if I am saying something to you right now with something in my mind, I am accurate, but I am accurately mischievous.
All right. So other than informing West Africans and ensuring that West Africans come together to protect each other, or countries like Nigeria that is suffering from insurgency, step up their actions, what other motive do you think the United States will have in pushing out this information?
Well, I have not said that they are right or wrong. What I am saying is that Nigeria as a country should solve their problems on their own.
Yeah, but this goes beyond Nigeria as a country. This is West Africa.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. But West Africa, as in Nigeria, is number one in West Africa. Nigeria is number one in West Africa. So what I'm saying is that Nigeria, West Africa as a whole, should solve their problems themselves. They shouldn't tell us that, oh, our house is on fire, this and that and that and that and that. They shouldn't tell us that. That's my own opinion.
Right.
And when there was news of President Trump saying that, oh, he's going to do this in Nigeria, he's going to do that in Nigeria, Nigeria this, Nigeria that, and people were all over the place jubilating, I said that, okay, this is a very wonderful thing. Let's assume that it is actually painted the way he has painted it. You understand? What I said as at that time was that if this is happening in Nigeria, they should allow us to say, okay, this is what is happening. We need help in this place. We need help in that place. Nobody should come and tell us that, oh, okay, that they want to just that they want to just come and go into our country like that. No. And USA has a history of not starting and finishing any war on their own. They have that history. They have a history of coming in, setting fire, and then disappearing through the back door. So those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. That's my take.
All right, Chidubem. But some US officials have actually said that Nigerian government is not doing enough to protect Christians. In your opinion, is this war really about religion, or is what these terrorists want us to believe?
There are religious sentiments to it. But as at that time, when this thing started, there was the issue of, is there Christian genocide in Nigeria or whatever. I heard those comments. As painful as it is, I will say that when it comes to tactical handling of issues, when it comes to smart handling of issues, diplomatic handling of issues, you don't actually say things that way. You are creating bigger problems while trying to solve big problems. You saying that, oh, there are Christian, that there is Christian genocide. Yes, the Christians that are being killed might be more than the Muslims that are being killed. But what I will say is that there are killings in Nigeria, you understand? But Christian genocide, Muslim genocide, or this or that, no.
All right, those are your thoughts there. Well, this will be, well, Boris, I think you want to have, let's give you...
Yes, I want to say that
your concluding thoughts now, yeah.
Without America, the jihadists would have overrun the whole world by now. Without American influence, don't take it away. From Al-Qaeda to ISWAP to all of them, they would have overrun the whole world, not just West Africa or Nigeria, because that is their aim. That is their singular aim, to take over the whole world. So America is like a nemesis to these people. So anybody that wants to deny that fact, you're on your own. But I can tell you that America has been very good in helping countries to stand. After the victorious Allied forces, is Germany not the best economy in Europe today? Please. Who brought down Adolf Hitler and his murderous thoughts? Who? Imagine what would have happened if there was no America to stop that man, to stop the Japanese or the Italians. So please, let us call a spade here. America has been very helpful. It is only when people refuse to cooperate with them that we say, okay, no problem, let us leave. So at that point, you cannot say America ran away. Who is Afghanistan? They can bomb the whole place in one day. They can level Afghanistan in one day. You and I know that. So don't deny that fact. Look at what they were doing in what is it called now? In this Syria, Iran. Until the whole world say, please, it's enough. Is that not true? So they have the capacity to contain anybody. And when they are trying to play by the rule, you say they are weak, they are run away. No, it's not possible. America had that capacity. It's only when you don't cooperate with them that you now say they ran away. It's not possible.
All right, then. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. This will be a good place to wrap up. Thank you very much. Let's move on to another conversation now. ADC demands probe into alleged use of fact deductions to fund Tinubu's 2027 campaign. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break.
Welcome to Golden Tulip, where every stay is a celebration of comfort and style. Discover beautifully designed rooms crafted for your relaxation and peace of mind. Savor delicious, expertly prepared meals at our exceptional restaurants. Relax and socialize at our elegant lounge bar. Refresh yourself at the vibrant pool bar and enjoy a soothing swim in our sparkling pool. Planning something special? Our spacious and sophisticated hall provides the perfect setting for weddings, conferences, and memorable events. Whether for business or leisure, we deliver excellence with unmatched hospitality. Comfort, class, premium experience. Book today and elevate your hospitality experience. Airport Golden Tulip. Stay golden. Live golden.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Voptv. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Voptv. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Voptv, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Voptv. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Voptv. Mwah.
Shout out to Voptv. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Voptv. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Voptv.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomowatebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Voptv. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Phil Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Voptv.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence, and
please keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television. Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest in trending topics.
Welcome back. The ADC has called for an independent investigation into allegations that governors elected on the platform of the APC diverted funds from the Federal Account Allocation Committee, FAC, to finance President Bola Tinubu's re-election campaign ahead of the 2027 elections. In a statement issued on Tuesday by its National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, the ADC described the alleged diversion of over 800 billion naira from FAC allocations as shameless, cruel, and criminal, particularly at a time millions of Nigerians are battling worsening economic hardship. The party demanded an immediate independent investigation into the allegations, including the reported use of FAC deductions and any related accounts or structures allegedly linked to your operation. President Bola Tinubu has reportedly intervened in a growing crisis within the APC Governors Forum over alleged 2027 campaign funds, with Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma at the center of the controversy. According to the Wheel Nigeria, reports claim that FAC deductions were moved into accounts linked to Uzodinma under the Renewed Hope Ambassadors and later Renewed Hope Network, with tensions rising after questions over spending reportedly went unanswered. Joining us this morning in the studio, we have Mr. Somi Uranta. He's an author and public affairs analyst. Good morning, Mr. Uranta.
Good morning.
Good to have you join us.
Thank
Let us unpack all of this. What are your views about this?
That the allegation that some APC governors, maybe all of them, decided to divert some of the
allocations.
Allocation funds to their party campaign. But this is what they do. Maybe this is what politicians do. That is why we need to have what PLO Lumumba will describe as political hygiene in our system. There should be hygiene, because people who, because they have access to the cookie jar, they are dipping their hands into it. But I tell you, this investigation they are calling for will not work. It won't work, because so many people are neck deep into this kind of issues. I'm not saying that they are guilty, without trial, without any proof to it, but this is what politicians do. So, but the thing is, you begin to wonder. I think yesterday I was on a program and they were talking about politicians that they say they want to get the students, a program where students will be tested for drug, and other substance abuse and all that. And I remember I said that they should first of all test, integrity test for our politicians. Their mindset, are they okay, are they normal? When you see somebody who wants to steal money, he will loot and loot and loot so mindlessly, in trillions, in billions, they don't even go to millions anymore. So you need to wonder, because that money certainly will destroy the family, the people they want to keep it for. And then they put the entire generation now, the citizens of Nigeria, in great penury.
Yeah.
That's how they will punish poverty. So when they give you a cup of rice or a small, they can control you where they want.
All right. They can control you where they want. Let's go down to Oka. Let's have your views, Shukudubem. Okay, we can't establish connection with them. Let's just continue. 800 billion naira for the presidential, for the admission of the president for 2027. That's quite a lot of money. And now they are calling for an independent inquiry. Can that actually work realistically in Nigeria?
it certainly will not work. That an opposition party is calling for an independent inquiry into such an allegation. It won't work. There will be no inquiry, no investigation. It will just be swept under the carpet. Is it not in this country that the query is still hanging? That 210 trillion naira is missing in the NNPC account, and Nigeria still goes about borrowing. The president wants to borrow, $1.something billion again, fresh one from the World Bank. We are not a serious people. We are not serious people. And people that are not serious will keep repeating this kind of stories.
Mr. Somi,
yes,
we know that this is politics, and this information is coming from the opposition side of it, the ADC. Do you think that the ADC would be callous enough to make this up? I mean, don't you think that they might have concluded or done the investigations and got to the root of the matter, and probably, if they are asked to, they will provide facts and figures? Do you think that they will suddenly wake up, and make this up? Or do you think that they are playing, because Nigerians have been saying, well, the ADC, you are not playing the kind of opposition that the APC played against APC, where Lai Mohammed used to issue against the PDP, where Lai Mohammed used to issue like 20 press releases in one day. And so do you think that the ADC is just trying to sit up and do the same thing? Or, as a matter of fact, do you think that they might just make it up, or that they have the facts of the matter? I know you don't work for them, but what do you think?
I know that before they come up with this kind of accusation, there must be some facts to it. But what I'm saying is that the people they are accusing are the ones that have the capacity, the mandate to investigate. You can't investigate yourself. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. So we cannot. They're just wasting their energy saying it. The people they are accusing will not do anything about the fact that they are being accused. These guys don't care about your feelings. They are so insensitive to our plight. So that is
Mr. Somi, if you look at the screen there, there's a video that is playing at the moment, and the envelope there is Bola Ahmed, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Empowerment Program envelopes, and they are putting money and whatever inside all of those things. And you can see the insignia of the president, his cap, that insignia, whatever that means, and that is what they used to sew
even the clothes they are wearing,
the clothes
branded.
insignia and all of that.
It's all branded.
And okay, look at this is done in the open in a stadium, and in the meantime, within the ambit of the law, is this permissible? I mean, elections, campaigns have not started.
Is there anything wrong in this, really?
Is
there anything wrong?
Of course, there's everything wrong with it, but it has started, it's been on over a year to 2 years ago. You see, in my place, I'm from the riverine part, I'm a Niger Delta. They say person will be the person will hold the boat, where they at the head of the boat. Say if you fart, they smell. That is the thing. The people that are doing it, let the opposition go and do this. Did you notice Wike campaigning all around whole of January, end of December and January? He went around the entire local government areas, River State, campaigning. He says, thank you, visit. Even this what they are doing, they collect people's PVC. They give you money, give you rice, collect your PVC, whether they take some numbers or whatever they do with it. See, we are a joke to the world. That is the thing. Within the Committee of Nations, Nigeria is a joke, a huge joke. And I wonder, a country of 230 million people, could this be what I would call a mass hypnotism or mesmerism? What could it be? That we are being led by our noses and everybody just watching. There should be hygiene in our political environment. And the people who are the head of affairs today do not in any way have an idea of how to get to that point. To create that hygienic state of affairs. We don't have it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Uranta. Let's move over to our Benin studio and establish connection with Comrade Emmanuel Obidi. Comrade, good morning. Can you hear us? Good morning, Comrade.
Good morning to you, yes.
Good morning.
I can hear you loud and clear. Good morning to everyone in the studio.
Good to have you join us this morning. So I'm sure you've heard the conversation going on. Please share your views. 800 billion naira from FAC allocations, according to the ADC, has been earmarked for President Tinubu's re-election bid from the FAC accounts. What are your views on this?
Okay, thank you very much. It is very, very clear, if we want to speak truth to power, the way it's supposed to be, that the incumbent government or the ruling party as it were today are not doing the politics according to the rules. You cannot, for the sake of Mr. President, who ordinarily his ambition is different from his office as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we cannot continue or begin to use the common patrimony, the Nigerian state, to fund the ambition of one man. It is something every one of us should discourage. As a matter of fact, looking at the video that are being displayed and all of those engagements, it can best be described as a technical vote buying. There is no other way to do it. And it should be condemned by all players, the NDC, the ADC, and all other oppositions. There is no other name you can call it. Which kind of empowerment are you doing with a branded cash envelope or whatsoever you call it? And if INEC can have their balls and reserve the ability to be the unbiased umpire that they are, as a matter of fact, the candidacy of Mr. President by this time should be questionable, if not cancelled, if you like, because Emmanuel, it is something that we must discourage from all fronts.
Allow me to butt in at this point. Is that now?
Yes.
Was it 2015 or 2019? I can't remember exactly when now. The issue of bullion van going into where the now president of Nigeria resides. That issue came up. Nigerians talked about it.
The Bodilion bullion van. Yes,
if you want to call it that.
We still remember very well.
Some people said, "Oh, there's nothing wrong in an individual receiving cash like that." Some people said, in fact, the president in an interview said, "Who told you it was cash that was inside?" Well, now, is there anything? Now, we also have people who do some sort of a philanthropic gesture. We have people who give out food, who give out monies to people. We have content creators these days give out monies to people on the street and all of that. Is there anything wrong in some individuals coming out with the president's insignia and identity, with monies packaged to give out to the needy? Is there anything wrong in that?
There is everything wrong when all of these engagements, call it food, call it money, is tied to a political interest. Ordinarily, we will encourage any Nigerian, any philanthropist in our country today to see to the welfare of the average Nigerians. But what is the essence of political coloration that is tied to any level of empowerment, poverty alleviation, call it whatever that you call it? Some of these things, we should begin to question it, because they just use as a sugar coating or a way of garnishing the issues to reduce the damage it is to our political system and to our side. The welfare is support. To whose interest?
Comrade
and you are demanding for their PVC. And as a matter of fact, it is because sometimes there is no consequences for action.
Exactly the point.
Last
now,
time it was a concealed container or bullion van with content, of which everybody know that bullion van does not carry onions.
Okay.
In Nigeria,
right.
bullion van does not carry tomatoes.
Okay.
Yesterday, it was bullion van that speculations cannot what the content is.
Okay.
Today, Ghana must go. Obvious Ghana with the content of the common patrimonies of Nigeria. So this kind of a thing should be rejected.
Okay, Comrade Emmanuel. Comrade Emmanuel, yes. Okay, Comrade Emmanuel.
Please.
Now, you talked about consequences. You recall that in the recently amended Electoral Act, the amount of money spendable, by a presidential candidate, by a political party was pegged at 10 billion naira. Now, should this be part of the 10 billion naira? I mean, campaigns have not started. Is the president spending this money from his personal pocket? The people that are doing it on their behalf, is the president aware of all of this? How does that speak? All of these things, how do they speak to the institutional framework that should be used to check the excesses of political actors in terms of contributions to political funds? Like I said before, the 10 billion naira allowable, should this be part of it? How, all of these things. I mean, they get more, the more you look at them, the more confusing they get. What do you understand in all of this?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that technical question. Because so long that envelope or whatever level of stomach infrastructure, empowerment, and cash donation is concerned and is labeled in the name or in the interest of a particular candidate that is currently involved in an election, therefore it must be accounted for and part of the said amount capped by INEC. There is no way that the candidate will stay aware of those who are spending money on his behalf or spending money in interest of his re-election bid. So, if INEC want to be just and want to retain the confidence of the electorate, which as it is today is very defective and in a very poor state, INEC must weigh the hammer on activities like this, because this is not just an advert to lure, the already impoverished Nigerians, the already hungry Nigerians, that it is going to be cash and carry 2027 election, and they must do well to law. So they are giving work to those who have the genuine pursuing election. They are giving it because we will do more work, media work to select, not to vote.
All right, thank you very much, Comrade.
I haven't seen this open shame. What has the EFCC done? What has the EFCC done?
Okay.
What has the ICPC done in terms of investigating the activities that transpired in that location that day that brought open shame and question mark to the
Thank you very much, Comrade Emmanuel Ogbidi. I understand there's a delay in the network, so it's taking some minutes, some seconds for you to hear us. But thank you very much. Let's give others an opportunity to react as well. Let's take this to Honorable Chidubem, who's in our Orca studio. Chidubem, now, what's your broad reaction to that video? Especially as a concerned Nigerian, at a time where a lot of Nigerians are finding it difficult to put food on the table. Is this action meant to help those who cannot feed at the moment? Or is this debasing, as some have said, that this in itself is debasing, especially at a time when people are struggling to survive?
First, you said I was happy when I heard you read out the news where you said that ADC alleged, emphasis alleged. When people allege, they should be able to prove, you know. And of course, this is election season. People can say anything they want to say. But that does not mean we should support things that are bad. But right now, people can say anything they want to say. People can come up with anything they want to say, especially when they are not prepared to win an election. Especially when they are not in an election to win. They are just there to mess with the sentiments of Nigerians, the emotions of concerned Nigerians. However, that being said, is there a problem with branding of palliatives with the image of whoever is the candidate or whoever is the aspirant? Yeah, hello?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, so
go ahead, please.
Please go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, I think we've lost connection with Chiduben. Let's bring it back to the studio. Mr. Oranta, a lot of people are saying that this is stomach infrastructure. It's always happened. It's still happening. Do you think Nigerians are ready to actually pay that supreme price to do things right in 2027? There's so much hunger. Do you think stomach infrastructure politics will be ending anytime soon?
You see, the people in authority, those who pretending over the wealth of the nation, they have perfected the art of divide and rule. They have perfected the art of impoverishing the people, make them so poor to the point that, you know, whatever you do, when you just show them a packet of pure water, they'll be gasping for breath. So you just drop it into their tongue, into their mouth, and they'll be so grateful. This is exactly what happened during the Soviet Union when during the Cold War, when Joseph Stalin was coming to the Politburo and he had a chicken in his hand, and as he was coming, he was defeathering it, plucking off the feather of the porting. By the time he got to his seat, everybody was watching. He dropped the porting, you know, on the floor. The chicken was on the floor, and blood were oozing out from the pores of the skin of the chicken. And then he dipped his hand in his pocket and he brought out some corns and he was throwing it at the poor animal, and he was pecking until he came back and lie at the feet of the great man, you know, and he told them, say, this is the way you treat the people. That was the Cold War. There are people who are even doing worse than what Stalin did to the poor chicken today. They deliberately impoverish the people, ensure that nothing good comes to the people. Why did they take away the petroleum subsidy? They said there was corruption. They took away the subsidy, threw the people under the bus, and left the corruption to thrive. Look at electricity. They charge you more for darkness. And they're even planning to add to our pains. So that by the time they come, they want to act like a messiah. That Stockholm syndrome, where the oppressed is now holding brief for the oppressor. That's what they're doing to our people. So it's not going to stop because, you know, they have perfected the art of, you know, they understand the role of religion, clannishness, tribalism, divide and rule. They use these things to twist the minds of, you know, the less, non-thinkers, those that does not look at things, you know, objectively in Nigeria. And we are so many on that line. So that's what I saw.
Non-philosophers, I know you mean, because when you say non-thinkers, I know you're a philosopher. Now, that's it. Mr. Oranta, I'd like for us to, because is Nigeria different from other places, other countries? Because most times when we say, well, the poverty, they have weaponized poverty, they've used poverty, you know, hunger and all of that, you know, to capture the people. In other places, this is the spur. Poverty, hunger is the spur to action, you know, to say, well, enough of all of this. So why is Nigeria different?
You see, in other places, there is a slight difference But you see, Nigeria, they mix this whole thing. You know, when you bring a bar, you know, you now mix fufu, now mix semo, and what's the other one? You know, when you mix all these things together, you mix it. So you can't get one particular thing. So that's why Nigeria own is different. Did you notice that Nigerians, when they said, look, South Africa, Nigerians in South Africa should come back to Nigeria, government is ready to bring them back. Only about 1,300 people, 100 and something people.
130.
Said they will come back. Meanwhile, we have over 13,000 Nigerians.
Over 35,000 as a matter of fact.
In South Africa. So they prefer to die there than come here. In Iran, Nigerians there refuse to come back. They prefer to die there than come back to this country because they know what these guys are doing to us. When Lee Kuan Yew, when Singapore got independence, Lee Kuan Yew came to Nigeria. He came to Nigeria, went to Ghana, and he interfaced with our rulers then. This thing has come, it's been from far away. Our problem didn't start today. It's just that it's getting worse on a daily basis. When he came here, he went around, after interfacing with the Nkrumahs in Ghana, with the Azikiwes, the Awolowos, the Okotebos, the Sadwana of Sokoto, and all of them, Tafawa Balewa. He said that when he went back, he wrote a book from third world to first world, My Singapore Story. He said in that book that what he saw, his perception, that if I summarize, he said, look, that it will be, if not impossible, it will be extremely difficult for these fledgling African democracies to get out of the wood. He saw how we were behaving then. But I said that Lee Kuan Yew was wrong. I always said that he was wrong. Because he presumed that Nigerians, the leadership, would be angling to get out of the wood. But rather than think of getting out of the wood, they turn around and start walking back into the forest. And every other succeeding regime has continued to go into the forest until we're enveloped today by utter darkness.
All right. Do you think there are two questions? Two questions. One arising from this year intervention. Now, do you think that Nigeria might be headed to collapse? That is one. Two, if you come out of that, with what we see the president and the ruling APC do you think that any presidential candidate will be able to match the president, the party, cash for cash, naira for naira in 2027? Because it looks like the whole process has been monetized. Is there any candidate able? In fact, as a matter of fact, if you put the whole opposition coalition together, do you think they'll be able to match the president naira for naira?
It's up to Nigerians. If they want to mortgage their future, because I read online, people, because this man is my clansman, because he's my tribesman, or we worship him in the same way, the same manner, then I will see white and I say he's black. Meanwhile, when they go to the marketplace, when they go to the filling station, there is no special price for one party or the other, one religion or the other, one clan or the other. We are all facing it. When you carry your green passport and you get to the entry point to any other country outside of Nigeria, the humiliation, the disgrace, the disdain with which people look at you, the suspicion, we all bear it. So, they may not be able to match them dollar for dollar, naira for naira, because they are spending our corporate patrimony on this whole thing. Because it's explainable. Somebody was talking about proof. The other guy was talking about proof. The proof is there for us to see. Because all the loans we are collecting with naira, look at since February, this war in the Middle East, crude oil was benchmarked for this year at about $60 per barrel. Today it's selling for over $100. So every barrel of crude oil that is sold in Nigeria, Nigerian government is making an extra unbudgeted $40. But we are going and borrowing, going cap in hand, looking for where to borrow money from. And we are not seeing the impact of that borrowing. Even when they even say they want to construct road, you see that the roads, the whole process is shrouded in secrecy. That means there is something wrong with the whole thing. So it's up to Nigerians. If they want to continue the way we are suffering, if they will survive, all of us will survive. But I'm telling you, I don't know if Nigeria will still be able to survive for another 4 years in this manner. With this state of affairs, it's terrible.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ranta. We take that as your parting words, right?
It is.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's move over to Benin. Comrade Ogbidi, can we have your final thoughts on this topic, please? Comrade Ogbidi?
Yes. Thank you very much. If the confidence of the electorate is anything of interest to electoral umpire, were ably led by Professor Amopita. In the coming days, we should see a very drastic action and sanction, perhaps disqualifying the candidate of Mr. President. It should be seen to setting records among Africa electoral umpire for these actions and show of threats to our democracy that have been perpetrated by himself, supporters, and cronies. So, if you look at the happenings today in our country, you discover that a lot of things definitely will shape the 2027 election. The class have succeeded in weaponizing hunger and poverty. And that is why the only thing they have resorted to is debasing Nigerians by way of sharing peanuts, sharing cash that cannot even prepare a watery pot of soup in Nigeria today. For you to eat a healthy pot of soup in Nigeria, you should be spending less than 30 to 50,000 naira for a pot of soup that will not last you more than 2 days. The poverty of Nigerians as per now is such that they can throw cons on election day and people who are hungry will rush down to want to grab to benefit because thinking of what they will survive with. But I want to encourage view, I want to encourage civil society, other opposition parties. Okay. The NDC is already taking the lead to mobilize and sensitize Nigerians on the need to understand that whatever you are giving today cannot hold you, cannot of you take your family for another effect. So why engaging your future for a money or a branded cash envelope? So right, if you look at all of these things and we take it from there, we should be able to mobilize and sensitize Nigerians to do the needful and look beyond the ordinary.
Mobilizing and sensitizing Nigerians. Well, thank you very much, Comrade Emmanuel Ogbidi. Let's move away from that conversation. We'd like you to stay with us as we get into another conversation, but still within the realm of politics now. Kwankwanso accepts to be Obi's running mate. Reveals ADC and NDC may work together in 2027. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Yes. Well, thank you very much for staying with us. Now, the former Kano State Governor and leader of the Kwankwansia movement, Rabiu Musa Kwankwanso, has declared his readiness to serve as running mate to former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi in the 2027 presidential election. Kwankwanso made a declaration during a monitored television interview. During the interview, Kwankwanso stressed that Nigeria urgently needs credible leadership capable of addressing insecurity, economic hardship, and poor governance. He stated that leaders within the coalition agreed that the South should complete another term before power returns to the North, noting that such an arrangement would help stabilize the political atmosphere and strengthen opposition unity ahead of the 2027 elections. The former senator and minister also hinted that Obi is emerging as the leading figure within the coalition following the southern zoning arrangements. Meanwhile, the former presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, also revealed that the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, and the African Democratic Congress, ADC, may work together ahead of the 2027 election. Well, we do have with us, we still have with us Somi Oranta and the gentlemen that join us virtually as well. We have Honorable Chidubem Ezekwe and Comrade Emmanuel Ogbidi. So let me start off. Let me start off with Emmanuel Ogbidi. Interesting comments here coming from Senator Musa Kwankwanso, Rabiu Musa Kwankwanso. We're talking about the coalition. Just when some Nigerians are of the opinion that the coalition has been dissolved, you know, talking about the coalition that went into the ADC at the time, and then, you know, the Ibadan declaration and the rest of them. But he opines that the coalition zoned their ticket, the ticket to the South. And this is, and some Nigerians have said, oh, look, Peter Obi and Kwankwanso had to leave the NDC, the ADC, because Atiku was bent on contesting the 2027 election. How do you react to that statement and, the coming together of the possible merging of these parties, talking about the ADC and the NDC working together towards the 2027 elections? What's your reaction?
Okay, thank you very much. If you see the recent political development that brought about the emergence of NDC in Nigeria today, it will be best described as a miracle for the liberation of Nigerians who believes in alternative, because democracy is all about alternative. And in politics, any political party, system, or movement that can defeat personal interest is bound to succeed. And if you look at the development, is the outcome of the at the NDC convention it is audible to the visible to the blind that the NDC has been able to beat interest for the general interest of the party, general interest of Nigerians. I mean, the difference between these two platforms is the fact that Nigerians had hope on ADC. But very quickly, ADC began to manifest some level of interest that is unhealthy for political development and for regionals. There are unwritten rules of zoning as it concerns presidency in this country. Even if it is not in the constitution, we all know that power rotates and the South. And as it is today, the South is holding presidency. And somebody in the ADC was also insisting that he must contest or he must have the ticket of the ADC. But only God knows how the emergence of the NDC came about. And it was spelled out in their convention, which is a green light to every well-meaning politicians and everywhere Nigerians that this is a party of leaders with credible without interest, but of the peace and development of the country, having made a statement that does to own the presidential ticket to the South on one hand, and to the fact that the South will have it for just a single tenure and it will return to that political calculation, that political arrangement is a clear signal that Nigerians have issued a quit notice to the current of the Aso Rock as it were today.
All right,
and if you ask those who are sincere, if you ask those that are sincere within the APC,
we are absolutely out of time. Let's just have you land on your thoughts.
Jittery to them.
Thank you very much. Now let's quickly run to other guests. Honorable Chidubem Ezekwe. Now let's have your broad reaction and your concluding thoughts because we are out of time. Talking about the merger, how do you see that working? How do you see that working out? Especially considering the fact that Kwankwanso seemed to have gone back on his initial stance of a northerner not playing second fiddle to a southerner when it comes to an election. That used to be his stance, but he seemed to have gone, away from that stance now. What's your quick reaction, please?
Right. I would be as quick as I can. First, to finish up on the last issue, whoever says something has to prove. And we need realistic facts. We don't need anything that has to do with sentiment and emotion. Then to this particular issue, when I listened to Rabbi Musa Kwankwaso, I was happy, because this is what the opposition needs. APC is a conglomerate, an association, a magnificent supercalifragilistic combo of ANPP, CPC, a faction of ABGA, a faction of PDP, and the SCN. That is what you need. Things must be done pro bono publico, in the interest of the public, that is. And when public interest has buried the flame, extinguished the flames of personal interest, then there will be a serious headway. That is what the opposition needs. Well, until it is done, I will not believe. However, 2023 was the best time they would have done this by, Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Rabi Musa Kwankwaso coming together to run as one. Right now, I don't really see how they can defeat the APC. Politics is a game of number. It is a business of interest. It is a business of interest. Now, when you look at the last election, 6.1 million votes for Peter Obi, 6.9 million votes for Atiku, that's 13 million, plus 1.4 for Rabi Musa Kwankwaso, that's almost 14.5 million votes. You understand? So when you add them, you discover that 3 members of the PDP ran separately and generated 14.5 million votes, while 1 member of the APC generated 8,794,726. So it's about togetherness. Without togetherness, there can never be headway. You understand? And of course, when you have eaten the food of tomorrow yesterday, when you have worn the clothes of tomorrow yesterday, you must be naked and you must be hungry. So I give it to them. This is the only way out. Anything that does not have to do with Atiku, Obi, Kwankwaso, all of them coming together. It doesn't work that way.
All right, I'd like to ask you, in all the arithmetic you have done, do you think that the president's 8.7 million votes are still intact in the past 3 years, given the economic decline, the insecurity, the pushback from other parts of the country and all of that? Briefly.
As painful as what I am about to say may sound to you, he will score more votes than that in the next election. He will.
In a free and fair elections, you mean?
He will score more votes than that.
In a freely contested election?
He will score more votes than that.
All right, then. Thank you very much.
Away from sentiment and emotion. He will score more votes.
Thank you very much, Chidubem Ezekwe. Now, Somi Oranta, please, let's have your concluding thoughts on this one.
I think Alhaji Kwankwaso, his decision to support P2B, in the NDC, will go a long way in helping Nigeria. But I don't know how it will work out for the ADC to work with the NDC. More so, now that the ADC, since P2B left that party, the problems, the troubles that have befallen ADC seem to have fizzled away. Even INEC started speaking on behalf of the holding brief for the party. You see, so I don't know how they will. Maybe they can do that.
Do you think the ADC will be in the ballot?
There could be, now that the problem has gone out left. There could be. Before, we used to think that there wouldn't be.
Yes.
But now, they can also change it. Look, if they could change the constitution or the timetable and the guideline for a particular party, for the interest of that party, they can also. You can see Jonathan has already been drafted now. Wike said he does not want anybody to represent a PDP to have a candidate. But now, he's been enlisted. But I have sent a message across that GEJ,
yes.
should be mindful.
All right, then.
Be mindful.
Be mindful, you say. Well, thank you very much, Somi Oranta. We've also been speaking with Honorable Chidubem Ezekwe and Comrade Emmanuel Ogbidi. Gentlemen, we do appreciate you for your time and your thoughts on the program. Well, this is where we draw the curtains of VOP this morning. Curtains open again in about 10 minutes as we go into the papers on newspaper review. But till then, bye for now. I am Moses Humphrey.
Jane Ogoye, thank you for watching.
I am Chukwu Makoro. Bye for now.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Sis Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I, with you in mind We facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discourse.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOPTV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOPTV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy, but that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you. Hi.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwu Marco. Good to have you join us again.
Yes, good to have you join us. And we have Dele Fanimo, who is a reporter and a public affairs commentator, join the conversation.
Good morning, Moses. And
we're also being joined by Darlington Agumwa, who is a lawyer, and of course also a public affairs commentator. Good morning to you. Once again.
My pleasure.
Once again, yes, because we started the day with you earlier. Well, let's dive into it, and I'd like to, let's get that put off that speaker. So now let's look at the headlines. Now, what the headlines have for us this morning from the Vanguard newspaper: APC knockout day. That's how they put it. 30 governors, 88 senators, 242 reps, 2,620 others. No fate today. Knockout day it is. Party to release screening report today. Yowakda reads riot act to aspirants. I'm ready to face any aspirant. Beat Abiodun in primaries. Daniel. Ogun East, APC endorses Abiodun for Senate. So there you have it. That's the big story. That's the big story. Well, there are other stories here that tie to party issues as well. 2027 polls. Makinde to declare presidential ambition. Unveil PDP-APM alliance. Well, that's another story we'll touch on after talking about the APC knockout, as it were. So, who wants to take the first punch?
As it is, it's really a knockout because this one is no longer round robin. That if you miss this, you can still get something. Once you lose out of this, you're not likely to get anything except maybe in future get appointments. But on the ballot, it's bye-bye. And unfortunately, that party as it is today is so top-heavy that it could precipitate an implosion.
because everybody is waiting with bated breath, just making sure that he would. I had an aspirant who was contesting for House of Reps in Ogun State. It was upbeat until last week when he called that they have given it to another person from the same constituency with him. So what is going to happen today is a clear case of the old and the new jostling. Majority of the senators want to return, particularly ex-governors and the big weight. You imagine for the first time, before now, who becomes Senate president has never been an issue in a year to an election. But today, even the contest for Senate presidency is so intense now that you can't even rate the presidential campaign, an election, higher than that of the Senate presidency. People are already zoning Senate presidencies to their constituency and posturing that they are the next Senate president. Suddenly, Senate presidency just started being a matter of intense contest. So, APC will have, particularly the NWC of that party, they will have a lot in their hands. And going forward, I just hope that will not cause a balkanization of that political party at the end of the WAEC result that is coming out today.
At the end of the knockout.
Yes.
Well, I like the way Nigerian Tribune puts it. It says APC primaries consensus option shaky as 101 aspirants eye 28 Guba tickets. 101 to 28 Guba tickets. The riders to that one, Kwara leads with 16 aspirants. Oyo, 11. Yayi, Hamzat get challengers in Ogun, Lagos. Muftuang, Fubara, Aliyah face opposition. Borno's consensus, successful. Okay. Sir, you want to go?
Barrister, go.
Barrister Darlington, talk to me.
This is an implosion foretold. So nobody should be surprised with what is going to happen today.
You forget that the APC has a way of dealing with internal crisis.
No, not this one. The number is too big for you to manage. And then disappointment will be too heavy for you to contend. So how do you tell a man who is already coasting home to victory that at the end of the day, he is no longer the anointed son, and you want him, you even close the door for him to move out? This is forced imprisonment now. Somebody is somewhere. You now put an enclosure that whatever happens, so you are not leaving. How can such a person be happy with you? No, tell me. So when they brought this idea with their electoral law or whatever, I was just laughing. I know that these guys are going to shoot themselves at the right foot at the end of the day. They thought they are going to deal with other opposition party people. But it is going to haunt them, because if you have allowed these people to move out after they failed to secure a ticket, the rancor would have been less. At least you can go to somewhere else and then, try your luck. Than for somebody to cage you in. That is caging somebody. And you want him to be happy? No, there will be no happiness here. It's not possible. After they have invested so much, emotionally and financially. It's not possible. This is one mistake Tinubu have made that will haunt him. Seriously. It will haunt him, because I don't know why he allowed these things for his own party. You can't force people to love you now. It's not possible. You can't force them. Yes.
All right. Talking about forcing people to remain within a political party, probably because if you move, and the deadline for submission of registered members, membership register, both digital and physical, has elapsed. But I think that there is still a window there, because from what we understand, the amendment that says you cannot belong to two political parties, it's yet to, in fact, to get transmitted to the Senate. It's not been debated. It's not even been made a bill and passed to the president for his assent. So it's still in the cooler. I know a lot of people, you know, in 2023 that failed in the PDP and moved over to the Labour Party. And there was calm and quietude in those political parties. As a matter of fact, Alex Otti, as at the time he left APC to the Labour Party, there was this argument that he was still a member of the APC and collected the Labour Party ticket and all of that. But they were able to resolve all of that because the law was fluid, it was open at that time. And it is still now until we get to a situation where we hear that it's been transmitted to the president for his assent. Now, that said, I think I land my thoughts with yours because if they were doing it, you know, to cause problems within the opposition rank, for whatever reason, I mean, I can't think of one, but if they were doing it to cause problems within the opposition, I think it has come back to haunt
So
them.
exactly.
Because as a matter of fact, now, you see, I mean, like Dele said, it is top heavy. You see how many governors looking for, how many governors
110 against
aspirants against
28
positions. You can imagine.
101.
I mean, it's weirdly more like a maddening crowd.
That is
and so how are they going to handle all of that?
Survival of the
Some
fittest.
people are already kicking. I know some members of some senators and members of the House of Reps that said, well, if you can't live here and we don't get a ticket, after you entice us to come over to the APC and you can't give us the ticket, we'll stay here and cause problems.
I'm telling you.
So how the president will manage all of that, you know, is up to him. I understand that, like the PDP used to, back in the days, you know, used to have this kind of internal mechanism within which they resolve all of their problems. But they lost all of that because of the problems of the PDP. Are we going to see something like similar to that in the APC? I wouldn't know. But talking about River State, and when the Vanguard said knockout, I think a lot of people already know their fate. If you go to River State, the 32 lawmakers aligned to Sim Fubara already know their fate, that they were screened out. The APC in River State has confirmed that. So, I mean, while others are waiting to know their fate, and I will also think that 75-80% of those aspirants already know their fate. Someone called me this morning from Enugu. He is aspiring to be a member of the House of Representatives representing a certain constituency. And in the internal jugglings, you know, for the NDC, not the APC, they said, okay, sorry, young man, at the moment, you cannot go to House of Representatives. You have to go for House of Assembly. And he's asking me, what is your opinion on all of this? And I'm like, well, that could be a good take-off point for you. You can make a change from inside and not from outside. And if you become heady, they will say, oh, okay, so this is who you are. And they will try to, you know, create entry barriers for you. And so we're going to see all of, even in the NDC, there's already problem in terms of this consensus. And so I think the best bet for them to do is, if you have, Obenga Daniels is saying that he's going to beat Dapo Abiodun, blue and black, you know, direct primary. So let them go there.
Even in Lagos.
But they don't want it. They don't want it.
Why wouldn't they want? They are trying to cause problems for themselves.
Like every other thing, APC, they always abuse, you know, some conventions. This consensus thing is no longer consensus. It's about a few people deciding who will be what. Unlike majority of the people deciding. Because that is
as a matter of fact, consensus means that everybody has to agree.
Exactly, but now it is few people or even one person.
And like this Benga Daniels that was locked out, and the few came out and said it's consensus. I wanted to say something about Lagos.
Yes, even in Lagos, Samuel Ajose,
you know,
has gotten his ticket. He's campaigning already. He's campaigning, trying to draw people to his side. And he's saying, look, that, you know, someone asked him, and said, look, he's not going to back down until the president himself tells him to back down.
So you know what that means.
You know what that means.
to reassure him, to assure and reassure him that
that is for APC.
Yes, for APC. This is to reassure him that if this is not this, then this will be this.
Remember that Tinubu has already endorsed Hamzat.
Exactly.
Is that not true?
Well,
so why would somebody say until he endorse him?
Yeah, but the man wants to put up a fight, and he's doing that.
No, he's putting up a fight. He cannot
so
go
you
far.
think it's for the optics?
No, he can't go far. As long as somebody's hand has been raised by Tinubu, forget it.
But the fact that he's able
Mr. Gomo, you come from Imo State.
This is something, doesn't it?
Is that?
You come from Imo State.
Have I changed?
No. There's a question I want to ask you. You know what Aton Zeribe represented between 1979 up until the time he died? You know what he represented in Imo State?
Of course I do.
And he kept going to Senate. You know what happened?
Is that about it? Yes.
What happened?
Is that what happened?
Yes.
What happened is that Aton Zeribe said he bought the position with his money.
No, at the end of the day, you know, he was still alive when someone defeated him.
Because they gang up against him.
Beautiful. Someone has to stand. A small Osita was used to dethrone him.
Because he was...
No empire rules forever. Don't see this Samuel Joseph.
That was the mistake he made. He boasted for too long. And then the people now thought that, look, this man is rubbishing us. Are you getting what I'm saying? So they went for a midnight meeting and decided what to do. In fact, they brought him in the open.
And you think it can happen in Lagos?
I know, they brought him in the open so that he will not say that somebody rigged him. So in his own presence, even those who were supporting him, they voted against him. That's why that defeat did not cause any rancor.
Okay.
It was played. But here, Mr. Okoro, forget it.
Okay.
Lagos.
Taken for granted.
Lagos. The soul, the liver, and the kidney of Lagos is with one man. So I don't see how you take it away. Forget it.
Okay. Your views. All right. Let's move on to some of the headlines. It's okay. You're entitled to it. Some of the headline here we have. Let's check out the window headlines on the cover page of the Vanguard newspaper. Now, petrol consumption jumps 10.8% to 52.4 million. Defies higher pump prices. All right, petrol consumption. You know, and some Nigerians are asking, how is it that consumption is going higher and we have fewer vehicles on the road? What are people using the fuel for? Nigerian Tribune reports on it as well. It says Nigeria's petroleum consumption surged to 51.1 million liters per day in April. NMDPRA, that's coming from NMDPRA. Well, that's one headline there. Also, another headline, British government has no preferred candidate in Nigeria's elections, says envoy.
Well,
you could, both of them. Let's run to the two.
You see, for the petroleum,
yes,
10.2% increase in volume.
10.8%.
It's not plausible. Every morning, every afternoon, except there is a breakdown of vehicle, Lagos is as free as anything today. And
it's
elsewhere too, most civil servants don't even go to the offices with their cars anymore. Because if you are earning 200,000 and you need to fill your tank twice in a month, and the least amount you can use to fill your tank is about 80,000.
It's higher than that now.
And no, I said the least. Maybe you still have about 10 liters in the reserve. Now, that's 160,000. So you are left with 40,000 to feed your family, to do other things. You pay NEPA bill. It's not realistic. What that tells me is that there is illegal exports of refined products to neighboring countries like Republic of Benin, Cameroon, Niger. So what we need to find out is how much are they selling in these countries that are contiguous to us. If the price in Nigeria is lower, then it's an incentive for them to take this commodity outside of this country. But as at today, initially it was 42 million to 45 million as at 3-4 months ago. How it jumped to 52 is something that it's not plausible.
And so if the price is higher in our neighboring countries, what will be the incentive?
The incentive is then when they take it across, they will make more money.
They make more money.
They make more money now.
Apparently, so that is explainable. That is what is happening.
So that is likely to be we may not be able to confirm right away now, but that is usually what happens. Even when petroleum prices, when there was subsidy, you recall that when this subsidy was removed, they were protesting in Cameroon and Niger. Even the protest was more intense over there than here.
That is why I asked that question. If for now, you know, the prices seem to be lower here.
Yes,
Lower,
and that was what happened then too.
Lower, yes, lower here.
And
That
then
means-
let's just do it this way. The price today is between 1,320 to 1,350
Let's say
or
1,000.
1,004.
Okay.
Now, if you take it across and you can sell for 2,000,
Of
would you
course.
want to remain here?
Of course, there's no way you remain here. But if it is sold, because we always, when we talk about the high cost of fuel, it looks like we buy higher than our neighbors.
No.
And so if the price here is 1.4, and if you do the equivalent in terms of exchange rate and all of that, and they sell it for 1.2 there, so what would be the
There won't be any incentive to go there.
Any incentive to go
And
there.
that is the reason why I said for it to get to this peak, for instance, I know about 3 or 4 of my neighbors where I live in Ibadan. Their car has become Sunday medicine. There are prim. They only go to church on Sunday with the car and come back. So what we are saying is that smuggling has also resurrected. Then on the issue of a British government saying they don't have a hand, since when have they stopped having hands in Nigeria's
Or
politics?
do we expect them to come and tell us that they have a hand?
So the envoy will come here and tell us that they have a hand,
They
becomes
don't have
president.
preferred candidates. That's what they said.
If you have a preferred candidate, then you have a hand
What's the
in
difference?
it. What is the difference?
They have been there.
Now, the question you ask yourself is, how many voters are coming from Britain? We have not started e-voting.
Diaspora voting.
Diaspora voting. Yet, let's start campaign now. Every presidential candidate will go to Chatham to go and show what he wants to do for Nigerians, leaving 230 million Nigerians at home. Then the local press will not be the bride. It is BBC, it is Al Jazeera, it is CNN. So what are they looking for? If it is true that our future remains in our hands in this country, then why are they going to Chatham House? When last did a British Prime Minister come to Nigeria to come and campaign on why he should be elected? Why not Obama or Donald Trump coming to visit Nigeria to sell his candidacy?
Okay.
All right. So before I talk about what the British envoy said, I would like to go back briefly, to the issue of the fuel, the consumption now.
Okay.
You see, one of the reasons they gave us for the removal of the first subsidy was that it was benefiting outsiders more than Nigerians. And so if we are able to establish the fact that, that commodity is still being smuggled, outside the shores of this country, not sold, I mean smuggled, then what it means that one of the reasons for the removal of the first subsidy has been defeated. And the major reason again is that, it was corruptly enriching a few people. And up until this moment, we have not seen even one, in fact, not just only one of those people, up until this moment, no prosecution. The people that took the money are still walking free in the corridors of power at most times and all of that. So I think we need to do a whole rethinking of this first subsidy thing.
Many years ago, under Buhari, something happened, and I'm sure most of us didn't pay attention. But I captured that discussion in the National Assembly. They invited the Director of Finance at an NPC to come and tell us how much we are consuming and how much is leaving this country. The man said that on a daily basis that they pump 60 million for our personal consumption in Nigeria. But that they added another 36 million to the mix. And that 36 million, they cannot account for it. But what he can tell the house at that time, what he can tell the house that if you have 5 million naira, 5 million, you can take our petroleum product up to Chad. This man said it, I was shocked. And nobody queried it, nobody did anything. So the ones you are seeing in the neighboring houses, in neighboring countries today, are our product. And because it is not accounted for, those behind it just give it out. It's not on record, but it is happening. Go to Semeboda now, go and see how many. In fact, they mentioned one particular oil company that their tankers are lined up. A journalist once asked somebody from the other side, their custom, why are these things moving? The man told him that, look, If he should question these people, these drivers who are carrying this in, that the next day, he will either lose his job or they will transfer him.
The problem is that those 36 million liters, that are not accounted for. Where does it come from? I mean,
is it not
from refineries? Refineries are not working.
They are the one that brought into the country.
Let me tell you how
into the country. The man said it in the National Assembly. He said
understand? The way it is done is most filling stations around the borders. You never see them dispensing fuel, or they get allocation. You understand? And no policeman will escort them to where they will dump the allocation.
They get the allocation from?
They get allocation from NMPC at that time.
Because NMPC was refining.
NMPC was refining.
Okay.
So when they get allocation, they use their name, their company name, to get that allocation. And the address can be verifiable. Because at any time, go and check, you see new filling stations springing up close to borders.
All of that. But at the moment, NMPC is not refining.
Now, Dangote is also dispensing
and so you
now.
go and dispense to Dangote without payment.
You don't understand. I'm not saying give.
Okay.
Nobody will give you fuel to do business free of charge.
No, that's the position.
No. Nobody does that.
We are missing the point.
Look, the issue is, I know these things because I'm close to those who do it. The thing is, it is a very good business if you buy 33,000 liters for like 10 million naira. And you move it to Chad or Niger, and you are selling it for like 25 million naira.
The puzzle has not been untied.
What is
the mix? The 36 million naira added.
No, not 36 million. 36 million liters.
Of fuel, yes.
Of fuel.
What happened? What
is accounted for? Where did it come from?
Good. It is. Hold on, I'm coming. Let me tell you. Remember when this NPC told you that we are owing them 7.7 trillion naira. That if we don't pay them, they will not import again. We discussed it here. Subsidy. Is that not true? That is the money. That's the money for the fuel they imported that is not accounted for. We don't even know where it went to. And so after dispensing this in outside Nigeria, they will turn around and collect this in the name of subsidy. Subsidy is still going on up to tomorrow.
I think we need to move on because it contradicts your earlier position. That a certain director of finance said this is the allocation, but that they pump 36 million liters into
that is the one they brought in. When has the NPCL work? When has any of your refinery work?
So my question is, the 36 million liters, where did it come from?
You didn't hear me. I said they imported it.
They imported and now.
Yes.
Chukuma.
NMPC still imports.
How is it possible for NMPC to import fuel?
Good.
And then begin to dash it out? Good. When it lands in Nigeria.
Okay.
That's number one.
The
NMPC does not have any tank farm.
So
it is the tank farm of this Alakija woman that we mentioned earlier before this,
and
so many of them, like Ifeanyuba, they have a tank farm there. So they dump this fuel there. Then retailers, all those who have filling stations will come and collect. They pay.
Please.
If the money paid was not accounted for, that's another matter.
No.
But nobody in NNPC gives fuel free of charge to anybody.
7.7 trillion that we discussed
Well,
here.
I don't think any of you here work with NNPC.
Well, we are based on the information available to us.
All right.
You cannot run away from
We
that.
have to go on a
The 7.7 trillion they asked us to pay them.
Okay.
What was it for?
Big question. Big question.
What was it for?
We'll leave the question out there for our viewers to ponder on. Now let's quickly take this break. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with discourse.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching Voptv.
What up? My name is Usmachiku. You are watching Voptv. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching Voptv.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching Voptv. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching Voptv.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Voptv. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Voptv. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Voptv, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Voptv. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Voptv. Mwah.
Shout out to Voptv. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Voptv. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Voptv.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomowatebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Voptv. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Voptv.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence, and
please keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness
Well, thank you very much for staying with us. We're being joined now by Dr. Peter Anosike. Well, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, let's continue with the headlines from the dailies. We have NUT rejects FG's UTME waiver for NCE admission. Why I finally wrote my story after decades. Go on. And also from the Vanguard newspaper, Atiku faults Tinubu's security strategy as ex-lawmaker dies in captivity. Over 72 killed as military bombs Zamfara market. No civilian casualties coming from DHQ. And xenophobic attacks, Nigerian lives more important than investment for Shomole. Gentlemen, it's a barrage of headlines there. So let's have your reaction to the headlines. Delifanimo, please.
I think this xenophobic attack had been addressed. We were told that as soon as Oshamale made that statement, that the Ramaphosa had to make a clear statement denouncing attacks on foreign nationals, not just only Nigerians alone. You have Zimbabweans, Angolans, Botswana, and all that. So, but the important thing is we shouldn't be late in addressing such issues. we shouldn't wait, because you can't reverse any damage done to human lives. It's gone, it's gone. And the only thing you can do is to prevent it happening. Once it doesn't happen, that's when you can glorify some of these things. People are being killed and you're just paying lip service, and then you are handling it as if it's a tea party. But even if Oshiomhole was not able to carry out his threats using the National Assembly, but the statement had been made, and we got results from that statement. So I think I give thumb up for Oshiomhole for such intervention. And it's also a precursor to what we should do in case there is any threat to any Nigerian anywhere in the world.
I think I would have loved to see a more proactive action from the
government.
The government as against, well, it's good that a lawmaker is chiming in on it, but then government itself should be seen to act speedily.
And that's what I said.
Because you don't wait until people start
things get out of hand,
banter before you now say, okay, let's do something about it. Well, that's one of the headlines there. Is there? Would you like to?
I want to pick on the NUT because when I saw that story yesterday, and I found it very, very disturbing, that they have now scrapped this. No, UTME.
For NC.
And now bringing in that what qualifies to now is just 4 undervote credits. Understand? For you to know that our educational system is going down the drain. So if now you now have just 4 credits to go to train as a teacher. Understand?
It has always been like that.
It has always been. It's not 5.
They are no more taking what of the UTME.
No, what they are saying is that
they will no more take UTME.
If you have NCE.
Understand?
If you have NCE, you just do direct entry, which is what it has always. I don't know why this policy shift is. It has always been like that. You do NCE, you apply direct entry. You know, if you are. Because most of the colleges of education have been converted to universities of education. And what they did, another thing they did was to 5-year degree program. You know, if you have, if you get into a college of education.
If you do direct entry for a 5-year program, you are going to do 4 years.
No, if you have NCE and you want to continue in education, you just do 2 years for your bachelor in education, BEd. But if you have NCE and you want to do, if you have NCE, maybe something like history, government and economics, and you want to go and do economics proper or political science proper or history proper, instead of doing the 4 years regular course, you now do 3 years. It's treated as direct entry, more like A-level. You know, if you have A-level.
Yeah.
So I think that's
well, this thing is not even new. I don't know where the force about this pronouncement, because Adeyemi College of Education had been affiliated to University of Ife for more than 30 years.
And
so once you get your NC in Adeyemi, you proceed to another 2 years to get your degree. And the degree is on OAU, Awolowo University. And even this College of Education Special
to UNN, yes.
College of Education Special in Oyo, I think it's affiliated to LAUTECH too.
Yes,
you know, most of these colleges of education are, they are affiliated to some of these, so that you can easily upgrade your. But my understanding of that policy that they just came up with is that you don't need to sit for JAMB to enter for admission into colleges of education. You know, there was a time that you can also pick College of Education as your third choice.
That's in the JAMB.
In the JAMB. Yes. So now it's been exited from that program. Okay. So you can walk into any college of education of your choice with your qualification, whatever mode of admitting is what you follow. You're not going to go through JAMB anymore.
All right. So I would like to talk about why I finally wrote my story after decades. That's coming from Yakubu Gowon. I mean, the war ended in 1960. 70. That's about
56 years ago.
56 years ago. And Gowon is, well, God has blessed him. He's alive to tell the story. For some, he's fortunate enough. And so I would like to read Gowon's own side of the story, because a lot of stories have been written, you know, on both sides of the divide. Ojukwu wrote his own because I'm involved. Ademoyega, you know, the 5 majors, why we struck, and all of that. Obasanjo, did Obasanjo mention it under my watch?
Obasanjo wrote Nzogu.
Obasanjo wrote Nzogu. You know, Babangida has written his own. And so it would be good to, I think it will be more like a closure to what happened.
Nobody would have witnessed it more than
Gowon. And so, but it will open a lot of debates too, you know, because he is likely to counter what some people have said about him and all of that. It's going to open a robust debate, but I'm happy that all of that is happening in his lifetime. So let us get to it.
But we are not expecting that to get a true account. When he said that he had malaria influenced his signing of the Aburi Accord.
And maybe he had malaria too.
Yes. And it influenced such an important decision.
Well,
that's Nigeria for you.
You never can tell. Well, let's react to this particular headline as we coast home now. We have 5 minutes. Tinubu seeks global financial reforms to accelerate Africa's growth. The riders here holds talks with Madagascar president. Ruto says Africa wants investment, equal partnership, not aid. Macron canvasses strategic autonomy for Africa, Europe. Guterres, absence of Africa on UN Security Council, historic injustice. Dangote, Abdul Samad, Rabiu, Elumelu, Aija Imokwade, ministers attend event. Gentlemen.
Yes, let me take the first shot. I like that picture on the cover of the Vanguard newspaper where our president and William Ruto, you know, like 3 weeks ago or about a month ago, when our president said, well, you people are even lucky, you're even doing better than Kenyans. And the Kenyan president said, you people don't even speak good English. So in their interaction, I wonder who will speak better English, all of that.
Ruto will speak better English.
Well, I don't know. So, but in all of this, when the president, fiscal responsibility and all of that for this period, well, it's a matter of doing the right thing. There's a lot. I mean, there's not enough time to say all of this, but whatever Africa does, I don't like the fact that whether we have to put together, you know, more than 54 countries in Africa, the whole of the continent.
Did you see a clip of the video where the summit was being held, where Macron came on stage, took the mic? Did you see that part?
No, I didn't.
It was embarrassing. He came on stage and, you know, he told them, okay, quiet. And they were like, oh, it's not your turn yet. I said, no. So he took the mic and he told the audience to keep quiet. That they are here to talk about moving Africa forward, and people are sharing the ideas, and people are talking in the audience. They are not listening. It would be nice if you kept quiet and listened, because we've come here to listen. And I saw that and I said to myself, we just continue to embarrass ourselves as Africans.
That is him talking to African presidents.
Exactly.
So,
but then we should
there's
also,
no protocol.
We should also
there's
observe
no order of events.
We should
no,
also
that would have been.
The
but for him, I think the thing is on him. For him to have come on stage when
it's both on him and on the people too.
No, what I said is more on him is the fact that for a French president who is supposed to understand protocol at that kind of auspicious to jump and then grab the mic, it was like he was behaving like an authoritarian president.
Exactly the message.
Well,
no, that's the message.
I didn't see the
that's
video.
What it is.
I didn't see.
You don't see it that way.
Video.
No, you didn't see the video.
Okay.
But when people are supposed to be paying attention,
that's
and
my
you are
point.
talking,
Is the school headmaster there?
He's
the headmaster there.
No, he brought them as peoples now. So we are discussing how to make Africa move forward.
Yes.
And you're having side talks. So we should observe the quorum. That's the point.
That very incident.
There's also the aspect of, yes.
The incident that you highlighted now has so many talking points. You know, one of it is that, well, African leaders, do they really pay attention? I mean, we are here discussing Africa, and probably 2 or 3 people are discussing how to succeed themselves, in the next election and all of that. Is that why they were there? I'm not saying that is what they were discussing, but basically what it tells me is that African presidents, African leaders don't even pay attention to our problems.
So for me, it's very, very embarrassing that such a thing can happen there, understand? Somebody from outside coming to correct you. Because that's by status, all of them are the same thing.
Well, Xi could have done the same thing because he built the AU building for you. China did.
Country presidents, understand? And so coming to tell them, keep quiet, they are not children.
But they behave like children.
But they behave like children.
They behave like children.
They were children in that place.
Which goes back to that issue that I raised, not paying attention to our problems.
Oh, well, this is how far we can go. There's a lot more to talk about, but we have to draw the curtains right here on Newspaper Review. Thank you very much, Chukwuma Okoro, Daily Fanimo, and Dr. Peter Anosike. Well, Chukwuma makes a comeback later tonight at
6 o'clock, and I'll be joined by Chief Chukwe Udense. He's a politician of note in Abia State, and we are going to be here to discuss Nigerian politics, Abia politics, and all of that.
All right, then. Well, there you have it. So 6 p.m. Political Lens takes the airwaves, but 11 o'clock, that's closer to us right now than 6. So 11 o'clock, sports comes your way. You don't want to miss out on that as well. I am Moses Humphrey. I'll see you tomorrow, God willing. Bye for now.
Voptv. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's Voptv. Keep watching Voptv. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawa, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching Voptv. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on at Voptv.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with discourse.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, News breaks and events happens. We bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Beautiful people, this is Wale Ojo and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not printing at all, please discuss.
Hello, my name is Inedo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you.
I feel like the great one I saw this morning was very, very nice to bring to you on the show today. Good morning. Thank you so much for being part of the Sports Republic show right here on Voice of the People Television, Lagos, Nigeria. We have a sport news to bring to you, but I think the sweetest one of them was the one we saw in the early hours of today, where the CAF president, Patrice Motsepe, happened to meet with our very own Nigerian number one, talk about Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and then they had a very cool conversation. But you might want to know, you might ask question, what did they really say? How will this implementation come to play? But we have to look into it. And that was in Nairobi in a big summit in Kenya where they met themselves and they had a chit-chat. Now, where is Patrice Motsepe, who happens to be CAF president, and President Ahmed Tinubu, or Bola Ahmed Tinubu, rally, our excellencies, His Excellency, you understand that it's definitely going to be a football talks, development, how can they bring it right? And then they discuss a number of matters, I think including a cooperation between government and also football and then private sectors in Nigeria and Africa. This is one thing that we want to say. It sounds cool, but will the implementation take place? That's the question we're asking. Because I want to say that I'm liking the news, and we said, yes, we must bring this one to you first of all, so you can understand that our own president also loves sports. It takes me back to 2021, what he did for the nation. He cleared the debt, he cleared the bills, had a word with the NFF to put things right. So possibly we can say there might be a development, just maybe a good development very soon between Nigeria, other African countries, talking about football. Our grassroots is dead. You cannot jeopardize it. There's no way to paint it the other way. Our grassroots is dead. We want to see this rejuvenated. We want to see them going back to the board and then making things look all right. We want to see that CAF president also, Patrice Motsepe, will be looking into these affairs. Not just about him because he's the CAF president, but because we want to see those connections, those synergy between Nigeria and other African countries. But on the show with me this morning, it's a big Wednesday time. I have Carrington Palmer, who will be joining us virtually live in Edo State, from Edo State rather. He's in Benin, to be exact, when the time is right, and the time is now. Carrington, good morning. Great to have you. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, Kiziki.
Yeah, good morning. You heard the good news. I don't know if it's the good news, but for me, I call it good news. Seeing our own president meeting with the CAF president. I feel like we saw it on X in the early hours of today. We saw that news on X, and a lot of media outlets have put out that post saying this one will work. What could it be that they were discussing? I mean, we are still yet to know the full detail of that story.
We await the disclosure of what they spoke about, but I really hope it's positive, and especially like you said before, grassroots football is dead. Like I was having this conversation with somebody a few days ago, about I think on Monday. I was telling them like, oh, we are the best side when it comes to the under-17 World Cup history, but now we don't even participate. We don't even get to qualify to the African Championship that will lead to the World Cup. So this is due to the fact that some people are not interested. They don't even call right people for the under 17 event and on the under 20 event. The last under 20 World Cup we finished in the round of 16, and we were whooped aside by Argentina. I watched that game and I was highly disappointed because this is not what I used to know or what I used to watch from the Nigeria youth rank. So yeah, I really hope this discussion between Patrick Museke and the Nigeria President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is really a positive one, and it's something that we actually develop our football and our sports, especially our football, because yeah, he's the CAF president and CAF covers football, not other sports. So yeah, I really hope it's a positive one and it's really changed the course of grassroots football generally.
Yes, we took it. Everybody want to believe that it will work out. We are hoping it comes to be a great news, because right now we heard the news, like you rightly said, everybody wants to see everyone come to be happy. Talk about Nigerians and also other African countries just to raise our own football growth. And then let's talk about this one now. There's a news about Africa. This is like Africa Uniting. There's a news about Nigeria to host the 2026 CAF Award. The last time was back in 2015. That prestigious CAF Award, I remember. Talk me through, Carrington. Are we going to see any, just possibly, is there a possibility that any Nigerian will be winning something come that day because it will be hosted in Nigeria? Well, I don't know if Carrington Palmer can hear me, but the last time we did say that one, we know Jonathan Mikel was just possibly at the verge of claiming something for himself, but never did. So we just have to wait to know if that one will go very well. So it's a great news. And let's talk about the last one that we happening from the NPFL, Nigeria Premier Football League. Our final day, a judgmental day, a day to reckon with is coming very close. Let's get into this one now. Rivers United at the verge of winning this one. Finidi George, 1995, Champions League winner. He's done it before with Enyimba, talking about winning the NPFL, and he's just possibly at the verge. He's saying not about the CAF Champions League qualification. At this point in time, it's all about this very one. We want to win this. Well, Carrington is back, but I'm going to leave you off, Carrington. I'm not going to talk about the hosting nations, Nigeria hosting. I'm not talking about that with you. I'm talking about the recent, the one that's about to just come to play, and it's just one game adrift, one game to go, and 1 point separates the first and the second. And the last matches will be Ikorodu City. We'll be seeing that very game coming up, and we'll be seeing Rivers United as well playing. So Ikorodu City will be holding down Rangers right here in Lagos. It's a must-watch game. We should be talking about that one. It's worth advertising because it will be very, very possibly detrimental to, Enugu Rangers. And then Katsina United will be away to Rivers United. So looking at the last day of the NPFL, it will be a very hard, tense game, a high momentum game, a game we just want to see. It's more like you say the Arsenal to runnings in Nigeria, because right now we've seen Fidelis Electrical clinch on this before, and now they are just wanting to win this. And only if they can win in Lagos against Ikorodu City, who also have put themselves on the map. I think I like Adumara. That's the name of one player who is in the Chaos Unity Cup list. Now, looking at what Ikorodu City has done, they would want to end this game on a very high note, if not for any reason, for glory's sake. They would want to stop Enugu Rangers in this very counter, in this very phase. They would not want to see that one happen in Lagos, while it would be possibly an advantage for Rivers United Finidi George. Now, this is a Premier League that is very, very tense. We love the competition. We like the way it's looking right now. It's not like the unusual, the one that used to happen back in the time. But right now, you can see that every club is trying to own their game. While these ones are up here trying to get out, we are also seeing our club style, Remo Star, who also we need to beat Bendel Insurance on the last day to leave that relegation zone. Abdullah is very optimistic, but we bring it back to the very big one, and those very one. This is the final day judgment. Rangers International or Rivers United. Look at this. Very, very controversial, you can say. 37 games played. We need to see 38. And this is 65-64. Rangers would need, I think a win is just what they need. It's not even a possible draw because they need to go to Ikorodu City. They need to win Lagos. Yeah, they should be in Lagos possibly by Thursday or so. And they need to win this very game just because they want to win the league. It's very, very hard and very bad news for the Rangers, the Antelopes, to come this far and then losing out in this phase. Electrical would not want to see this. My friend Ezako, the CEO, cannot even want to see this because I had a chit chat with Ezako and he knows how much he has put in, the government has put in into what they do. And Ezako knows, Ezako always say a word, we just need to keep developing ourselves. We've seen what Rangers have done. It's not like a mere hype. I'm not trying to exaggerate it. I'm trying to say it from the perspective of what it looks like. Enugu Rangers are one of the oldest clubs in the NPFL. You know, we remember our chairman, who's late today, he planted a straight right at that club. And how far they've come, they would want to clinch on this one. Electrical knows if he wins this one, he gives himself that edge to keep saying, I'm a force to reckon with. It will be a very good news if Enugu Rangers can get the result right here in Lagos, because you know, Ezako used to say a word to me all the time. He said, what we need to do is just go there, get the result, and it's football. You just cannot write us off. But then, they are not just going to Lagos, or coming to Lagos rather to play, because we'll be seeing that game live. They are coming to play against a team that owns the pitch. I'm not talking about a home advantage. I'm only talking about one thing. They would want to play for glory, for pride. They want to end the season on a very high note. Ikorodu City have done well. You can't take anything away from them. They'll be contesting, communicating, and playing in the African Challenge of next season. You know, but it's great. They'll be in African competition. That's nice, and that's how big they are. But for Rivers United, everything feels to be working for them at this point, because let's be factual. Rivers United will play at home. They have everything to play for. It's different to compare when you talk about Rangers, who is coming or going away to Lagos to get the result. They don't even need a draw. Because if you want to get a draw, it just have to be determined with what we'll be seeing in Rivers United. And I know Finidi George would want to clinch on this. He's done it with Aimba. I don't see any reason why he would just not want to win this one again with Rivers United. So kudos to both managers. We have to see. But Ikorodu City will have, you know, I don't know, they just have something to do with this scenario. Carrington, if you're here, tell me about this fixture. How high is it? How intense would it be?
It's a very high one to wrap up the NPFL. And for Enugu Rangers, the thing I have to say, they were kind of favored in the last game against Bende Assurance with that penalty that was awarded to them in that particular game.
Yeah, people ask questions about that. Say there's no way that could be.
Oh yeah.
But wait, well, Carrington, let's get this right. Let's just get it. Sorry, I'm cutting you off. I'll have to let you still go on. You are in Benin. What NPFL club do you fan? Let's even get it right. Let's start from there.
Of course, that was Bende Insurance.
You're a fan of Bende Insurance, and you saw that one. You said there was no way, because someone told me there was no way that this officiating was poor. You want to believe that too?
Yes, that officiating was very poor, very, very, very poor. I was watching the body language of Ilechukwu on the sideline, and I don't think he was happy about that, because, of course, he won't want his side to get or suffer a decision like that was that they actually benefited from. But there's nothing he could do about it, or there's nothing he could say about it at that particular point in time. And he's also one of the assistant managers of the Super Eagles. So let's say the Super Eagles go on an international base, and yes, they award a penalty like that against the Super Eagles. Of course, he's not going to be happy, and I believe he wasn't happy that they had to win like that. But in football, a win is a win, no matter how ugly or no matter how the opponent wants to take it. Yes, but there's no way they are going to take off those points from them right now. But going to Ikorodu City to actually on the final day, it's a very tricky one. This Ikorodu City, they were actually the title race at a point in the season, but yeah, they fell off to an extent. And now Rangers, they'll be playing at Rivers United will be playing at home. So the odds here Rivers United. Yes, against Castina United. The odds now favors Rivers United, because we expect Rivers to actually get a win over Castina United at home. But will Rangers be able to get that victory against Ikorodu City? That is the big question. So yeah, this Ikorodu City, they are no pushover. They are not a small side. They can. I've seen some of their games, and they know how to play very, 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 very well. So it's going to be a very tricky game for Electrical and his boys. But I would say, should I say they deserve it more, because Rivers had all the opportunities. They had so many games to actually cover up and actually wrap up the league at this point before this time, but they fumbled it. They had, because of their involvement in the CAF Champions League, they had some of their games postponed, but they just couldn't take the opportunity to actually get those points that they should have gotten and be in a good position to win the league. Now, for Rangers, they've been actually getting their points, and now they are in this precarious position, I would say, because Ikorodu City is not pushover, and we expect Rivers to get a win against Castina United But at the end of the day, whoever gets his tactics right, whoever needs it more is going to win. Although we know in our league, it's more of it's the home side always, should I say, gets most of the victories every weekend. But I don't think that will happen this
Well,
year.
it seems, yeah, I get your point. It seems to be always very different, but we have to go off that one before we bring the league table to you. I must say, I used to know someone in Castina back in the time. Ahmed is no longer there, but right now I have friends connected. Finidi George is my friend. He knows I wish him all of the best. But what do I do? Coach Bright, Ikorodu City, go there, do what you need to do. You're also my friend, so I'm not taking side and talk about in Enugu Rangers. The CEO, Ezako Amobi, he's also my friend. So anyone that gets it right, any team, we just want to see great football, let the better side emerge as champions. But Carrington Palmer, what club would you want to see win the league, NPFL-wise?
This one is very hard. Like it's it's hard somehow. Yeah. Well, I think I have to go for Rangers. I just think Rangers.
Oh, really? Regardless of what happened against Bendel Insurance, really?
Yeah, regardless.
That sounds passionate without so controversial, penalty.
Oh yes. Yeah. Without that, I really want them to win the league. Yes.
All right, so let's get to show you the very table, the way it's looking right now. The NPFL, this is the season, 25-26 season. Rangers on top of the log, 65 points. And then Rivers United, Ikorodu City, also just on the fourth log. Shooting Star, the oldest club in the NPFL, you can see 3SC, they call themselves, also on this race. But, of course, they cannot emerge as champions in this one. What do they play for? On the last day, time tells. It's all about pride. That's why United, Bendel Insurance, Sabia Warriors, Castina, Barwell, Canopilas, Cora United, Plato United, Academy Warriors, Aiba, Kun Khalifa, Remo Stars, Warrior Wolves, Niger Tornadoes, Bayelsa United, and Wicked Terrorists. Wicked Terrorists have been here before, but it feels like everything is not really working for them, and Bayelsa also confirmed. So it's a big run for Warrior Wolves alongside Niger Tornadoes and then Remo Stars. Please, Carrington, come with me, look into this categories. Which of the clubs are, is it possible we could see reigning champions, Remo Stars, relegated? I'm just saying, I'm asking, I don't know.
I was telling somebody the other day. I said, I don't know how the image of the league is like if Remo Stars should get relegated at the end of the season. Yeah, but it's nobody's fault. They actually put themselves in that position. Yeah, we expected them to actually, even though probably they might not be able to retain their league, but the league that they won last season, we expected them to at least put up a good fight this season. They didn't qualify to the group stage of the CAF Champions League. So when we all thought, okay, this focus on now they have all the chance to focus on the league this period, but they followed all the games that they played both home and away. So yeah, and don't also forget that Enyimba is also in that same position. Anything can happen too. Yeah, that's the biggest club side in the NPFL, and yeah. Well, I really wish Remo Stars escape this relegation battle that they are. Yeah, I really wish they escape it, because if you ask me, I want them and Enyimba to actually survive. And yeah, I'm sorry to the other club side there, but a bit biased and just have to be a bit biased there. So I think I really hope Remo Stars get a victory over my club.
Okay, over your club. Are you good? So over your club. Well, yeah. It sounds, I don't know, I feel like you're just doing the job. You're doing the punditry job quickly. You're not trying to be biased. You just want to see something like that happen. But then, it's the last game. I think Osman Abdullah, the technical advisor of Remo Star, believes that they should put everything in God's hands. And it's more like you're saying, God will help us. What about the other side? God is everywhere. We'll see how it pans out. But quickly, let's get to the story that happened yesterday. The very big one we did see. I saw that game, and I was saying, Coleman should have just scored. Cristiano Ronaldo's side have not emerged as champions in the Saudi Pro League. We must tell you, Al Hilal have 2 games left, while Al Nassr have 1 game left, and that's against Denmark. If Al Hilal drops points, they will win the league. If Al Hilal drop points, they'll win the league before the final day. That's about, Ronaldo's Al Nassr. If not a win on final day, then we'll have to wait. This is Cristiano Ronaldo being frustrated. We could see that one. The league title is still 100% in Al Nassr's hands. If they win or draw their last game of the season, they will be crowned champions. The first half, we did see the goal coming from that very man, Mohamed Simakan. And then I could say Coleman should have just made it 2-0. And this is what it looks like right in the Saudi Pro League. Al Nassr, Al Hilal, Al Ahly Al-Qadisha, and also we have Al-Tawand. This is just what it is. Look, Carrington, look at this, Ronaldo. This is going to be the first time Ronaldo will clinching on this one. He needs it, and they play against Denmark, a smaller side. You know, I don't want to say the minus to them, but Ronaldo's side need just possible a win or a draw. I don't know. There's not this. They'll win this. They will win this. Looking at the games left, am I making any sense to you, or you feel like they cannot get it right? How many games they've played so far? So they just need to get that result to clinch on that margin and become champions of Saudi Arabia.
Yes. I believe they are going to win it. And I watched the game yesterday against Hilal. I watched the game yesterday, and I was pretty impressed by the way they played, especially the way they defended. And Kingsley Coman could have scored there. He had opportunities like to actually go past Jackson Bruno in goal. Yes, also had the option of chipping it over his head. And he also had the option to make a simple pass to Cristiano Ronaldo. Though, yes, that can be a bit harder because Coman was already positioned to actually shoot that ball. Yeah, and I will have to say, I have to give kudos to Bono there because the way he rushed out and the way he made himself big actually did not help matters for Kingsley Coman. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I thought Hanasa already won that game. But it's that moment of, I don't know, what should I say? Should I say madness or should I say miscommunication or what? It just happened. And this is not the first time this is happening with Beto in goal. Yeah, I don't.
Okay, so he said this is not the first time. Let's get back to this one. I feel like Carrington will be off for a while, but we have to reconnect when the time is all good. Let's let you know that the running continuous relegation battle is out. Tottenham Hotspur needs 2 games to win themselves out of the relegation bottom, and also West Ham. Now, Tottenham Hotspur have 2 games, and the next 2 games will be Chelsea away and then Everton at home, while West Ham will also be playing, Newcastle away and Leeds United at home. This is the running. The relegation battle is getting very intense day by the day before it moves. Now, look at this one. The running. Chelsea, I just would have said Tottenham Hotspur should have just won that very game. They should have just won that one where they played against Leeds United, but that's far from, Martin Stell. He wasn't really looking. He got off the game, and later on we had Madison coming into that very game, and you could see how furious Roberto De Zerbi felt that very day when they felt like, yes, we are the champions. We should have gotten this one. They've put in a lot of energies this time around regarding the injury problem they've had in the past, and it's really been going Tottenham's way. But I would have loved to say Tottenham Hotspur, for me, I'm not going to say I don't like West Ham. I love West Ham. I have some players in there that I love so well. The Diouf. I love Diouf. I love Souček. I love also Somerville. I like the team. I like Jared Bowen. But I'm just looking at the team that I don't want to be relegated. That's Tottenham Hotspur. They have never been relegated from the Premier League, and this record still stands out. Match week 37, they play against Chelsea, and then Chelsea not really having a good run. It just might be going the Tottenham way, but because they look to be the hungriest side. But the football game is very, very crazy that you just cannot say this one will just go past this one or this one can go past this one. So for both teams, they need it. Chelsea wants to be in Europe, while also Tottenham also want to be out of the relegation zone because the record, they would want to keep it for their home fans right there at North London. But we go for the last home game, and that will be Everton match week 38. How the Everton side, the Evertonian, has been recently. You can see the connection without Idrissa Gana Gueye, but they have a rope with them in the midfield. McNeil some of the time gets involved. And Ndiaye, Ilman Ndiaye, that's a team you can see right there working out themselves, just possibly, just behold. But it will be very, very tough. So I could say maybe, I don't know, I think I should say Tottenham will have a very stronger game to play than that of the, West Ham side. But Newcastle also, Eddie Howe knows the game will be away, for Nuno Espirito Santo, and then it would not be that so easy because Newcastle also is trying to find a footing in the Premier League. And then the last game will be Leeds United. Just maybe we have to see how it goes. For Leeds United, they also have a very strong squad. Aronson, I'm liking his game. Cameron Lewis has been great to watch. Otto as well, coming from the right side. They've really dominated. They've got Longstaff, not always a starter, and Padu. They have a very decent squad. So maybe we just have to say, just maybe, I don't know, we might have to see one of the sides be relegated. But I have my opinion. For the first time I'm trying to say this, I would love to see Tottenham Hotspur stay in the Premier League because that record is great. So, Cole Palmer, let me have you. I call you Cole Palmer. It's Carrington Palmer, but you have Palmer to your name. we still talk about the reason why you back Palmer, because it's a code to your name, just maybe. Tell me, Tottenham Hotspur being relegated or West Ham, choose one. I said my opinion. I don't want to see Tottenham Hotspur relegated because they've never been relegated in the football history of Premier League.
I don't want Tottenham Hotspur to be relegated, actually. Like Tottenham staying in the Premier League is more beneficial to the league than West Ham.
Why do you say that? More beneficial? I'm lost. What do you mean?
Stadium-wise, Tottenham Hotspur also they can actually qualify for Europe next season if they actually
if they stay. Okay.
West
Fair enough.
Yeah, West Ham on the other hand, they've been escaping this relegation battle for the past 3-4 seasons right now. So yeah, they've not actually been a threat to the bigger side or to the bigger boys. So while for Tottenham Hotspur, they have what it takes to actually compete. They just need the management just need to actually do the right things, and Tottenham will start competing at the highest level. Don't forget they won the Europa League last season, and oh yes, they can actually pick up other trophies, and maybe another European trophy. They were in the Champions League final in 2019. They won the Europa League last season. So yeah, it's more beneficial to the league if Tottenham and West Ham. So I want them to actually survive. I don't know if they are going to get a victory over Chelsea, but Chelsea home record this season has not been good. Just 6 home wins the Premier League all season. So Tottenham, they cannot. And for Tottenham, their away record is better than their home record. So let's see what's going to happen in that game. But I really hope Tottenham Hotspur gets to escape it.
Okay, so we hope Tottenham Hotspur will have to escape that relegation. That's the prayer from Carrington Palmer. Also, I think I just wish to see them also remain. Now, while we talk about the relegation battle, let's talk about the running. Just 2 teams are just at the edge of winning the Premier League. And for Pep Guardiola, it will be 7-10 if it happens to be so. But right now, I can tell you, Arsenal are really just 3 games away from being crowned the champions of Europe and England. Arsenal. We'll have to show you. So you see the games that they have more. And then I look at Arsenal from every perspective, and I feel like everything feels to be working in their own good, because their next game, if we see, and that game will be coming up later today, we'll be seeing that very one where Man City will be doing what they love to do and trying to stop Crystal Palace. Just eventually that could be possible. Now look at this, Arsenal Burnley. If Crystal Palace can just get a draw against City and Arsenal win at Burnley, or win at the Emirates against Burnley, you can say Arsenal will be crowned champions of this. And what makes this look very controversial is the fact that Crystal Palace will get £10 million on add-ons if Eberechi Eze's, Arsenal side wins the Premier League. And question have been raised, how would they go from here? How would they do it from here? What next? What will be happening? Who would win this very one? But I'd really love to explain this to you. Now, just a reminder, if City lose or draw against Crystal Palace today, Arsenal can officially win the Premier League in the next game against Burnley. And that's the facts. Now, Carrington, you would agree with me if I want to say, looking at the Premier League and the runnings the way it is, because at some point we were talking about that controversial handball, but not now. Was it a foul or not a foul? We'll talk about that later. But I'm only looking at one thing from this. Let's do it. It's not like a permutation, but I feel like to be an Arsenal thing. Now, if Arsenal play against Burnley and get it right, I'm just saying, they'll be left right to play against Crystal Palace. Now, Crystal Palace are in the Conference League final. They were playing in Europe. Oliver Glasner has been great to watch, great to, he's fine-tuned his team. I don't know how he does it, but they've always found a way, just anyway, get the result right. Now, I look at Arsenal. Crystal Palace happens to be the last game. Now, don't forget, £10 million is at stake. Crystal Palace cannot afford to lose that very money, because no matter what, they will not be relegated. And just to say, I think it will be looking like a game that was planned. But it would not be, because they will have to rest some of their boys, playing the guys who are not getting starts in the league phase, and just possible to count the numbers of games they've played in Europe in the Premier League for this season. While Arsenal will have to come out all good with their first 11 on that very day, because they also need to make a mark for themselves. So Crystal Palace have £10 million to lose. So if you are one of the board members of Crystal Palace, or possible the manager, Oliver Glasner, what will you be saying to your boys on that very day come the last one? Just for eventual Man City wins and Arsenal wins, and we wait for the last game to play. What will you say to them?
Of course, business is business. yeah, there's no businessman that don't want to make profit or don't want to make money. So yeah, and I've been thinking about that game in particular. I say, okay, fine. If it goes down to that final day, I don't think Crystal Palace will want to lose £10 million. But I don't think the add-ons is just based on this season. I think it's for as long as he stays. I don't know how. I really didn't. I don't know.
Yeah, I understand. But there's a clause. There's a clause on the Premier League. If Arsenal wins the Premier League, if they win the Premier League, there's a clause on that. So it's not just about this one is the real deal. If they can win the Premier League, and you know, they might. I think if they win it now, they can win it again. But if they lose it now, they might not win it again.
Yeah. Oh yes. That is the truth. If they win it now, they can win it again. If they don't win it now, we don't know when they are going to win it again. Yes. So and I think as a businessman, I think I'll have to tell my players, hey, don't make it seem obvious so that we don't get sanctioned. Just do your part, but ensure that this money comes back to us. This £10 million from AZD come back to us, because Crystal Palace is a small club, like compared to Arsenal. They don't generate as much revenue as Arsenal generate. The way they make their money is from this player sales, not even ticket sales, or they don't even have that player that can actually attract much money to them, except they sell players. So we've said that in the past. They sold Michael Olise, and now they sold Guehi, and now they still sold Eberichi Eze. So that £10 million is going to be a huge amount for them. With the if they are able to win the Conference League final, that is also going to bring in additional funds to them. So yeah, and the manager is leaving, so they need to support a new manager that is going to come in the summer. So they need very, very, very well this period. They need this money. So I'm going to, as a businessman, I will tell the players to just ensure that this money comes back to the club.
Okay, so let's get to this one. The business, that's what it is. The money comes back to them. Let's get to talk about that, handball. I look at it from every perspective, but I don't know why people say it wasn't. Gabriel Agbolahan has said something about that one, that controversial one. He came out to say, I think also a lot of ex-international, some saying, why did the referee give that one to Arsenal? And because most of the goals against Man United and against the clubs they've really done this. But let me be factual with you. Let me explain this at some point. This is the first time I'll be doing this. Now, this one, let's say it. What Arsenal has done, it doesn't sound defensive or justification-wise. What Arsenal have done this season that counters for them or made them get a mark is they are always roving around the goalkeepers. They are just giving the body language of shoving. They're always numbers of Arsenal players just at the box. Go watch it out very well. I think aside from the United game we just see, but it's quite different from this one because I have to show you this one again so you can understand. We have to bring it to you. Now, what Arsenal players do most of the time, they are crowding the goalkeeper, which we know the goalkeeper is sacred. You don't even have to go do that. But do they shove? Is there contact? Is there anybody like Pablo or possibly someone else holding from the back, like Todibo, the Frenchman? I don't think we did see anything like that. Now, we'll have to look at this. Let's analyze it and let's say the way it is. David Raya possibly should have gotten on the ball. Now, Pablo's hands, we'll have to show so you can see. Pablo's hands, now watch this. Watch this very clear. We're not even talking about the Arsenal player who's trying to hold off Todibo because the ball is not coming their way. So our concern basically should be on the ball and the goalkeeper. Now, the West Ham keeper came out, not about him. Keepers can come out at this point. But looking at this scenario, there is no way you cannot say this is a foul. Absolutely, this is a foul. People are saying it's not a foul because Arsenal have gotten more games with this way. But the truth of the matter is we've not seen this one. Please watch it very well. You can contest and you can have a say. Look at Todibo. Pablo, there was no way this David Raya would have gotten on the ball. His powers, his arm were drenched down. And then there was a contact. Now look at Pablo. Look at his hands. He has got tattoos. He's holding the jerseys of David Raya. There was no way the Spaniard can get on this ball. Now that being said, look at Todibo. Look at Todibo, number 25. His hands are also pulling the goalkeeper. There was no way he could have had a contact with this. Even right here in the studio, David is showing me some kind of, magical goalkeeping departmental thing here. But Carrington, it's been great to see. I think for the first time in a long time, I can see a West Ham game I think against Arsenal more interesting than that of El Clasico because I don't think that was an El Clasico for me. It's just about the hype. But the West Ham Arsenal game was very intense. Callum Wilson thought he scored. Declan Rice almost killed himself. What about the block from Gabriel Magalhaes? So we would have gone Arsenal's way or possibly West Ham way. But at the end of the day, one man got it right, and that was about Arteta. But when I listened to Gerald Bowen talking, I almost felt like crying. Gerald Bowen said, I'm not here. I'm the skipper on the side. I'm not here to tell you that it wasn't a foul. But we've seen this happen countless times. If the VR wants to be consistent, they need to up their game. We can't be seeing this happen here and the other time it's not happening. But then, this for me, it's a foul. Goal disallowed. Good call by the referee, Carrington.
Yes, it's actually a foul. I'm not going to tell you that it's not a foul. It's actually a foul. But we've seen Arsenal get away with these things in the course of the season. And if you also look at that replay very well, if you have the extended replay, you'll see that Declan Rice head on to somebody in the a West Ham player. And that should actually be looked at, but it was not looked at. You see the game against Manchester United earlier this season, the way they crowded the goalkeeper, and Saliba's hands ensured that Bayindir could not get to.
Yeah, true. We did say that, right?
That ended up, in the back of the goal. And even against Chelsea, we saw penalties that were not given to Chelsea. For the Arsenal, when Chelsea had a corner against Arsenal, I was saying Arsenal gets away with all those antics. Even Everton copied the same tactics against Manchester United at Hugh Dickinson Stadium this season too. It's just that Samuel Lemes in goal ensured that he was well prepared for whatsoever he was thrown at, because he has already faced Arsenal at their corner routine and tactics this January before that game. So yeah. The consistency is the issue here. That is a foul. If that was not given as a foul, I would say, oh yes, Arsenal were done. But I still won't feel sorry for them, because yes, they've been getting away with it. So and now that it went against them, no problem. But there was a video I saw sometime when they said the Premier League wants a new champion every 6 years. They don't want it to be as if one side is dominating and the other side they are not competing. So I think I don't know. I don't want to say that is what is happening right now. But any other day, or if that had happened in the other end of the pitch, I think that goal would have stood.
Yeah, yes. Carrington, let me come in from the party side. You saw that video.
No,
I know you're not saying it's what it is, but I look at it. For can you say that the PGMOL have been making things easy for us now? Can you say that? Just say that.
I'll say the PGMOL they've not been doing the league any favor. It's not just about Arsenal. It's about what's happening in the league. Lisandro Martinez was sent off for a challenge of Cavatelleri, and that same weekend, the same referee that sent off Lisandro Martinez did not send off a Brentford player, I think Otara, on Kevin Bassey. The similar challenge, they did not send him off. Even the game against Chelsea Leeds, Cavatelleri dragged Cucurella's hair and he was not sent off. He went scot-free with that challenge. So yeah, that is the issue.
All right. Okay, that's the issue. Okay, so Carrington, let's quickly run to the news about Trent Alexander-Arnold. That's a deal we have to say. We've seen it. The PGM, that's a word happened in Liverpool. That's the speculation about the way Arnold left. The fans still want him back. That's the possibility of, him returning back. I don't know if about national team, but I think Liverpool reports states that there's an open arm for Arnold to return back to, the Liverpool Stadium, the Merseyside people, the Reds, that's the word. We'd love to see Arnold return back. He's playing for one of the best clubs in the world, Real Madrid, and you don't have a lot of competition. Looking at Danny Carvajal, he's quite old, he's ruled out for the World Cup, and then there's no lot of pressure. Alves, the man has left the club side. So would you want to say this man making a move, to the Liverpool side again, where he left some seasons ago, just a few seasons?
Yeah, if I'm a Liverpool fan, of course I would love to have Arnold.
He just left. He just left recently.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Arnold did very well while he was playing at Liverpool. He never fell out with the club. Yes, he just wanted something more. He just wanted in the world. But yeah, I won't just totally say this season he has not been he has like it's a failure for him. No, I won't say that move has not worked out because this is just his first season going into a new league, a new language, new food, new weather. Everything is definitely going to actually affect his performance, and he has also not been lucky with injuries. Yeah, we saw a case whereby he came back from injury and he immediately went back. And the change of coaches too. And I don't think Abaloa seems to rate him that much sometimes. So I think even he also had that same issue with Xabi Alonso while he was still the manager of Real Madrid. If the Liverpool fans want Arnold back and if Arnold is willing to move back, no problem. But I believe Arnold would actually want to put up a fight to see if he can still make it at Real Madrid. Because Real Madrid next season, I believe they are going to challenge and it's going to be a new Real Madrid side. But he actually needs to step up and he needs to do more. And if the rumors are true that Jose Mourinho is coming back to Real Madrid, he would definitely. I don't think he would definitely need a player like Arnold because Mourinho is he likes players that are very energetic and also very, very, very good defensive wise, and that is where Arnold. And that is Arnold's major weakness.
All right, All right, so I'm sorry I have to cut you off there because a lot to talk about, but we need to run. Our time is just that long. We can't have much time on the show today. Well, quickly, we'll let you know that Chelsea are considering a move for Xabi Alonso, and that one is just on the pen and sound. Oliver Glasner and Tony Roller, Xabi Alonso. These are the managers keen on Chelsea. I must tell you, since March week 29, Chelsea have picked up just 1 point in the Premier League, and then we're heading to match week 37. And we go on to the La Liga. Most titles won. Let's just quickly have you show you this one. The most titles won in the La Liga is still about Real Madrid, Barcelona, Athletic Club, Valencia, Real Sociedad, Deportivo La Corona, and just what have you. Keep on going like way. And we tell you, moving away from that, let's talk about a huge statement from Lamine Yamal. This is just where we might be calling to close on the show. Carrington Palmer, let's talk a bit about Lamine. Look at this post. And Lamine said, "Thank God I'm not a Madrid star." And I will take you back to, October 2024. After the match, Fonny wrote, Lamau celebrated in front of the Madrid fans and later made a few comments referencing that game. He said they cannot handle us this year. We have shown it. He said it again after Madrid beat, Barcelona beat Madrid 3-2 in the Copa del Rey final in April 2025. He also said this. He's been saying a lot of things. And then he said, while I'm winning, they can't say anything. Why they can't beat me, they can. When he was asked a question about a King League interview back in October 2025, he said, of course, yes, they complain. He also laughed and said he prefers scoring against the Porcinos. So I think the recent one he will not be forgotten for is this one, where he said, Madrid people are people who steal, they complain, and they can't handle us. What is it about Lamine with, Lamine from Barcelona with Real Madrid? Real Madrid, Madrid, capital of Spain, that's the word. Now, what is it about Madrid and Barcelona? Rivalry, I can understand. But for Lamine making huge statements, Lionel Messi was not like this. What about Lamine?
I don't know. Lionel Messi, they are two different humans, two different players, and two different generations. Yeah, but my issue here is that people do actually try to make excuses for him. Yeah, he's still a kid.
Yeah, he's 18. He's 18. He's a kid, actually.
The other way around. Yeah, and if it's the other way around, probably Vinicius Junior doing something like this, they'll say, "Oh yeah, Vinicius Junior is disrespectful, he's a crybaby and stuff like that." But come on, yeah, you I don't know why they make excuses for one person and criticize the other person. It's actually not. It doesn't make sense to me at all in any way. Well, one thing I like about Lamine is that sometimes when he talks, he actually backs it up with his performance on the pitch. So yeah. But for how long is he going to be at the top? How long is he going to continue talking and probably maybe show up? He's not going to work that day. He's not going to work all the time. I watched the Real Madrid trophy celebration, the Champions League and the La Liga last season, and there was no point in time where Real Madrid actually disrespected or threw jibes to Barcelona. But when it's the other way around, they do that. And it brings it back to that interview from Jose Mourinho when he said that Barcelona, their aim in life is just an obsession. They want to be better than Real Madrid. They hate Real Madrid more than they love Barcelona. So this is what is just happening. That is the explanation to what is happening.
Yeah, it explains a lot. Thank you so much, Carrington Palmer. We need to have to stop you here. Thank you so much. It's been nice having you on the show. You've really made the show a good time with you. Thank you so much. We can do this again You can count how many times I said thank you to you. It's 3 times. You owe me 1. All right, so this is where we'll call it a close. We have the midday news coming up next for 12, and David Edwin will be here. Moduel will join the guys by evening. Jeremy Pellowa will be here to take you through that very face, talking about everything strictly football, and that's about the locker room. Just for Mourinho, they said he's the only manager that can stop that backhand, the back room of, Mbappe, Vinicius Junior, Federico Valverde, Chomeni, all of those guys. He's managed Big South, Kivo, Quality, Schneider, Cambiaso, Montari. Name them. Big players who come alive in real time. Milito, Samuel Eto'o feels what he did in Chelsea, Porto. You can't take that away from the man. He says I'm the special one, and we should give him that respect. It's all about Mourinho. Possible he might bring smile again to Florentino Perez and get that dominance of Barcelona. This is me signing out, and I say thank you so much for being on the show with me today. I personally will be on the show again when it's the time for me to be here. I feel so good, my job. I'll be here tomorrow to take you through, and that's what it is. Have yourself a wonderful day. A great day will not be wrong. To stay safe.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Voptv, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discourse.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound. Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shagging man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Nigeria-France economic ties move from discussion to implementation. Oyedele says Nigeria must cut reliance on borrowing, push tax reforms. Federal government says exemption of colleges of education, others from UTME, will add 1.5 million admissions. Federal government to pay 8 billion naira in outstanding scholarship debts. NDC sets 60 million naira fee for 2027 presidential nomination forms. Anambra government clears security advisor. In business, Naira appreciates slightly in official parallel market. In sports, President Tinubu approves CAF Congress Awards hosting. And in entertainment, Colleagues pay tribute to late actor's death. And now the news in full. President Bola Tinubu says Nigeria's economic relationship with France has moved from discussion to implementation. The president cited outcomes of the 10th France-Nigeria Business Council meeting held in Nairobi, Kenya. The meeting took place during the Africa Forward Summit and brought together senior government officials and private sector leaders from both countries. Trade between Nigeria and France rose to $4.7 billion in 2025, according to a statement from the presidency. Nigeria now remains the top destination for French investment in sub-Saharan Africa, according to the statement. President Tinubu also said both countries must now focus on translating commitments into jobs, industrial growth, infrastructural development, and wider economic benefits. Meanwhile, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, said Nigeria could no longer rely mainly on borrowing to fund development and must build a sustainable fiscal system to support key sectors of the economy. Speaking at the 28th Annual Tax Conference of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria in Abuja on Tuesday, Oyedele said sustainability meant generating revenue while promoting growth, reducing inequality, protecting vulnerable groups, and encouraging productivity. He said ongoing tax reforms aimed to make the economy more investment-friendly and improve fiscal sustainability. Oyedele added that the reforms were needed to address structural weaknesses in Nigeria's tax system, including multiple taxation, fragmented administration, weak compliance, and overdependence on a narrow revenue base. In the meantime, the federal government has pledged to pay 8 billion naira in outstanding obligations to Nigerian students under the new scrapped bilateral education agreement scholarship. Minister of Education Tunji Alausa said during a media interview that 4 billion naira had already been disbursed and the remaining 4 billion naira would be approved within 2 weeks. Alausa said the scheme was riddled with fraud and had been abused beyond its original purpose, adding that one of the first files he received upon assuming office showed the extent of the abuse. He cited a request to approve 650 million naira to send 60 students to Morocco, including a scholarship for a Nigerian student to study English in a French-speaking country. Still on the education matters, the federal government said exempting colleges of education and non-technological agricultural courses in polytechnics and monotechnics from the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination will increase admissions into tertiary institutions by about 1.5 million. Minister of Education Tunji Alausa said on Tuesday in a television interview that the policy would double admission figures recorded in the past 2 years and expand opportunities for young Nigerians. He said one reason for the exemption was to support efforts to improve food security. Alausa said the ministry also plans a comprehensive curriculum modernization for agricultural courses across universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education to reflect modern practices, including greenhouse farming. He announced the exemption on Monday at the Joint Admission and Matriculation Board's 2026 policy meeting in Abuja. Under the new guideline, prospective students will need at least 4 O-level credits to qualify for admission. Alausa said the policy would also ease the administrative burden on JAMB and strengthen interest in the teaching profession. Moving on, the Nigerian Democratic Congress released the schedule for its primary elections on Tuesday, setting the fee for presidential nomination and expression of interest forms at 60 million naira
ahead of the 2027 general elections. NDC chairman, National Chairman Moses Cleopas said in a statement that the sale of farms will run from May the 13th to May the 18th as part of the party's internal electoral process. Cleopas said aspirants were advised to attend the planned screening exercise with their relevant credentials and supporting documents. In the meantime, former presidential candidate Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso said he was ready to support Peter Obi or any other candidate selected by the Nigerian Democratic Congress for the 2027 general elections, stating that the party's decision would be final. Kwankwaso said the NDC had agreed to zone its 2027 presidential ticket to southern Nigeria for a single four-year term. He said the decision was reached after consultation with party leaders and stakeholders nationwide. The former Kano State governor spoke during a TV program, saying recently he aligned with the opposition coalition in the NDC alongside former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi. Still talking politics, the British government has no preferred candidate in Nigeria's 2027 general election. British Deputy High Commissioner to Nigeria, Gil Lever, has said, speaking during a courtesy visit to Kwara State, Governor and Chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, in Ilorin, Lever said the British government would not interfere in the conduct of the elections. She added that the UK was showing an interest-free, peaceful and credible election. Lever made the remarks while also visiting Kwara State's First Lady, Ambassador Olufolake Abdulrazak. She said the British government will support a free, peaceful and credible elections in Nigeria's next year election. In another development, the Kwara State government said it would strengthen its partnership with the All Farmers Association of Nigeria and all other agricultural stakeholders to advance mechanized farming, environmental sustainability, and women's inclusion in the state. The commitment was reaffirmed during a courtesy visit by the leadership of the Kwara State chapter of AFAN to the Kwara State Agro-Climatic Resilience in Semi-Arid Landscape Projects Office in Ilorin, the state capital. According to the statement issued Tuesday by Kwasesau Communication Officer Okolawon Taiwo, State Project Coordinator Shamsuddin Aregbe assured farmers of the government's continued support for improving food production, mechanized agriculture, and climate resilience. And in a number of states, the government has said that it had concluded an investigation into allegations of sexual misconduct against the security advisor to the governor, Ken Emekayi, found the claims to be false and misleading. Human rights lawyer Professor Chidi Odinkalu had accused Emekayi of an improper relationship with Mrs. Masi Nwango, the wife of detained native doctor Chukwudozie Nwango, also known as Oka Okuko Tiwaraki. The allegations made several weeks ago sparked public debate over the prosecution and conviction of Nwango. A fact-finding committee set up by the state government submitted its report on May 11th and exonerated Emekayi, according to a statement released.
For where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria, welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Maritime from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Walojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to the
We're glad to have you back. It is still the midday news right here on Voice of the People television. Now to other stories. The Lagos State government says it is intensifying efforts to improving the welfare of doctors and other healthcare workers to curb brain drain in the health sector. The government says with Lagos population projected to reach 34 million within the next 4 years, the need to strengthen healthcare infrastructure and manpower has become more urgent. Our correspondent, Akao, has more in this report.
Marking the 7th anniversary, the Lagos State government says it is intensifying efforts to retain healthcare workers and attract Nigerian doctors in the diaspora back home. Commissioner for Health, Professor Akao, disclosed this during the 2026 ministerial press briefing in Alausa, Ikeja, marking the 7th anniversary of Governor Babajide's own administration. According to the commissioner, the growing population of Lagos makes it necessary to build a stronger and more resilient healthcare system capable of handling future emergencies, including pandemics and flooding.
We want to look at our health sector reform laws and review them because some of them are a little bit outdated at the moment. Health and technology are changing so quickly that we need to be able to modernize our laws. We want to be able to build modern health facilities for Lagosians. We want to definitely increase our production of health workers, start a healthcare financing reform, and look for the outputs, which means at least a 50% adoption of health insurance, achieving a target of 1 PHC, which is the bedrock of healthcare delivery per ward, and a clear referral pathway between the unorthodox community through the primary healthcare facilities, both public and private, up to secondary and tertiary. In so doing, we hope that we'll be able to achieve a reduction in these health indices.
Professor Adbami says Lagos currently needs about 40,000 doctors, but only 7,000, leaving a deficit of more than 30,000 doctors. He added that the state also requires about 40,000 nurses to meet healthcare demands. The commissioner disclosed the shortage of part of a global challenge, but noted that Lagos remains one of Africa's leading healthcare destinations. He said the state currently has 34 secondary and tertiary public health facilities, over 300 primary healthcare centers, and thousands of private hospitals and pharmacies. The commissioner says the government is improving health care, financing upgrade working conditions, and providing accommodation for medical personnel. He disclosed that 72-room accommodation complex has been completed for house officers at Lasut, while staff quarters at Bagada, Ojo, and other facilities are nearing completion. The government also says all future medical facilities in the state will include staff housing as part of efforts to improve the welfare and productivity of healthcare workers. The Lagos state says its long-term goal is to position Lagos as a leading medical tourism destination in Africa, while ensuring accessibility and quality healthcare for residents. From Alausa Ikeja, I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Well, thank you so very much, Onyeka, for that report. Away from that to education matters, the Lagos State government says its 2026 budget of 4.444 trillion naira will focus on infrastructural renewal, economic growth, housing, education, and digital transformation. Commissioner of Economic Planning and Budget, Okpe George, disclosed this during the 2026 ministerial press briefing in Alausa. Our correspondent, Onyeka Ogolo, has more in this report.
It says the 2026 budget, tagged Budget of Shared Prosperity, is strategically designed to improve infrastructure, strengthen the economy, and enhance welfare of residents. Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Okpe George, says over 1.4 trillion naira has been allocated to critical infrastructure projects, including transportation, healthcare, education, and public works. He says projects like the Okpebi Mending Link Bridge and the Etiosa Lekki Ekpe Express Phase 2B will improve connectivity and reduce traffic congestion across major commercial corridors.
You can see what has gone into it, and indeed it is one of the sort of iconic projects. You know, in terms of how it affects the economy, you know, it's going to help obviously ease of doing business a lot better, property appreciation, you know, commercial expansion around that area. Those will be all positive effects. You know, we also have effects in things like construction and completion of various housing units. Projects like the Carolina 4 units, they also on the Shangotedo in Phase 2. Also, you know, completion of strategic roads around the Lekki Ekpe Expressway area.
The government also says prioritizing affordable housing delivery through projects including Lagos Homes, Sangotedo Phase 2, Ekpe Housing Scheme, Ibeshe Phase 2, and the Egon Mixed Housing Scheme. On economic diversification, the commissioner says 87 billion naira has been allocated to food security initiative, while 35 billion naira will support tourism projects including Badagry Point of No Return and the Lagos Heritage Center. He adds that 112 billion naira has also been committed to energy and power development. In education sector, the Lagos Education Access Fund is expected to impact over 200,000 children within 3 years through improved school enrollment and learning outcomes.
So beyond data generation, the ministry also focused on improving institutional capacity and expanding public access to credible information. So we've had various sectoral surveys, and we have an Eco 360 open data portal, which we've strengthened. It has helped strengthen transparency, improve policy evaluation, and also helped us improve our enhanced evidence-based decision-making across governments. So these initiatives we find are helping us build a more open, data-driven, and accountable governance system.
From Alausa, Ikeja, I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Well, thank you so very much, Onyeka, for that report. Moving on to other stories. Nigeria's daily consumption of premium motor spirits rose by 10.78% in April 2026 to about 52.4 million liters, according to the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulation Authority. The authority said the figure increased from 47.3 million liters recorded in March. The rise occurred as crude oil prices reached $106 per barrel on Wednesday amid the ongoing crisis in the Middle East. The NMDPRA said the Straits of Hormuz, controlled by Iran, had been effectively shut, disrupting supplies and forcing crude oil and petrol tankers to reroute. You're still watching the Media News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on a very short break right now. When we return, more stories in business, sports, and entertainment will be up next. Please stay with us.
Hello, my name is Inedo. Keep watching
What up? My name is Usumachku. You are watching Voptv. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching Voptv.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching Voptv and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching Voptv.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Voptv. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here.
We're glad to have you back. It is still the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to some business stories. The Naira strengthened marginally against the dollar in both the official and parallel foreign exchange market on Wednesday, May the 13th, 2026, amid improved liquidity and continued Central Bank of Nigeria interventions. Data from the Nigerian foreign exchange market show the Naira traded at around 1,373 Naira to a dollar in the official market, up from 1,375 Naira in the previous session. In the parallel market, it exchanged between 1,395 and 1,405 Naira per dollar in Lagos and other major hubs, a slight gain from earlier in the week. Market analysts attributed the movement to increased dollar supply, reduced speculative demand, and sustained CBN intervention aimed at narrowing the gap between the official and unofficial rates. The spread between the two markets narrowed to about 20 to 30 Naira per dollar, signaling greater stability. Turnover at the NFEM window also improved as participation rose from authorized dealers and traders facing demand from importers, school fees payments, and business and travel obligations. Still talking business, 4 Nigerian banks published details of 321,181 dormant accounts following the directive by the Central Bank of Nigeria. The published accounts belong to individuals, companies, cooperatives, churches, clubs, communities, associations, and small businesses that have remained inactive for more than 10 years. Access Bank PLC, Union Bank of Nigeria, Stanbic IBTC Bank, and Fidelity Bank PLC were listed among the banks that published the details. Economic analysis said the CBN directive raised concerns around customer communication, account reactivation procedures, business failures, and privacy. For business, we move straight to talking sports, where President Bola Tinubu has approved Nigeria's hosting of the 48th CAF Ordinary General Assembly and the 2026 CAF Awards ceremony. The approval was confirmed in a statement by the Nigerian Football Federation Director of Communications, Ademola Olajire. Olajire said Tinubu made the declaration during the Africa Forward Summit in Nairobi after meeting CAF President Patrice Motsepe and other senior football officials. According to him, Nigeria's selection reflects growing confidence in the country's ability to host major continental sporting events. He added that discussions also focus on football development, infrastructure, and stronger partnership across African football. Those present include Foreign Affairs Minister Bianca Odumegwu-Ojukwu, NFF President Ibrahim Gusau, and former NFF President Amaju Pinnick. Also in attendance was CAF Acting Secretary General Samson Adamu, who joined discussions on preparations for future continental programs. Still talking sports, Ademola Lookman opened the scoring for Atletico Madrid from the penalty spot in the 15th minute after Javi Galán was penalized for handball helping the side to a 2-1 win over Osasuna on Tuesday. Alexander Solot extended the lead with 20 minutes remaining, heading in from close range past Ator Fernandez. Marcos Llorente was sent off for 2 fouls. The result consolidated Atletico Madrid's hold on 4th place in La Liga. Elsewhere, Real Betis beat Elche to secure a Champions League spot. And from that sports story, we'll go straight to talking entertainment. Tributes have begun pouring in following the death of Nollywood actor Alex Ekubo, who died of liver cancer in a Lagos hospital. Filmmaker Lancelot Emaswain, who gave Ekubo his first movie role, said they met as neighbors in Surulere, where Ekubo would visit film locations on Saturday while still in school. Ekubo had been largely absent from public view and social media since December 2024. Born on April the 10th, 1986 in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, he hailed from Aruchuku in Abia State. Known for his height, charisma, and screen presence, Ekubo became one of Nollywood's recognizable faces over the past decade. In 2020, the United Nations named him one of the most influential people of African descent under 40 for his contribution to entertainment and social development. Well, joining us now to shed more light on the life and times of Ekubo, Alex, is Queen Blessing Ebigbeson. She is the president of Association of Movie Producers of Nigeria, AMP. Well, a very good afternoon to you, Ambassador Queen Blessing, and thank you for joining the media news this beautiful afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so very much for being here. Now, behind the fame and, of course, public image, who would you say Alex Ekubo was when the cameras are off?
Well, it's a painful time for Nollywood person. He wasn't really someone that was so close to me, so I won't say when the cameras were off. But when the cameras were on or either off, Alex was a pleasant person, someone who was always smiling and making sure he spread, that happiness in any room that he's in. So Alex, for us in Nollywood, was a friend. Even though he wasn't really close to you, you could feel that friendship, that colleagues share when you are together. So Alex was an amazing person.
All right, then. Well, some of us who have one time or the other have some close contact with him can clearly attest to the fact that, yes, he is a very peaceful person. But looking at how difficult it is for someone constantly in the spotlight to maintain peace of mind, from your perspective, the person of Alex, how would you describe his persona to his colleagues in the industry when, of course, and outside the camera as well?
Well, I think Alex Ekubo was one of those who very well. You only get to see what he wants to show you. That goes to even the cancer that took his life now. A lot of people didn't even know he was going through that ordeal. That's because he was that person who was able to maintain what he shows to people. So yeah, I mean, for me, I feel like Alex handled his fame very well. He didn't let it get in the way. He was still a real human being in the sense of things.
All right, then. Well, looking at the fact that movie makers a lot of times are criticized for their jobs or even their private life, I mean, you would definitely bear witness to this because, you're a movie maker, so you know exactly how much the public carefully criticize members of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, maybe on performance basis or even their private life. But from your perspective, how do you think the person of Alex handled such criticism emotionally? And of course, even at the time at which he was going through the period of cancer?
Well, I think the only time I ever saw Alex being dragged was when he had an issue with his relationship, an engagement that was called off maybe few months before the marriage. And I think a lot of people just went about it as if it was their business. And that's what people do to people like us that are in limelight. They believe that they own our life and they can just pry into our business no matter what. And they believe that we should be perfect at all times. And it's really not like that. We also have our issues. And sometimes when we are dragged online, it affects us because we have blood running in our veins. And so I feel like from that time on, he kind of just, in terms of posting and all of that. One could say maybe he was already going through the phase of cancer and kind of just not sure what was going on. You know what it is for, being diagnosed of cancer and probably you don't even know, how it happened and all. You are just there and just, everything is just so blurry and all of that. So I feel like that probably happened at the same time he was diagnosed, or maybe I don't know. But I think it affected him so much because after that time, we didn't really enjoy who Alex Ekubo was again. And now we're hearing that he's passed and this is it. So for me, I feel like the public should just cut us some slack. Sometimes they should let us handle our issues. We're human beings like them.
Oh, well, that again was going to be about my next questions because again, I see quite a number of the movie industry makers and of course filmmakers carefully being dragged online, even for their private life. And again, I was going to ask you, as a movie maker, what would you say to the public at a time like this where a lot of Nigerians are mourning the life of these amazing young individuals? What would you say to Nigerians, particularly on the path of being emotionally intelligent, as regards movie makers, whenever they air, because they don't spare these people? What would you say to Nigerians at a time like this?
I think as a filmmaker and also as the national president of the Association of Movie Producers of Nigeria and the chairman of the Federation of Registered Nollywood Guilds and Association, I speak for everybody when I say that the public should just let us be. Well, like I said, we're human beings like them. That we have put ourselves public doesn't give them the automatic permission to pry into our lives. Yes, when we bring things to public, we cannot, control how they perceive or how they decide to attack whatever issues it is. But when we don't bring things to public, they should let it be the way it is. For instance, Alex has passed. You need to go to some post and see comments. Some people are even giving, you find that people are just looking for how to post the most mean comments to get clicks or likes or whatever. I don't even know if I should fault the bloggers or if I should fault our fans. I don't even know if I should call some of these people fans because they're heartless. I think it is time when things like this happen, fans should just know that at this point, the curtain is drawn. You allow the family of the deceased mourn their child in peace because they are also on social media. They're seeing the things people are writing. And there's no empathy. We have to, see how being emotional can also come back into our life. That you have your issues doesn't mean that the next person is the real reason why you are in that space or place. So I think that for me, if we all have empathy, things like this, we will not be complaining about them. There won't be any reason for this question if we had empathy in the first place. So I think we should just try to be real human beings first. That would really go a long way to help us, especially people like us that are in the public eyes.
Now, again, there's the call for thorough scrutiny and thorough monitoring of social media platforms. Do you share that sentiment as well? And I'm talking on the part of governments carefully scrutinizing and monitoring social media platforms, maybe from the top source, as against these kind of bashing and bantering of individuals who at the time of mourning or even going through their own period, Nigerians or some people do not even give one hoot and consistently drag them on social media. So do you also share that sentiment that there should be thorough scrutiny and monitoring?
I think to a large extent, the government should actually regulate the social media in terms of when anybody posts anything that it kind of defames anybody, they have to pay for it. They have to face the law. We are not saying they shouldn't allow people live freely, but I mean, if you want to have your own time to post whatever it is, and you don't care who you are destroying or anything like that, and then when the law comes after you, you face whatever consequences it is. So I think that the law on social media usage should be strong enough so that when anything defamatory, comes to play, and people have to pay for it. And I think that when people get sanctioned, a lot of other people will learn not to do that, because sometimes people fabricate stories, even when they know that these are fabricated stories. They post it with their full chest as if they were there when it happened.
Just to get clickbait.
I feel like if the social media space is regulated by government in the regards of making sure people pay for their sins, then we'll have a more sanitized social media, because the Nigerian social media space is very porous and a lot of jobless people are on there. When they buy the 100 naira data, they are just there spilling rubbish and they don't care who is getting hot.
All right, then. Well, still talking about the industry at which you are in, how hard is it to separate public perception from personal reality in a career like the same career that you found yourself? Help Nigerians understand this clearly.
Okay, so for instance, because we're public people, everybody automatically believes that we have at home, we have Ghana must goes of money at home. And no, maybe because they see us snap pictures all the time and post it out there. But they don't know that what we do when we snap pictures or when we go to parties and post it is marketing. When you constantly put yourself out there, you get more jobs, you get more producers to notice you, you get more brands to notice you. So sometimes people go as far as renting these costumes to use. It's not as if they have money. It's not as if the money is just stashed somewhere. And so you find that sometimes when people, even family members, ask you for money and you tell them you don't have, it's as if you're being wicked, you don't want to give them. But they need to understand that your life is so difficult as it is. I can open my phone and show you the account numbers on my phone. You will actually think I'm related to the president of this country, because people just send me messages and ask me for money without even asking me, Queen, how are you? Are you okay? Have you eaten today? They don't care because they see my pictures. They believe that I'm very rich. I am rich in Jesus' name. But I mean, it is crazy how entitled some family members and some fans are when it comes to people that are celebrities, especially people in the kind of business I'm in. And I'm feeling like they should just please take it easy on us. It is not easy for us. Our life is so difficult as it is. Adding people's life, especially when they are entitled and they feel that we owe them, it's ridiculous.
Okay, well, again, this also brings me to a question that I've been longing to ask, because a lot of people do not even have an idea what it looks like in the industry. What does survival in Nollywood really cost emotionally and mentally? Because you guys are the ones at the industry. You know what you just made an experience of how many account numbers are strolling into your phone. But what truly does survival in Nollywood cost emotionally and, of course, mentally at a time like this where a lot of Nigerians are also grappling with survival and they think you are a superstar who has all the money?
So I think surviving in Nollywood, I have been here for over 27 years, and I'll use myself as an example how I've survived. First of all, is to make sure that I show my fans what I want them to see. They don't control my life. I control my own life. That I'm in the limelight does not mean they have permission to tell me what to wear, where to go, how to talk, or whatever. This is Queen Blessing. You either like me or leave it. If you don't like the way I live my life, unfollow me. There is a button. So I wouldn't allow some bunch of people I have never met before, because, we have the world is now a global village, and you come under my comment and spill rubbish. Immediately you do that, I block you instantly. That is what I do. And that's how I have been able to protect my sanity from losing my mind from some of these so-called fans that are so toxic, and poisonous. And when it comes to also surviving, also another thing I have been able to do is to make sure that I have other side businesses that pays my bills. Because it comes to a point in Nollywood where if you're not a very big star or a very big producer, as the case may be,
Yeah.
you can't really have enough money to fund your lifestyle. And no matter how low key you are in Nollywood, the lifestyle is expensive. Now talk about those who live fake life. How do you think their life is? Even we that live the real life and tell ourselves and do the things the way we should do it, it is not easy for us. So for that reason, I always advise people, when you come into Nollywood, make sure you have some other side hustles. The day there is a production, glory be to God. The day there is no production, you face the other business that pay your bills. So I think for that, you will not even be going through the emotional stress, because sometimes emotional stress comes when you are either dealing with a spouse, a partner, or financing.
Right.
So those are the three things that make your emotions go, run wild, that I know of. So when your finances are kind of under control, then you are better in a good position to control your emotions. So that's my advice for anybody coming in or anybody in Nollywood. Look for something else to do. Let's do something else as well as the business at the same time.
All right, then. Let's still talking about the lives and times of Akubo Alex. In 2020, the United Nations named him one of the most influential people of African descent under 40 for his contributions to entertainment and, of course, social development. Now, looking at the fact that a young person of his caliber truly did carry that particular role with so much bliss and so much excitement and happiness around him. You did say also you are not so one-on-one close to Alex, but of course you would have worked with him, you'd have seen him during some locations and all of that. Do you think Alex carried some certain emotional wounds silently while trying to also stay strong publicly? Because this is something that I know that quite a number of Nollywood stars do.
I think, like I said, because we are awfully judged most of the time by fans, and sometimes when you put out something out there, you don't even know how they're going to, the narrative they're going to push. So sometimes you can silently be going through a lot and you are not able to even say it to people close to you because you don't want it to leak. So it's possible that he just stayed silent because he was trying to protect his space, his peace of mind, and the little time he felt he had left. Because, I mean, he passed at 41. That's very young.
Yeah.
I'm 46, and I'm praying to God that I live to 100 and what have you. And when I saw that he passed yesterday, I first of all froze. Like, how? How did this even happen? And, cancer is something that don't even tell you it's coming. And with the way our food are being polluted these days, cancer, everything you're eating, if you're not careful, you're actually consuming something that's going to turn toxic in your system. So I just looked at it and I'm like, wow. So this guy was actually going through a lot, even though he still kind of appeared on a lot of red carpets smiling. That is what fans do to you. If you're not the type that control what you feed your fans, then they will control how you look. They want you to be happy even when you are sad. They want you to not cry even when you feel like crying.
Oh, wow.
And so I always tell people, don't let them do that to you. You're a human being. You have blood flowing in your vein. If you feel like shouting, shout. If you feel like crying, cry. If you need help, call out for help. You are a human being. Forget about what they're going to say. Whether you call out for help, they're going to judge you. If you don't call out for help, they're still going to judge you. So why don't you do you and leave the rest for God? So I feel like, for somebody who got such an opportunity to show himself, to show Nigeria to the world and to showcase himself and to show that he was raised from a fantastic family, I think that he's done quite a good deed for Nollywood and he will be remembered for the rest of time.
All right, then. Well, I have two more questions before we just wrap up this conversation. First is, what lesson about his strength and vulnerability do you think young people across the globe, not just Nigeria, because Nollywood is not just Nigeria. Nollywood clearly is a house that have become a major global name. So how much of the strength and vulnerability can young people across the globe learn from the life and times and the journey of Alex Akubo, from your perspective?
I think that Alex at 41 achieved a lot, like I said. What young people should learn, even old people should learn, is that time waits for nobody. And as long as you have time on your side, just use it, because you don't know when that light is going to go off. Alex made sure he used his time well. even at 41, you could mention a lot of his achievement in the movie industry and all the recognition that he got in his lifetime.
Right.
So for me, while instead of complaining and blaming the government for not doing this or that, I think we should focus on the talent God has given us and the upbringing that we've gotten from our parents to see how we can make Nigeria great, just like Alex did.
All right, then. Before I let you go, the final question would be, what is going to be the role of the Association of Movie Producers of Nigeria as regards the final rights of Alex Okubo? If you can share that with us, it will be fine, because I know Nigerians will want to know what will be the role of your association, particularly with, of course, the final rights and all that has to do with Alex Okubo.
Okay, so for Alex was the member of Actors Guild of Nigeria. However, as an industry player, we belong to the same industry, so we belong to each other. Whatever they want us to do as the Association of Movie Producers, definitely we're going to be there to support, whatever it is that they're going to do for him. But like I said, because he was not directly a member of the Association of Movie Producers, we are not able to initiate anything. But when they do initiate something and invite us, we'll definitely be there to honor him, because he's definitely a living legend and he will be remembered.
All right, and thank you so very much, Queen Blessing Egbesa. We've been talking with Queen Blessing Egbesa, the president of the Association of Movie Producers of Nigeria, AMP. Thank you so very much for being a part of this conversation on the Media News this beautiful afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that particular analysis segment, we've come to the end of the Media News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do want to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Up next at the top of the hour is Spotlight with Precious Agumano. Have a beautiful day ahead.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Nigeria, with its complex political atmosphere, divergent views and discordant views, better still, coming with bass bows. Only one question matters: who really has the best candidate? Something is here. 5 political camps, 1 stage, no filters. Join us in this clash as supporters of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, Omoyele Sowore, and Adewale Adebayo go head to head in no holds barred town hall debate. No script, just raw, unfiltered conversation. This is more than politics. This is where opinions clash, facts are tested, and the truth fights to be heard. Happening live on May 22nd by 11 a.m. at Golden Tulip Terrace Hall, Ihoka Tower, 36 International Airport Road, Lagos. Don't miss it. Watch live on YouTube at Voptv. Set your reminder, subscribe, join the conversation. My candidate is the best, or is it?
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Voptv, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, We bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Spotlight on Voptv, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people. And people we're talking about are people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, it's another beautiful, beautiful day, to be inspired and stay grounded. And yes, we're going to talk about a lot of things that has been happening lately. And first off, and I'm sure you've not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Pressy. And yes, it's another day to talk about a lot that has been happening. And first off, on our list, we have talking about Pastor Peace Ibiyome, the wife of Salvation Ministries founder David Ibiyome, has stirred conversations online, following remarks on Mother's Day, the remarks she made during Mother's Day, and concerning divorced women and friendship in marriage. So she advised married women to be cautious about taking relationship advice from divorced women who are unwilling to reconcile or remarry, stressing the importance of protecting their homes and marriages. So this particular statement has caused mixed reactions online of, some commenters has actually come out to say a lot of things concerning her statement. And this actually brought me to talk about divorced people that are actually divorced. Is there a stigma to that? Because seriously, it's now like, people that are divorced don't really need to walk freely anymore. No, seriously, because for her to make such comments, maybe in a way I understand where she's, coming from, but talking about divorced women, and making friendship with them, there's nothing wrong with them. Those people a lot of them have come out of abusive relationship. So you can't tell me that, oh, you don't need to you don't need to be friends with someone that has been in an abusive relationship because the person doesn't need to, we advise you wrongly and stuff like that. I'm serious. I don't see that as, very important. Seriously, because those people are not less of themselves. You don't need to make them less of themselves, actually. These people are human beings and they breathe, they talk. You don't make them look down on themselves. So even the person don't come up for marriage, we don't do marriage, they beat them, they do most likely abusive relationship. So you tell me that you need to wait you can't make friends with that kind of person that that person needs to go and reconcile. Reconcile with who first? Hey, God. Reconcile. Seriously? Sometimes I feel, maybe from my own perspective, I feel people need to balance this whole thing. Yes, they need to balance this whole thing. Basically I understand where she's coming from, that people like that, they always advise you wrongly. Maybe because of their experience. But what do they say about experience? Experience is a what? It's the best teacher. Yes, now person who don't experience that kind of thing, I go know if something like that is about to happen. So me, that actually particular statement doesn't really sit down well with me. I don't know for others, but me personally, I don't think it goes down well with me. But yeah, we're going to go over to our comment section and see what our comment section people have for us. Definitely, so a lot of people are really against, what she has said, while some people are still, still finding it somehow, good that she actually said it. Because trust me, some really divorced people really do a lot of things these days because they can't find love and feel like, oh, they are not going to be loved. And, they try to go after other men's husband, go after other women's husband, do things. It's basically because of, particularly for an individual that has been divorced. But it's not, you can't use one, how will I say it? You can't use one egg to say, oh, because this person is like this, the other people that are divorced are just like that. Well, it's a personal thing. I just feel that that really didn't go down well with me. But let's go back to the comment section and see what they have for us. And yes, Ada Real said, not every divorce is caused by bad behavior. Thank you for that. Some women left to save their lives. Exactly. And Kingsley Peter said, Mama was simply advising married women to guard their homes. Yes, you can tell them to guard their homes. But do you know that guarding your homes, a lot of people don't, even some men know they agree they guard their homes. Yes, because some men are, how will I put it? Some men are strange men. They don't even like especially for the one that has come to not give you peace, but destroy you. So you can't tell me that you want to guard that kind of place. No, it's not possible. If a marriage is meant for you to live, it's very important. When it has come to the fact that it's abuse, please live for your own safety, because person when they are alive, now I go explain the aftermath. All right. And Choma Daniel said the church should stop stigmatizing divorced women, actually. And Esther Johnson said they are happily divorced women living peacefully without bitterness. And come to think of it, a lot of divorced women now feel that, oh, they are not, they're not good for marriages anymore, especially the young ones. And this has to really stop, because, putting that kind of, stigma on them and saying, oh, because they're married ones should stop associating with divorced women. That's a lot. That's a lot. Now you're trying, I don't know if you're trying to make people, making divorced women, scared, making them feel, oh, that they are not good enough. But seriously, there are lots of, divorced women that, can actually give you peace more than more than the ones that you feel that are even single. Actually, because I see a lot of guys these days, they don't even want to, they don't want to associate themselves with single moms or, probably divorced women. They, in their head, they feel like, oh, women like this are too, they are too rude. They behave anyhow. They don't keep themselves. They are not reserved. All this kind of, thoughts comes up to their head. And I'm like, these people are good people. You don't need to, because one person's behavior, one person's bad behavior will try to, stain the other people that actually, because they are divorced. Come on. I just feel that this is your own personal perspective of how you see them. But seriously, that's really wrong. It doesn't really sit down well with me. All right, we still have more comments on that. Let's take more and see what somebody said. And yes, Esther Johnson said, there are happily divorced women living peacefully without bitterness. And Mimi Gold said, people are misunderstanding her message completely. And Prince AK said, divorce is painful already. Society should not make it harder. And come to think of it, these people people that are actually divorced that are living, it's a painful thing. That particular thing is more painful than how we even see it. Because, a lot of people feel that, oh, you can just go into a marriage and you can come out and, after all, you just get a divorce, everybody, separate. And it's harder. Like, it's the individual, it's harder for people that really divorce. Seriously, because you come to think of, you are never loved. depression, goes a lot of ways. Seriously. So I just feel that people should be more kind. Seriously, if you are talking about keeping your marriage, it's only God that can help you keep your marriage. Definitely bad advice. Because basically, you know, some advice doesn't really come from divorced women. You saying, oh, because divorced women, you have to stay away from them because some of them that give bad advice. Even the ones that are married still give you bad advice. Seriously, they give you wrong advice. Friends, give you wrong advice that you cannot, that because maybe they feel that they are intimidated about your own marriage or, you know, relationship. And they feel that, they're coming, you know, say a lot of things. So I just feel that this is a personal thing. Like basically, in that aspect, or when you talk about divorced people or divorced women, basically, it's not just that way. This is a personal behavior. Seriously, there are lots of single mothers that have bad character. There are lots of married women that also have bad character. Bad character past the ones who don't divorce. So it's not about how you say, please, you need to stay away from them because they take people's. Come on. I think basically all these things are personal, you know, experience on those bad characters or bad behaviors of some women. So you don't need to, you know, generalize it that, some women that are divorced. Come on. Well, I just feel that that's why I always say this. Always say, please, anytime when you want to talk about divorce, make you just be sure, because all these things that causes divorce is basically not being careful about marriage. Yes, a lot of people will go into marriage with a blind eyes, and it keeps lingering. It keeps going on. A lot of people, a lot of women, a lot of men, I don't even want to say basically women, but men too, you know, because of what they see with their eyes. They don't talk about the character. They don't talk about emotions. They don't talk about necessary things. That's the way they enter marriage. You need to shine your eyes. Relationship or marriage not be something where you go just say, you won't go inside, come outside. Even coming out of that marriage is more painful than you that has been staying basically and seeing all the shaggy bands. Is more painful. It's more painful. A lot of people, you know, feel that I have overheard a lot of persons have, you know, met me and say, Prezi, I see, I don't want to talk about all these things again. I just want to get married. That is what is on my mind. We know you want to get married. We know that you want to get married because you're 40, because you're 50, because you're this, because you're that. But trust me, they said a broken relationship is better than a broken marriage. You go enter a relationship where you know if you come out. That's hell. That's that one. The hell where that one self is, it's more. It's more. It's hell than even coming out. Coming out, if there's any word like hell herself, you go even seriously. Because people that I see that come out and say, marriage this, marriage that. But I don't want to, you know, shift your mind away from that. Trust me, they are beautiful couples. They are lovely relationships. They are God-fearing marriages that have been blessed, that people you could look up to. Definitely. And you when they hear advice, you get some advice when you go to hear, you self know, say it no good. Seriously, but you go say, maybe you sit down and they listen to all those kind of advice. Seriously, I just feel that you self when they that marriage. So open your eyes. Don't be all advice. Now you go to hear. You see a woman will tell you, because your husband did this. And maybe your husband know they do this kind of thing. You go, they feel, you know, anger. Or because of another person's experience. See, I always say this over time. I said, the way another person handles his or her marriage doesn't define the other person's way he or she handles his or her own marriage. So marriage for you should be your own thing. The way it works, everybody should do what works for them. Do what works for you. You cannot just come and say, because this one, you just hear super story up and down. And seriously, that really endangers, it causes a lot of things. A lot. And basically, I understand where our mama is coming from, definitely. And maybe she's basically talking about women that have been in a position where they've experienced pain over time in their marriages and gone out of that particular place. And they feel that, you know, because of some women that have made that a narrative that, that they feel peace with another person's husband. Come on. These are the women that they should run away from. Basically not categorizing it that it's, single mothers. definitely not like that. I feel we should be more kind to people. Both if it's single mothers, both single fathers, I don't know how to put it, but yeah, we should be more kind to people like that. They are going through a lot. Seriously. They've come out through pain, through thick and thin. And I just feel we should be more kind. This life will not just be anything. We should just see it more a peaceful place to live. Seriously. All right. And we're still talking about beautiful things that are still happening. And yes, we're going over to our next story. And seriously, this particular one has not been sitting down well with me lately. But in all things, we're always going to be happy and, give thanks to God. So yes, our second story, we're talking about popular Nollywood actor and media personality Alex Ekubo has reportedly passed away at the age of 40 and after an alleged prolonged illness. So the shocking news actually surfaced and a lot of people have been talking about this and, reactions from also our celebrities and a lot of people have, been sad about the news. And yes, basically, I will talk about Alex. Alex is seeing him on movies. I think this is one of the best. Like to me, I will explain. He's one of the best actors I've seen so far, and getting this kind of news was something that really broke my heart. And it's a lot of people have really been talking about him and. People that have known him have already expressed that he's a very, playful person, a kind, beautiful soul. And seeing this particular, news about him really broke my heart. And I know that a lot of our celebrities have really come out, to share their experiences they've had with Alex. And a lot of people are so sad. And I wonder how, his friends would be feeling right now. It's a lot, but for both the family, for both the friends, for the people that has been close to him. And a lot of people came out to say, oh, that he would have, told people that he's sick so that you people will come out and say a lot of things for the ones we don't happen. I just feel, Alex, he needed his own space. And that space he needed was, I think it's just the best. Basically, because a lot of people, trust me, if he had even come out to say anything concerning this, it would have been worse, that people would say a lot of things, talk bad, talk about a lot of things, basically. And this has to bring me to the aspect where I talk about cancer. See, that particular sickness is something that I cannot, like, when, a lot of people have actually come out to bring out the fake news about cancer, I weep in my heart and I'm like, why would you bring out stuff like this when you know you don't have it? So it's a lot. It's how people, bring up things, try to gain attraction on social media and, feel happy about it. It's a lot. It's a lot. I feel we should start doing better. Start being kind to people because this life, trust me, it's painful to, to really see this beautiful soul is really gone. And really, I don't know, but I just pray that, God continues to give the family, the friends, colleagues, the strength to actually bear this loss. And you see, I'll go over to the comment section where a lot of fans have actually come out to say their side of the story about Alex and how sad they are about the news and how actually they met this news. So let's get some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. And yes, Olami said, I knew something didn't feel right about him since his sudden disappearance from social media. People are really going through a lot these days, both rich, poor. I just pray this news turns out to be false. It's well. And somebody else said, all right, Wendy said, oh my God. And we have more comments. Let's take more and more comments. Simi Boy said he was offline for a long time. And this is to me to bring to you, boy. Please start checking up on people. Very important. Even if you don't see them, like, it's important. Be more kind, be more loving. Start checking up on people because a lot of people are going through a lot of things that they can't say to anybody. But the kindest words, the encouragement can take them a long way. It could help. You know, a lot of people came out, you know, brought out their, you know, their chats with Alex, people, you know, checking up on him. And I just feel that basically that part, even if, you know, nothing happened, but that particular aspect of them checking up on him was really thoughtful. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still, you know, still so surprised about the sudden news, and a lot of people are still commenting. And yes, somebody said, no way, Ikuku. Okay, and it's Fatima said, Jesus Christ. And Lola Gold said, okay, Adeswa said, nah, play. It's not a joke. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are so not happy. And Omar Kata said, this is a very sad news. I have been wondering where this guy had been. I do not know him personally, but I am pained. May his soul rest in peace. And Official Mercy Crew said, I discussed this a lot with people around me, but I don't want to be talking about it too much, this life. All right, and Obas Solo said, oh my God. And Duke of Spades said, guy, this news is killing me. How could you do this? How, my brother? How? Alex, you who has always supported and helped me, my bro, is indeed devastating. This is indeed devastating. And seriously, a lot of people came out like, you know, beautiful stories, memorable stories about him. It's how people are really saying good things about him. And it's painful to see such, you know, such beautiful soul, you know, die or late. And it's painful, actually. It's really, really not a good story. I just keep praying, because you losing a loved one is painful. I don't know, a lot of people that have experienced this kind of thing can say, for me that have not been, that have, you know, had such experience, I know how painful it is. So right now, the family, the friends need so much prayers, and just that prayers. I just pray that God continues to, you know, uphold them in strength in this particular time. All right, let's take more comments and see what people are saying before we go over to our next story. I have a lot of people talking about this. Let's talk about this. And another person said, make it no be. All right, Official Sarah said, if this later falls, I will unfollow this blog. All right, Belts said, come on. A lot of people still can't believe that truly he's gone. And yes, Miss Yene said, I am not even gonna lie, this one is so painful. Like how? All right, and somebody said, stop, please. All right, this had better not be true. Another person said, it's really, really painful. All right, I just still pray that God gives them the strength, to the family and friends and colleagues and everyone that has been really mourning Alex Ekubo, the strength to, you know, bear this loss. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll still have more topics to talk about. Please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? Somebody that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 2024, with discourse.
Hello, my name is Inedo. Keep watching Voptv.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching Voptv. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching Voptv.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching Voptv. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching Voptv.
Find us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Voptv. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here. If you're
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight. Yes, it's still happening here on VOP TV. Yes, your favorite hub. And I'm sure you've not still forgotten that I'm still your special baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, because we've been talking about a lot of things that has been happening recently. And yes, next on our story, we have media personality Frank Edoho has reacted to growing social media rumors alleging that singer Chike was involved with his ex-wife Sandra. So the speculation, gained traction after Frank made cryptic posts about relationship and commitment and on leading online users to comment to Chike. Although, a lot of claims have been going on, but Frank had indirectly confirmed the allegations. So yes, let's see what this Frank Edoho posted. So yes, he said, life unfolds in different seasons and sometimes moving forward quietly is the most dignified path one can take. I am well focused, at peace, and deeply grateful for the love, respect, and support so many of you continue to show me. Thank you kindly. All right, you see, a lot of people, and he actually responded, concerning the claims and avoided directly, addressing the allegations, saying he had nothing to say about that matter while shifting, all the attentions, out of it. So it's like a lot of people came out and said a lot of things that have been going on between Chike and Frank Edoho's wife. And it's, I still talk about, when una know they show off a particular thing about relationship or people, when it comes to husband and wife matter, make una just stay una day. Even Frank don't talk, say, any problem we go make him, get issue with person, his goal game is keep you quiet. He's always a silent person. They two talk too much. So he has a reason why they've said he and his wife are separated. And fine, make everybody rest. Dragging here from here to there and people without claims or, true or be truthful about the whole thing is weird. So I just feel people should, be more kind to the man right now. And talking about his wife, addressing and Chike's whole story, it's a lot. So make una allow everybody make them rest. When it comes to a husband and a wife's matter, I beg. We could put our mind out of it because what is this? What do they do? Seriously, it's a lot. And he has actually said a lot of things, but he doesn't want to really basically, point out this or this. And I just feel that people should stop, saying things that they are not sure of. All right. You see, our comment section, people don't talk plenty things concerning the whole situation between Chike, his and Frank Edoho's ex-wife and Frank Edoho. All right, let's go back to the comment section and see what they have for us. And yes, somebody said, so this is true. Okay. She was Frank's second wife. This is hard luck. Okay. And yes, I am Priscilla said, why is everyone saying Chike isn't she supposed to be faithful to her man? Abi Chike forced her sometimes you guys should speak about the ladies' atrocities, not the men. Because if reverse was the case, una go dey blame the man. Okay, and somebody said women. So another person said, wear and smile, and you said, now wow, to see man or woman we get fear of God now by fasting and prayers. Okay, and Sabi Girl Official said, I didn't even realize it was this particular chicken, as in Nakupenda chicken. Okay, see, a lot of people are really saying things. Let's take more comments, and we have more and more comments from our friends. And yes, Nene Jones said, one guy said to me that the reason he would never forgive his wife if she cheats on him is because his fellow man can own everything he himself owns, but his wife is the only thing his fellow man does not have. Deep, women stay at a place. I see a lot of men, coming out to say women stay at a place. Please, I think this has to be generalized, because when women cheat these days, it feels like we are the main problem. But when a man cheats, it's more, people see it as as a very good thing, and they can just move on. Please, let's generalize this. If you are saying the women should stay at one place, the men should also stay at one place too. So you have to generalize it, you have to make it fit. Because trust me, in as much as we get plenty women where they do things, they get bad character. The men too will get bad character day. Yes, not the truth. And Emi Kanmu said he has been healing in private for 2 years while people are busy guessing. It just goes to show that you don't owe the public a front row seat to your pain. And when it comes to about divorce, I've said this over time. I said, if divorce where you go do, say if you did a marriage again, please move, leave for your peace of mind. Because I don't see where you have to, say because you want to stay in that relationship and because of what people will say you want to be in that relationship. If it's important for you to leave, please leave for your peace of mind. A lot of people have been, abused emotionally, physically, a lot of things. And this is not just the women, but the men too. They go through all this heartbreak and all this kind of things. So see, I just feel that if you feel that you're done with the marriage and you cannot stay again, say now you don't tire, say now abuse you they receive. Basically, strictly when it comes to abuse, please leave. It's very important for you to leave. I won't even advise that you stay because of what people will say. You want to protect, because a lot of women have been found in that position where they want to say, because what somebody will say, because of what the society will say, because of what the community will say. Who cares? Like, seriously, because trust me, if they talk finish 1 or 2 days, everybody don't go their normal way of life. Don't be only you carry problem. People, they work out with problem up and down. Yes. So please, guard your own peace. Your peace of mind is very important. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about this. And yes, we still have more comments. And somebody said they can handle what they serve. Okay. And hey, for this marriage thing, make good people meet good people. Amen to that. And make bad people meet the worst people with bad intentions. All right. And Midday Burston said, Chike Ti Rogo. Okay. And Yusuf writes, marriage is an audacious decision. And Olakurani said, the only kind of men that sleeps with another man's wife is those men that avoid of understanding. Okay. All right. See, I still say this and I'll say it over again. Please, for your peace of mind, if you say relationship where you did abusive, please walk out. It doesn't matter if it's emotional. It doesn't matter if it's physical. Please move out. And yes, when it concerns husband and wife matter, please, if people should leave them out, come on your mind for people. Because when they go reconcile, go there. Yes, you even said if you did there, they go use you reconcile. Very important. And please, make all these people where you don't want to stay with somebody in a relationship. You just want to marry them because of their money. I pity you. Because even as they talk saying that money, they make you they enter that marriage. Sure, say you know what they do. But shine your eyes if they decide, say you want to date with person. Very important. When it comes to the aspect of marriage, it better, say may you shine your eyes well. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we have a guest joining us. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews.
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight. Yes, it's happening here on Voptv, your favorite hub. And I'm sure you've not forgotten I'm my special girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And guess what? We have a guest joining us today. So yes, joining me on the show today is a visionary entrepreneur, entertainment executive, and now a rising music artist. So he is the CEO of the Crown Empire Entertainment with a strong background in both visualizing in both industries and now stepping into the spotlight as German. He is set to make his musical debut with his upcoming single, Akao, Lagos Our Home. So a soulful anthem celebrating the resilience, culture, and spirit of Lagos. Please help me welcome German to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
See, there's this thing I said, steez and composure. So tell me, German, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling all right.
So tell me how we have been seeing, witnessing a lot of little rain, sun, and everything. How's it been for you?
It's been good generally. I thank God for life.
Okay.
And I'm happy to be here.
Oh, that's lovely. So, German, tell me. See, we're going to play a game before we go into our normal thing. Okay. So we're going to play a game, and it will be a tongue-twisting game. Okay. So let me see how good you are at it.
All right.
All right, let's go. Ready. So yes, we're going into our spotlight game, and we have German Jams Joyful Jazz in June. So that's it. Okay. So German, you tell me, this is the rule of the game. Okay. You have to mention this like 3 times, slowly. Okay. Then after the 3 times, you have to mention it 3 times fast.
Fast. Okay.
So yes. So this is German Jams Joyful Jazz in June. 3 times slowly, and then the 3rd time go fast. Let's go.
German Jams Joyful Jazz in June.
1.
German Jams Joyful Jazz in June.
2.
German Jams Joyful Jazz in June.
All right. So this is the first time you have to go fast. Let's go.
Okay. German Jams Joyful Jazz in June.
Yes.
German Jams Joyful Jazz in June.
Yeah.
German Jams Joyful Jazz in June.
Oh my God. Well, you tried.
Yeah, I think I did. I tried.
All right. So how did you even come about the name German? Because trust me, when I heard the name, I said, no, this name looks like all this. So So how did you come about your name? Tell me.
Yeah, the name, you know, I came about the name from my surname. Yeah, my name is Oriyomi Jawolusi. So basically, they call us Ja, my family.
Yeah.
So once you are part of the family, you're a member of the family,
Yeah.
they refer to you as Ja. For example, you're Precious, so they call you Precious Ja.
Hey, this is serious.
So I had to, you know, just add the man. Yeah.
And the name sounds like, you know, have to be like kind of rap, not basically rapper. How would I put it? Like basically the kind of songs you do, it's like, you know,
kind of reggae song, right?
Kind of, you know, well, you know, when I first said the name, I was like, oh my God, this is gonna be a reggae person. But when I saw, really? Okay, that's cool. So tell me, how has your journey into music been for you?
Well, it's been challenging, I must say the fact. You know, it's not been easy.
Yeah.
Especially when you have to do it all alone.
Yeah.
You know, no support. You just have to, you know, get yourself straight.
Yeah.
It's not been easy, especially here in Lagos. I actually moved from Ibadan to Lagos.
Wow.
Yeah, many years ago. It's been about 10 years now. And then I recorded my first track in 2012.
Yeah.
That's in Ibadan.
Wow.
I
That's
didn't
a
like,
long time.
Yeah, that's a long time. I didn't like the track, so I didn't do anything about it to promote it or rather to release it.
Yeah.
I still have it in my record today.
Wow.
So then one night, on a lonely night, I had to sit back and then reminisce about life. You know, there was a time I was trying to build my brand.
Yeah.
That's the Crown Empire Entertainment.
Yes.
I had artists, you know, staying with me under
Yeah.
the same roof. I fend for them.
Yeah.
And then, you know, I supplied basically everything they need if you want to go to the show, the feeding, accommodation, and everything. And then in the long run, you know now there are challenges in life now.
Yeah,
Sometimes the ups and downs of life, you have to make you re-strategize.
Yeah.
So, you know, there was a little challenge. Then I realized you're on your own.
Wow. So you know you're into your music and you also do business. How do you even join this? Like, how do you collaborate with both of them? Because I need to ask. You know, when someone says, "Oh, I'm into real estate," and I'm like, "Okay, you're into," and I know the stress that comes with that.
Exactly.
And now you're saying, "Oh, I'm a music person." Like, how do you even go about both of them?
It doesn't actually affect, you know.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't affect.
Okay.
Just have to set the time. That's it. Time I spend in the studio is
Yeah.
different from the time I spend on the field. Yeah. So that's just it.
You always have this in mind that you're going to be an artist.
Yes, I've had it in mind for so long. And then the main reason for going into real estate is I need money.
Ooh.
Without money,
yes,
you know, and without support, it's very hard, you know, to survive in the music industry.
Yeah.
Only the grace of God can keep you going.
Of course.
Probably if you have a sponsor, like record label or something. Then I had to like, okay, doing this real estate will at least, you know, help me fund, you know, get some funds and then going into music wouldn't be hard. And that's exactly what I'm doing.
So tell me, what are the challenges you face so far as a music person?
Well, the challenge has been so crazy.
Yeah.
I need to say that it's been so crazy. Like I was saying before, I was trying to build a brand, a record label, the Crown Empire Entertainment.
Yeah.
Then, you know, after all the old drama, I had to go back home. That's to my dad's house in Ibadan, Oyo State.
Yeah.
So that was when I came about this song.
Wow.
Like, what's the whole essence? I've invested so much in people, and then when they got it right, they left.
Wow.
Without looking back.
Wow.
That's one challenge. Then I was like, okay, instead of me investing in people, why don't you invest in yourself first, German?
Yeah.
So that's exactly what I'm doing now.
Wow.
So I've been trying, and the Lord has been, you know, really good.
So in all the songs you've produced, which particular one would you say? Because I know you talked about this particular one that made you do this particular song.
Yeah.
So, but apart from that, which song would you say that if you're going to perform anywhere, that particular song will be the song that will be playing?
I would say, apart from this, I have one other song. It's a rap song.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. and then it talks generally about Africa, Nigeria.
So what song would you be doing for us now?
I'll just do this about to be released song, Ekoile.
Okay, let's hear it.
All right. Tó bá dé wọ́n máa wá, tọ́lá bá tán wọ́n máa já, Èkó akéte o ìlú òye, ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ṣála wá, do your own my brother, ó ṣá ti mọ̀ wípé jẹ́jẹ́ lọmọ Èkó ń lọ. Èkó ilé tàwa o ìlú ọgbọ́n, Èkó ilé tàwa o ìlú ọlá. If you know wise for Lagos, you no go wise again. Torí Èkó gbàgbé rẹ̀ sẹ́, Èkó gbàgbé rẹ̀ rárá o. Èkó ilé ìlú ọgbọ́n, Èkó akéte o ìlú òye, ìlú ọlá, ìlú ajé, Èkó oníbàjẹ́ o lórí àwa.
So you have to explain the song because
okay.
A lot of people that are quite listening and would love to know what the song basically.
Well, the song is, it's all about Lagos, and then it's about the spirit of Lagos, the hustle and bustle of Lagos from the mainland to the island.
You know, a lot of people say Lagos is a place of where a lot of talent and a lot
of talent, lots of opportunities.
Yes.
And at the same time, if you are not serious in Lagos, if you don't focus on why you are in Lagos, you get lost. Yeah. And those are the people they call Baba Eko. At 70, you still be on the streets. So the song is just talking about the beauty, the opportunities, the wealth in Lagos, and also the betrayers. Yeah, because there's a saying in Yoruba language that Ara Eko Mbala Don Woshi, which means Lagos does not care about you. You know, if you are facing any challenges, the Lagosians are not ready for you. But once you have money, they'll come for you. And when the money finishes, before you know it, they're all gone. Yeah, so that's Lagos. That's why you have to be wise, smart, and focused.
Interesting. So you see, a lot of people watching. What would be your advice to young and upcoming artists?
I would tell young and upcoming artists out there to keep it up and then focus on your goals. Yeah. So don't let anyone distract you. Invest in yourself first before you invest in other people. Yes.
Wow, that's
like they always say. Person will never sit down. No, they lap another person. So sit down where?
Of course.
Before you lap others.
So tell me, are there any projects you're working on recently? Basically in the music.
In the music, yes. I'm working on the projects at the moment. So I'll make that a secret for now.
Ooh, so but you have to tell us what you should expect.
You expect more of me, more of German, more of my brand. And I assure you, I'm not going to disappoint you.
Okay.
Yeah, I've come a long way, to disappoint.
Okay, that's a cool one. But trust me, I'd love to ask this question basically before we call it. Okay. Your crew or your band, do you have basically your band or you're doing your thing your own way?
Well, I would say I have a band.
Based on the story you told me that you've invested so much on people and into music. So I feel that, a lot of people that have been in such situations would not want to have any other person, but
apart from being into real estate, I'm an artist manager.
Okay.
So I have other artists, who they are still looking up to me. But just like I said, if you never sit down well, other person. So they are my boys and they are doing good in the industry as well.
Okay. So if German is not doing music or not into real estate, what would German be doing differently?
I said I'll be a media personnel.
Oh, so you're the media people. All right, that's beautiful. Why did you say so?
Because I've had the passion for it.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's a good thing. All right, thank you so much, Jaman, for sharing your light with us here on the Spotlight Show. We enjoyed every bit of it, and I did too. So thank you guys for staying with us. This is where we call off for today. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories, and don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at Voptv Live, and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am Precious Agman, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. See you next time. Bye for now.
Voptv. Now, you have more than a voice.
Nigeria, with its complex political atmosphere, divergent views and discordant views, better still, coming with bass bows. Only one question matters. Who really has the best candidate? Something is here. 5 political camps, 1 stage, no filters. Join us in this clash as supporters of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, Omoyele Sowore, and Adewale Adebayo go head to head in no holds barred town hall debate. No script, just raw, unfiltered conversation. This is more than politics. This is where opinions clash, facts are tested, and the truth fights to be heard. Happening live on May 22nd by 11 a.m. at Golden Tulip Terrace Hall, Ihoka Tower, 36 International Airport Road, Lagos. Don't miss it. Watch live on YouTube at Voptv. Set your reminder, subscribe, join the conversation. My candidate is the best, or is it?
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOPTV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice. the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Innovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Maritime, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, how are you? It's about shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live it. Keep
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from the story where Ghana says it is evacuating 300 citizens from South Africa following a recent rise in xenophobic incidents. In a post on X, Foreign Affairs Minister Samuel Okutezo Ablakwa said President John Dramani Mahama has approved the operation. The move follows a series of anti-immigrant protests along with reports of assault and intimidation targeting other African nationals. Nigeria and Ghana have both expressed concerns over the situation. South African government, however, has denied claims of xenophobia. Still in Ghana, Ghanaian Member of Parliament Kwame Ohene Frimpong has been detained at Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam. Frimpong, who represented the Ashanti Akiem North constituency, was reportedly held by Dutch authorities as part of an ongoing investigation linked to the United States Federal Bureau of Investigation. Sources familiar with the case say the probe involves suspected financial crimes, including money laundering and romance scam worth an estimated $32 million. However, the allegations have not been officially confirmed by Dutch or U.S. authorities. In a brief statement, Ghana's parliament said it had been informed of the detention and was working to establish the full details. The statement signed by the clerk to parliament, Ebenezer Ahuma Rijeto, said the Speaker and parliamentary leadership are in contact with Ghana's diplomatic mission in The Hague. Parliament says it is seeking clarification on the circumstances surrounding the arrest, including whether formal charges have been filed and the purpose of the lawmaker's visit to the Netherlands. Still in West Africa, a Benin Republic opposition figure has been sentenced to 5 years in prison over an alleged role in a foreign coup attempt in December, according to judicial sources. Swamaila Sonon Boke was found guilty of encouraging crimes against state security. On December 7th, 2025, soldiers announced on national television that they had removed President Patrice Talon from power before the coup was later thwarted the same day. Talon is due to step down on May the 24th and hand over to his elected successor, Mahmoud Wadagni. Boke, former lawmaker from the opposition party, the Democrats, was accused of posting the message. It's a party shortly after news of the attempted coup broke. He denies any involvement, saying the message was sent by mistake and was intended for a private chat with friends planning a reunion. He has 15 days to appeal the ruling. Elsewhere, Burkina Faso's military rulers have intensified their crackdown on NGOs and civil society groups, suspending a further 247 associations. That brings to more than 900 the number of organizations closed or dissolved by the junta since last month. The latest ministerial decree affects associations working in health, education, women's rights, farming, the environment, culture, and sports. In July 2025, junta leader Ibrahim Traore signed a law restricting the operations of right groups and trade unions. International NGOs and charities receiving foreign fundings are often accused by the authorities of spying or colluding with jihadist groups fighting the army. Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International have both expressed alarm over the moves, warning they further tighten state control over civil society. Amnesty last month said that these resolutions are inconsistent with Burkina Faso's constitution, which guarantees freedom of association. The crackdown comes a month after the military government dissolved all political parties. And in East Africa, calls for mutual respect dominated the Africa Forward Summit in Nairobi, co-hosted by Kenya and France. Kenyan President William Ruto said the era of European dependency was over, adding that future cooperation must be based on mutual respect between partners. French President Emmanuel Macron has outlined his vision for a renewed partnership during the summit. He announced investments worth 33 billion euros across sectors, including artificial intelligence, energy, and agriculture. U.S. Secretary General Antonio Guterres called for urgent reforms of global financial systems and greater climate justice for Africa. He warned that despite contributing little to global emissions, Africa remains disproportionately affected by climate change. Gutierrez said global economic instability, fossil fuel volatility, and unequal investment flows are increasingly pressure on African economies. He also noted that while Africa holds vast renewable energy potential, it receives only a small share of global financing, urging reforms to lower borrowing costs and expand climate funding. The African Forward Summit brought together heads of states, investors, diplomats, and business leaders to discuss energy, infrastructure, manufacturing, digital transformation, and climate financing across the continent. Earlier, Kenyan police used tear gas to disperse dozens of anti-France protesters attempting to march towards the Kenyatta International Convention Center in Nairobi, where the African Forward Summit was taking place. The demonstrators gathered along Uhuru Highway carrying red flags and anti-imperialism placards before anti-riot officers moved in to block their advance towards the heavily guarded venue. Footages from the scene showed police chasing protesters through parts of the city center as tear gas filled the air. Several demonstrators were also seen being taken away in police vehicles during the operation. He pointed to the rapid real estate development along the Kampala-Entebbe Road corridor as evidence of growing household wealth among the people. And in another development, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni has urged Ugandans to embrace wealth creation and hard work, warning that the country can no longer afford complacency as he begins his 7th term in office. Speaking after being sworn in at the Kololo Independence Ground, Museveni said the new term should be a period of action and productivity for all Ugandans. He said that since the start of the NRM government in 1986, many families that embraced its message have escaped poverty. Museveni highlighted infrastructure development as one of the government's key advancements and achievements, pointing to roads, electricity, airports, schools, and health centers built over the past 4 decades. However, he stressed that infrastructure alone is not enough without wealth creation at household level. He encouraged investments in commercial agriculture, manufacturing, services, and ICT, describing them as key drivers of jobs and income. The president also said government remains responsible for essential services such as security and healthcare. On regional integration, Museveni called for greater African unity, saying expanded markets are critical for trade and economic growth. We're glad to have you back at the Still the Africa News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more In the studios with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Fanimo, and thank you for joining the conversation.
David.
All right, then. Also joining the conversation virtually all the way from South Africa is Barrister Nwobi I. Smart. Barrister Nwobi is the president of Nigerian Union in South Africa and also an immigration lawyer and, of course, a legal practitioner as well. A very good afternoon to you, Barrister, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Good, sir. Thank you for having me on your platform. Thank you.
All right, then. Also joined us virtually all the way from Kenya is Mr. Martins Irere Njue. Mr. Martins is a financial advisor and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. He is also the CEO and founder of WealthGate Insurance Agency in Nairobi, Kenya. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
A very good afternoon to you.
All right, then. Thank you for joining the conversation. All right, let me start off this conversation from South Africa before I return to Nairobi. Barrister Nwobi, first off, what is the situation with the xenophobic attack in South Africa presently? And most importantly, how safe is the environment where Nigerians are in South Africa presently, from your perspective?
Thank you. The tension continues to mount on Nigerian, especially those who have their businesses or income result of continued pressure government to protect foreign nationals in Africa. But the focus now is on those who the Department of Home Affairs has refused to extend or regularize in the Republic. As you know, most of the marchers are clamoring for a crackdown on those who are in the country illegal. However, Nigerians that are in South Africa seeks to be legal. However, most that could not have documented or their status or their visas renewed is a systematic blockade against them, we call xenophobia or Afrophobia. However, found themselves in those categories have cried out to the Nigerian Union that I represent, to the office of the High Court in Pretoria, South Africa, and has equally cried in Joburg, requesting the government assistance for evacuation. As you know that the Minister of Foreign Affairs has declined an offer to engagement of Nigerian organizations here to at least come to the of the Nigerians that are stranded.
Okay, now I'd like you to hold your thoughts there. Sorry to butt in here. You did say that the Nigerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has declined talking to organizations like yours that are on ground in South Africa. Please affirm that that is what you just said, because the network is a bit bad and we could not even hear you clearly. But is that what you just said now? And why do you think there's been a major decline by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Nigeria from reaching out to organizations like yours and, of course, some other organizations on ground in South Africa?
Yes, I could say articulately to that. Because in time I got a call from the Nigerian High requesting that foreign mission, the Foreign Affairs would like to have an engagement with the organization that represent Nigerians in South Africa. The last Dutch meeting was called, and up to this date, I do not know why that meeting was called. And our request, we have now 200 people, because Nigerians that are here are already stranded. You see, when someone wants to return, there is what we call an overstay policy. They could either stay at the airport or be to have overstayed. So now we wanted the government involvement in order to secure some of them a waiver, a safe passage to the airport in order for them to leave South Africa. And in the alternative, we're also requesting good Nigerians like Alan Nyama. He did it. He provided airplane to evacuate some Nigerians stranded. We're not sure the yearning of Nigerians is that if the government is actually getting a proper Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Okay, now I'm still going to stay with you, Barrister Nwobi. The Minister of Foreign Affairs did say some couple of days ago that about 130 Nigerians have decided to return back home. And again, I guess that information was coming from some from the High Commission in South Africa. But from your own position, do you know of any other Nigerians, and how many are there who wants to return home as a result of these attacks, and of course have been affected badly and wants to return home?
I can tell you emphatically, this is a serious issue, and the manner at the High Commissioner is not helping matter. In fact, I can tell you more than 1,000 Nigerians has as organization to lead a protest to the High Commissioners in South Africa, still engaging them. 130 is not the accurate number. You see, the 130, it's at the time the trend of the xenophobic attacks just started. I can tell you emphatically, I have more than 200 that through my organization. We do have other organizations.
Sorry, Barrister, I would like you to repeat your last line again. You have about how many Nigerians who have indicated to wanting to return home?
50 on our register.
How many?
And that is 50. Okay. 250.
Okay.
50.
Okay.
So we do have about 250 only from Nigerian Union. We also have other numbers that are trooping in from other segment organizations like cultural organizations. We do have the one from the groups. We have ones from the art groups. We do have the likes of the Egbe Omo Yorubas groups.
Wow.
This number that I just provided to you is the number that have applied to us directly. And as you know, the High Commissioner is a diplomatic and political head of the missions to South Africa, whereas the Nigerian Consulate General is a mission that is responsible, which is situated in Johannesburg. So we have not actually a Consul General that deals with the affairs of Nigerians. The Nigerian, how many have applied to them directly? Okay. And if we get this number, you see that the number is alarming.
Okay, now I'm going to return back to you, Barrister, but I'm going to urge you to possibly maybe shift your position so we can get a better reception, because you're breaking while you're talking. But I'm going to bring the conversation back to the studio and, of course, return back to you because there are other questions that I want to ask you. But then help us manage your position so that the network can be a bit stable. Let me bring it back to the studio. Mr. Fanimo, over 250 are registered just with the Nigerian Union of South African Union of Nigerians in South Africa. Now, this is just one group. He also did say the Egbe Omo Yoruba also are sending in their list and some other people. Just last week, 130 Nigerians, according to the Nigerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, said they were going to return back, indicated their return back home. From your perspective, Mr. Fanimo, what do you make of this story? One is from South Africa, live evidence, clearly talking about how much Nigerians truly want to return back home. And then the Ministry of Foreign Affairs clearly telling Nigerians it is just 130 Nigerians that have indicated to wanting to return back home.
You see, it's not just the willingness of Nigerians to return to Nigeria.
I'm sorry to butt in. He also did say that these are the people who indicated when this xenophobic attack started.
That's what I'm saying. You see, if we want to interrogate this issue, we should be talking about the response of Nigerian government to this attack. Then you also have to interrogate the fact that Nigerians that are seeing South Africa as a safe haven suddenly planning to leave. It's just like somebody who had left Egypt trying to return to Egypt, even when he has approached supposed Canaan land. You should know that some major upset would have happened for that person to look back and say, rather than die, let me go back to my country and still find means of picking my pieces. Now, I'm glad that the guest in South Africa is a lawyer.
Right. An immigration lawyer as well.
Yes. You see, it's quite unfortunate that one, the High Commission in South Africa, Nigerian High Commission, has not done well in all of this. In terms of GDP and all parameters, all indexes, we are bigger than Ghana.
Right.
Ghana is evacuating its nationals.
Over 300.
Cost-free. Now, somebody who probably had not been able to work in the last 2 months when this attack started, who had been playing hide and seek, using his savings to feed himself and the family, now is saying he wants to return home. You are telling that person to look for money to buy his ticket back home. And even when he gets to the airport, what arrangement have you made to take him to reunite him with his family? None. And you expect that person or his immediate family or people around him to show enthusiasm, to be patriotic to this country, if eventually he finds his way, paid by him, back home. It's not going to happen.
Okay.
Then two, you can listen, if you listen to him well, he said they no longer renew Africans, other African nationals stay deliberately. Once your visa or your stay expires in another country, it is automatic that you are now illegal
occupants.
Your stay is illegal in that country. Now, this is a diplomatic way of exposing Nigerians who ab initio had been legal residents of South Africa, removing that status from them and exposing them to attack. Another thing again about this xenophobic attack is the fact that the law of South Africa is lenient on homicide and murder. And
that's the reason why this is really expanding.
That's why you see these people, they are emboldened. They wear their traditional attire with spear in their hand, showing themselves as warriors for their country without masking, because they know that if they are eventually caught, if they will ever be caught at all, that their day in court is guaranteed. It's guaranteed because the Boers, the white South Africans, made that law so that if they kill the blacks when apartheid was there, it will be difficult to extract maximum sentence.
Okay, now, Mr. Fanimo, before I go back to South Africa, Barrister Nwobi did say that the High Commission in South Africa did plan for a meeting with their group, and for some reason they called off that meeting. And till date, nothing has been said and no one has reached out to them up until the statement we saw that 130 Nigerians wants to leave. Why do you think that really happened? Plus the fact that you would also recall that the new Foreign Affairs Minister, I'm talking about Madam Bianca Ojukwu, did have a conversation with the diplomats in Nigeria, clearly talking about the state of Nigeria as against what is happening in South Africa. Looking at that level of conversation, is that even needed at a time like this, where there are several Nigerians who want to leave South Africa even as we speak?
You see, the least, the Foreign Affairs Ministry, which is representing Nigerian government in this case, is to take on the spot assessment, swiftly address the problem, evacuate those who are ready to leave South Africa. As a matter of fact, if they are saying, and I'm sure that the barrister will likely corroborate this, for every 35,000 documented Nigerians in South Africa, you can bet that a population of another 35 will be illegally staying in South Africa. And the fact that they went out of this country to stay in South Africa illegally also gives the impression that if it was well with Nigeria, there won't be any reason for them to go to South Africa. So if you are not going to provide succor in Nigeria, those who have left, the least you can do to them is to be very, very proactive. This has not called for meeting at all. Let's see what you are doing. Evacuate these people before it is too late.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation back to South Africa, and I'm going to later go to Nairobi. Mr. Martins, I do apologize, but definitely I'm coming to you. But let's go back to South Africa. Barrister, from your count, and I asked you this the last time we spoke, I don't know if you have figures of how much in funds that Nigerians living in South Africa have lost as a result of this xenophobic attack from the day one that it started some few weeks ago. I don't know if you have that figure, but then if you don't, also confirm for us how many Nigerians have so far been killed in this attack, aside the two that, of course, died in police custody that we know already. Barrister, please don't. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sure. Is the reception better now?
Very better. Let's go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. As at this stage, we are still reaching out to our people in the province, compiling some that would want to come forward to lay claim to damages that have sustained as a result of this, and some particularly would be in loss of income as a result of the closure of their business. This time around, there were no major destruction of the businesses because they took the precautionary measures. Yes. So, however, some of them will be as a result of loss of income and unable. In South Africa, you pay house rent and your shop rent monthly.
Right.
To do business in a month, you'll have lost out your ability to pay for the space that you occupy. But what is most important is that the Nigerian High Commissioner is not in tune with the major organization representative, because last time he went on the news to say there has not been any killing, and I'm not sure how he gets his security report, because this organization, we've been on ground since 2008, representing different high commissioner comes and go, and they rely upon us that have infiltrated into the community to provide the most remotest report from even the villages where some of our people do businesses. So these reports can be well placed by the unions that are in tune with the people. However, so far, the total numbers of people that we've recorded is their numbers, and we have forwarded their details to the Consul General in this regard, and they've documented same. You see, what happens with this xenophobic attack, some people might be looking at the exact place where the match is taking place, because these are by when the locals look at what is happening on the television, what is happening in Johannesburg, somebody is already incited to start fighting a foreigner, maybe somewhere in the rural area of Pretoria. The result, that person would die. And when the report comes, the report will say, no, this person did not die at the exact place where the match is taking place. Not forgetting the implications of the xenophobic attack, that it might be happening, some also be happening in other places. So we are still counting our loss, and we want the Nigerian government to take this seriously, because the primary duty of government is to lives and properties of their citizens, wherever, even if they are in another country.
Okay.
Nigerians in the diaspora are contributing to the GDP of our nation through remittances. It has been confirmed that diaspora remittances helps our GDP, and government should be able to, as who has come to fend for them, and they are in the need of government at this stage.
All right, then. Confirm to us, before I move to Nairobi, how many Nigerians, aside the two, like I mentioned earlier, that have been recorded dead, have also died as a result of this attack? Are there any other Nigerian from your record that have died?
Only one.
Only one. So making the number 3 in total.
Correct.
All right, then. Thank you so very much. I'm still going to come back to you, Barrister, but let's take this conversation to Nairobi, where Mr. Martins is standing by. Thank you so very much, Mr. Martins, for standing by with us. And I know for a fact that Kenyans also have their own share of the xenophobic attack. Maybe you're privy to one or two of them. I would like you to share your thoughts on that, alongside the fact that just yesterday and today, Kenyan police have used tear gas to disperse dozens of anti-France protesters attempting to march towards the Kenyatta International Convention Center in Nairobi. What is the situation with that protest in your country?
Thank you, Mr. David. First and foremost, the elevated situation in South Africa is a culminate of what we understand the struggle of apartheid. So essentially, the South African, by DNA, they are racist. And this is still supported by political turmoils in the country. Secondly, is about competition on the limited resources. You find that most of the sector in South Africa have been cohabited by the foreigners. Hence now, the oral scenario become politicized, that our economy has been taken by foreigners, our people are struggling. There is still an history of white settlers in South Africa who are owning the economy. So I think the oral scenario is politicized by the black South African. And this should be called to order through the African Union. I have not seen African Union addressing this issue to conclusion. Else, South Africa are across the world who are in our economy system, and we have not asked them or done any kind of that violates the role of women. So this is something that needs to be addressed not only by
sorry to butt in here. The African Union has made a statement as regarding the attacks in South Africa, but then again, some would say a statement is not fair enough. Maybe some level of sanctions is fair enough so that these kind of acts can truly be stopped. But like I asked earlier, I don't know if you have any idea of the amount of Kenyans who are also being attacked by this attack in South Africa.
Thank you so much. Precisely, there is no up to now the Foreign Affairs Ministry has addressed the issue for the Kenyan in South Africa to take a precaution measure to come back home. But any casualties, I have no figure onto that. But essentially, to summarize, is that Africa Union is a two-dressed dog. There is statement and the stepping on that soil and they call the president to order. So that now it is not an issue of South Africa, but across Africa. If the issue that is happening in South Africa happen in every country, we have no Africa to cherish. We have no the structures in place. So this is something that is very crucial and it should be taken with the seriousness it deserves to bring this matter to closure. Secondly, about the summit, there was chaos about the protesters. We understand that France is a colonial master, and from the history, they exited from Mali, Burkina Faso, and now the entire Africa is feeling that the colonial master is still having the tooth to bite. And in the same case is that this colonial master, they have a DNA of harassing African. They have a DNA of what it transpired. So when we are associating with them, we should scrutinize their basic principles. We could see even when the Macron was in University of Nairobi, when he was coming down the noise in the room, the tone that he used is not a diplomatic tone. So essentially, there are things to take from this summit. Secondly, the issue that were addressed is about energy leverage, climate, industrialization, AI build and owning to steer, because the future economy gonna be enhanced by technology, and this is AI based. Institutions like education, AI is of crucial. Institutions like health, AI robots will be carrying out surgical operations, wellness of the patient, and what have you. But now the issue in the room is, in Africa is, this around the 30 end of state gathered in Nairobi to formulate policies and to ensure that that Africa has come to a place whereby they are in the global stage. But I think there was what we call an award to this president. I don't think they were just coming to Kenya for the Africa Forum Summit. Just there was as a token. There was something for them as end of state. And the policies that they discussed in that forum or that summit, if it wasn't biased, in 3 months' time or 6 months' time, we can see if there is development of every issue that was brought into that summit, from education sector, health, and the all institutions that are economy based.
All right,
and the value
because of our time, really, thank you so very much, Mr. Martins. I'm still maybe going to come back to you if we have a bit of time, but let me go back to South Africa. Barrister, I don't know if you're still with us, but let me find out from you what exactly right now is the present situation with the people indicating that they want to return. Plus, you did say earlier about 250 just with your organization alone have indicated interest. But then again, what would you want the government of Nigeria through the Foreign Affairs Ministry should do now to help these people?
Thank you. They should act fast. They should act as if they have started acting yesterday. The step that Ghana has taken, putting the interest of citizens both in their negotiation and in assisting those who voluntarily wants to go. That's been responsible government. Our father, in the person of Bianca, should practice.
Okay.
And demand a real account of what's happening. I can do finding through the organizations as well as through the Nigerian consulate of the High Commission.
All right, then. Because of our time, really, let me bring it back to the studio. Mr. Fanimo, you did say earlier that proactiveness is what is needed at a time like this. But then if you were to be sitting head on, like now, with the ministry and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, what would be your words to her at a time like this? Because again, you did hear that over 200 Nigerians have already indicated interest to wanting to leave for safety of their lives.
I would personally tell the Foreign Affairs Minister to connect with our High Commission in South Africa.
Okay.
Document those who are willing to go, charter the aircraft, get a big aircraft that like a Boeing 737 and that can take as many as 150 or thereabouts, and then make a trip to South Africa and bring back these people because we should value the life of our citizens anywhere they are in the world. America came all the way from America without consulting Nigerian government and rescued just one person, spending over $22 million to rescue one person. That person is not a minister, is not a military colonel, is not a general, but just an American citizen.
This example you just gave clearly is an indication of the question I always ask. What is the value to life of a Nigerian citizen to any administration, not just this administration? But this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment. And I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Dele Fanimo for joining the conversation this afternoon.
It's always my pleasure.
Thank you so very much for being here. Also, Barrister Be Smart, thank you so very much for joining the conversation this afternoon, all the way from South Africa. Thank you so very much. We definitely will be keeping in touch with you to find out more on the developing situation of these attacks in South Africa and, of course, our Nigerian brothers in South Africa as well. Thank you so very much for being here. Also, we want to say big thank you to Mr. Martin Siririnjwe, a public and political affairs analyst all the way from Kenya, for joining the conversation this afternoon. Thank you so very much, Mr. Martin, for lending your voice as well this afternoon. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, nearly 50,000 displaced in Sudan's Blue Nile state. These and more after this break. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back at the Studio Africa News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. The International Organization for Migration says nearly 50,000 persons have been displaced across Sudan's Blue Nile state since the beginning of 2026 amid ongoing clashes in the region. In a statement, the agency said 49,512 persons, or 9,899 families, were displaced between January 11th and May the 4th. It said the displacement figures include 28,020 persons from Komok 18,722 from Bao, and 11,855 from Gyeongsang. Most of these displaced have moved to 7 locations across Blue Nile State, including the capital, Damascene, which has received 25,630 persons. The IOM added that 78 persons are sheltering in informal sites, 13% in schools and other public buildings, and 9% with host families. And from that particular story, we'll move straight to talking African business. South Africa have secured a $150 million development policy loan from the OPEC Fund for International Development to support reforms aimed at easing infrastructure bottlenecks. The Treasury Department, in a statement, said that the loan agreement was the first between South Africa's government and the OPEC Fund. The statement said that the loan will support government's ongoing reforms program aimed at unlocking infrastructure bottlenecks, particularly in the energy and freight transport sectors. The Treasury said the financing has a 6-year maturity with 2-year grace period and an interest rate of 6 months secured overnight financing rate plus 1.25%. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking sports. Kenya's Sebastian Sawe will attempt to lower the marathon world record at the Berlin Marathon in September after becoming the first man to run an official marathon in under 2 hours last month. The 31-year-old clocked 1 hour, 59 minutes and 30 seconds at the London Marathon and will return to defend his Berlin title in September 27th. Berlin is widely regarded as one of the fastest marathon courses in the world, with 9 men's world record set there between 1998 and 2022. Sawe won last year's race in 2 hours, 2 minutes and 19 seconds, the fastest marathon time in the world in 2025, despite temperatures reaching 25 degrees Celsius. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel, or YouTube at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Voptv Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
Nigeria, with its complex political atmosphere, divergent views and discordant views, better still, coming with bass bows. Only one question matters: who really has the best candidate? Something is here. 5 political camps, 1 stage, no filters. Join us in this clash as supporters of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, Omoyele Sowore, and Adewale Adebayo go head-to-head in no-holds-barred town hall debate. No script, just raw, unfiltered conversation. This is more than politics. This is where opinions clash, facts are tested, and the truth fights to be heard. Happening live on May 22nd by 11 a.m. at Golden Tulip Terrace Hall, Ihoka Tower, 36 International Airport Road, Lagos. Don't miss it. Watch live on YouTube at Voptv. Set your reminder, subscribe, join the conversation. My candidate is the best, or is it?
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Now, you have more than a voice.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a Maritime Frontier show on VOP television. My name is Dele Utomi. You're welcome to the program. This week, we are taking a look at a number of items, a number of events that occurred in the course of the week. And we have with me here today to discuss some of the events that happened in the course of the week. Ms. Adaku Onyenuchea, she's a maritime reporter for the Guardian newspaper. Lady Adaku, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Dele, for having me.
We kick off with the story concerning the NPA. Dansoho highlights port modernization drive as key to Nigeria's ACFA gains. The managing director of Nigeria Ports Authority, Dr. Abubakar Dansoho, has underscored the urgent need for accelerated port modernization to position Nigeria for optimal benefits under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Speaking at an annual conference on Thursday in Lagos, Dansoho said the transformation of the nation's ports is no longer optional, but a strategic economic necessity. He noted that while Nigeria holds a natural geographic advantage as a maritime gateway to West and Central Africa, global competitiveness in the ACTA era will depend largely on efficiency, innovation, and reliability of port operations. Port modernization is not merely an infrastructure project, it is a national economic priority, he said. The NPA boss outlined key reforms being driven by the authority, including infrastructure upgrades at Apapa and Tinkan ports aimed at boosting capacity, improving berth production, and reducing vessel turnaround time. He added that the development of the deep sea ports, particularly Lekki Port, is expanding Nigeria's trade capabilities. On digital transformation, Dansoho disclosed that NPA is advancing the port community system and supporting implementation of the national single window to enhance stakeholders' integration, reduce delays, and improve transparency. He further highlighted ongoing efforts to improve operational efficiency through faster cargo clearance and reduced dwell time as an enhanced connectivity via rail links, inland ports, barging operations, and export corridors. According to him, the authority is also focused on attracting private sector investment and strengthening strategic partnerships to ensure sustainable growth in the maritime sector. Dansoho expressed confidence that the ongoing reforms will result in faster port operations, lower logistics costs, increased trade volumes, and higher government revenue. He added that initiatives will also boost export competitiveness, create jobs, and establish Nigeria as a regional maritime hub. He concluded that with sustained commitment and collaboration among stakeholders, Nigerian ports are on course to becoming a preferred gateway for trade in West Africa and a major driver of economic diversification. Ms. Onyenuchea, you were probably at the event where this presentation was made by the Lekki Port Manager of the Nigerian Ports Authority, representing the Managing Director. What do you think about what he said about, the port modernization?
So when we look at port modernization, it's all about when we look at port modernization, it's all about efficiency. How do we drive efficiency across our ports? And for us to drive efficiency, we look at technology. Technology is the main thing. Technology will help our ports to be efficient. Then we look at, because when we look at our port, we are still running on the analog port management system. So we need to move. Other ports have embraced technology, which is why our cargoes have been diverted to other ports that use technology. And it's faster there, because when you want to clear goods there, it's faster. But in Nigeria, it takes about 21 days, an estimated 21 days to clear the goods here. And we all know how paperwork is delaying these goods, and it's making our cargo dwell time to be one of the highest, making our ports also one of the most expensive. So I think with this port modernization in terms of port automation and technology in all aspects, we'll achieve efficiency and we'll also be able to compete with other ports across West Africa.
Now, what do you think about how far the government is willing to go about this upgrade? We know that we have about 6 operational ports in Nigeria, but attention is being focused on mainly the 2 major ports in Lagos. That's the Apapa port and the Tinkan port. And if we really want to diversify the economy or decentralize the way businesses are being done within the economy, we need to look at also improving the efficiency in other ports, especially the eastern ports. Yeah. In light of that, do you think the government is willing to do what it needs to do to really make all these other ports work efficiently?
Okay, so when we look at infrastructure, we know it's capital intensive.
It is.
Yes, attention is paid to the ports in Lagos. This is because that is where majority of the traffic is coming to. But we know that majority of these cargoes are eastern bound cargoes. Mm-hmm. So, and like I said funding is required, and they need to focus on.
It's intensive.
Yes, and it's intensive. So they need to focus on where the cargo traffic is coming to. So gradually they would extend to other ports, but it's important that they diversify, since majority of the cargo goes to the east. So I think they should gradually, balance it out. We have the Onne port there. We also have the
Calabar
and the Warri ports. Yeah. So, but we know that those ports, they are shallow in draft.
They are river ports.
Yes, they are river ports. They are shallow in drafts. Lagos, Tinkan and Apapa port are still deeper than those other ports. But with time, I think the government
even the Apapa and Tinkan ports are river ports, considering the draft. Yeah.
Yes. But when you look at the vessels,
no. Actually, it's the measurements that requires the depth of the what's it called, the port, where the ship berths. It's the major consideration for calling either a river port or a deep sea port.
Yes.
And deep sea ports are majorly those that have over 15 meters, minus 15 meters depth. And these ones here are just about 4 or 5 meters in depth. So looking at that, also there are projected ports like the Badagry, the Dangote port in Lekki, the Ibom Deep Sea port, the other one at Escravos, you think the government will be willing to invest such huge, humongous amount of money, or you think a private partnership can do the?
This is where private partnership comes in. There needs to be this enabling business environment to ensure that this private sector comes in. But when you are inviting the private sector, let's look at it. Will they be able to, the money they've invested, will they be able to realize it? This is where
return on investment.
Yes, this is where cargo comes in. Do we have the cargo? Because it's not all about building ports. The ports that you have, how efficient are they? Are they attracting the cargo? The cargo we need, are they attracting it? Because we still have the cargo being diverted to other ports. So I think before we build other ports, let's make the ones that are existing efficient. And when we make it efficient, and when we are able to attract those cargo, then we can talk about building other ports rather than having ports lying around without anything.
I remember throwing a question at Mr. Anda, Emmanuel Anda, the representative of Dr. Dan Soho, about what he thinks about these proposed deep sea ports. He said something to the effect that once they come on board, the present ports we are having, except for Lekki, which is a deep sea port, will become like transit points. The river ports, they will all become irrelevant. You see that happening in the nearest, maybe in the 15, 20 years time?
I don't think so. And even the deep sea port, because I was at a program where the managing director of NPA, Dr. Abubakar Danso, said that before you can build a deep sea port, you need to have about $2 billion. So how many people?
Lekki was built $1.5 billion.
Because he gave an estimate.
Yeah.
So who is ready to invest this?
That kind of money.
And also have a return on investment. We know how Lekki deep sea port is. They are still operating below the required capacity. Yes, despite the bulk of the cargo, despite the bulk of the cargo coming to Lagos. So now, if we have such in other parts of the country, will they also have their return on investment? Will they have this cargo? So rather than building, yes, I know we need deep sea ports, but rather than building ports all over, because when you look at Ghana, you look at Cotonou, you look at Togo, how many deep sea ports do they have? But their ports are efficient. They are the ones driving the cargo. They're the ones driving the cargo. So let's look at how to make our existing port efficient while we build other deep sea ports to attract these vessels.
Okay, let's take a look at another item that made another presentation made in the course of the week by a maritime personnel. Igberengbe advocates smart technology adoption to boost port efficiency. It's also in line with what we are discussing. Yeah. Former lawmaker representing Apapa Federal Constituency, Mufuta Igberengbe, has called for the urgent adoption of emerging technologies to improve efficiency across Nigerian ports, warning that outdated systems are no longer sustainable in modern maritime trade. Igberengbe made this call while presenting a keynote paper titled Attaining Efficiency at a Port in the Face of Emerging Technology, where he highlighted the growing importance of digital transformation in global port operations. According to him, ports serve as critical gateways for international trade and economic growth, but many continue to struggle with congestion, delays, high operational costs, and infrastructural deficits. He noted that emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, Internet of Things, IoT, blockchain, automation, and digital twin systems are reshaping port operations globally. He cited leading global ports like the Port of Rotterdam, Port of Singapore, and Port of Shanghai as examples of facilities leveraging smart technologies to enhance efficiency, reduce turnaround time, and boost competitiveness. Efficient ports are defined by minimal delays, lower costs, high productivity, and improved customer satisfaction. Igberengbe stated listing key performance indicators such as vessel turnaround time, cargo dwell time, and customs clearance speed. He identified major challenges affecting port efficiency to include infrastructural gaps, reliance on manual processes, congestion, security risks, labor-related issues, and environmental pressures. The former lawmaker explained that technologies like AI can help forecast vessel arrivals and optimize resource allocation, while IoT enables real-time monitoring of port equipment and operations. He added that blockchain enhances transparency in cargo documentation, while automation and robotics improve handling, speed, and accuracy. Igberengbe also emphasized the importance of digital twin technology in simulating port operations for better planning and decision-making, as well as smart port community systems that integrate all stakeholders on a unified platform. Focusing on Nigeria, he pointed to key ports such as the Lagos Port Complex, Tinkan Island Port, and Onne Port, noting that efficiency can be significantly improved through digital solutions, rail evacuation systems, enhanced security, and private sector participation. He further recommended full digitalization of port processes, upgrading obsolete cargo equipment, handling equipment, strengthening cybersecurity systems, and investing in human capital development through continuous training. Igberengbe stressed public-private partnership will play a vital role in funding modern port infrastructure, while regulating reforms are needed to support innovation and compliance with global standards. Attaining efficiency at the port is no longer optional but essential, he said, adding that countries that embrace smart port technologies will benefit from faster cargo movement, reduced costs, increased revenue, and improved global competitiveness. He concluded by urging stakeholders to benchmark international best practices and integrate sustainability into port modernization efforts to ensure long-term growth and resilience in Nigeria's maritime sector. It's still in line with what we are talking about, the port efficiency, improving port efficiency, is talking about technology here. We know that most of the things that we do within our ports are still manual, with the exception of Lekki. Every other place is still this manual human contact kind of operations. What do you think about what he just said about the way forward?
So I believe that the way forward is having a policy that holds agencies accountable, so long they're operating in the maritime sector, because we are still far behind when we talk about adopting technology. So now, and when you look at agencies, they are slow to deploying this technology. So, and I think there should be policy. Let's hold agencies accountable. If you're slow, give them timeline. If they fail to meet the timeline, there should be sanctions. And I believe that with this, we'll be fast. Our ports will be technologically driven ports.
Okay. And you see, the thing about technology is that in most cases when they are introduced, there is this palpable fear that it takes away job. And so most of our people have that fear and they wouldn't want it to work. We know what has been happening with those platforms introduced by the customs. Bodogo had a whole lot of glitches at the introduction. Up to this moment, it's still not performing at optimum level. The newly introduced national single window is having a whole lot of teething problems. Do you think the government people have learned from all this? Because we are talking about technology here, technological platforms, bringing in innovations. What about guarding against sabotage? You think we are ready for all that?
I think we are ready, but it's how we are going about it. So like you talked about this technology, I think technology won't replace humans. Okay. So it's not left for you to train yourself, retrain yourself on how to use this technology. Because when you look at what is going on with the national single window, that's failure on the part of agencies to integrate. I won't mention names.
You're free to mention names.
Fresh forwarders have always pointed at NAFDAC and SON.
Yeah.
They have this low integration to the national single window. And if they have...
the goods clearing process starts with a SON for them to generate the SON cap.
Exactly. And why are they having these issues? If you're a technology savvy, that is, you'll be able to resolve this situation. Because when we have the right manpower, we have guys who are into coding. We have people who are into technology. So when you bring in these people, when you train yourself and retrain yourself, equip yourself, that they know you as a technology guru, you'll be employed, they'll bring you in, and you'll be able to solve this situation. And we won't have such hiccups in terms of migrating to technology.
Okay. We move forward. Another item we have here is the Amjon Annual Conference 2026, Attaining Port Efficiency in the Face of Emerging Technology. That's the theme for the conference. The president of the association, that's Vera Osokpo, made a presentation on the day, and she said, this is not just another conference. This is Amjon's parliament, she said. This is where the maritime media sets the agenda for the maritime nation. So our special guests, she said, who are not from the maritime sector, thank you for answering our call. Your presence tells us that the port efficiency is not a port problem. It is a Nigerian problem, and we are glad you're here. We chose attaining port efficiency in the face of emerging technology because the face of global trade has changed. Osoko said, artificial intelligence is clearing cargo in Singapore. Blockchain is tracking containers in Rotterdam. Ghana runs on a 24-hour port with one platform. That's impressive. Meanwhile, UNCTAD tells us 90% of Nigeria's trade passes through our ports. The World Bank says every day of delay cuts 5% of that trade. And the Lagos State Chamber of Commerce and Industry says we lose $19 billion a year to inefficiency. She went on to say, colleagues, emerging technology is no longer a conversation for tomorrow. It is the test of today, and Nigeria cannot afford to fail it. She said that Amjon is 12 years old. We have reported every port reform, every policy somersault, every promise made and broken. Today, our role is clear, she said. We are the bridge between policy and port, between technology and truck driver, between the boardroom and the berth. We will not be cheerleaders for failure, but will be champions for reform. When you deploy technology that works, we'll amplify it. When you install scanners that gather dust, we will, of course, report it and ask why. She said, that is the Amjon promise, fearless, factual, and for Nigeria. To our regulators and operators here, she said, thank you for honoring our invitation. This hall is proof that dialogue is possible. We asked for three things, Usokbo was saying: access to information, respect for media, and the sincerity of purpose. Give us those three, and together we will tell the world that Nigeria ports work. Let me repeat what she said. We asked for three things. That's the journalists asked for three things. Access to information, one. Respect for the media, and sincerity of purpose. Give us those three things, and together we will tell the world that Nigeria ports can work. So, what do you think about what she said? With regards to what the media requires to do its job, and the fact that what you have been talking about for the past couple of minutes, for the past 10, 20 minutes now, in terms of technology. She says we ask for three things: access to information, respect for media, and sincerity. Access to information. A whole lot of government agencies don't allow the media, especially in the maritime sector, do not give access to information that much. What do you think about that?
Yes, I think their communication department needs more education, because you can't withhold information from the media. We are the fourth estate of the realm, and our duty is to inform people, educate people, and entertain people. So
and
now
also
we need
hold the government
exactly accountable.
And that's probably what they fear.
Exactly. And one thing that is killing the media is misinformation and false information. When we get to hear about information, it is left for the journalists to call the agency to verify, because fair hearing is very important.
Good.
And I'm calling you, I've heard about this. I want to, verify if this is true. And we are calling you, you refuse to pick your call. So the journalist is left stranded. Okay, how do we do it? Do we just go with what we've had, or what? Do you see this? So this is where misinformation comes in, and false information, because they allow journalists to publish. When journalists publish, you see them doing damage control.
Yeah.
This is it, making the journalists to look as if the journalist is always publishing false information. When we call you, answer, give us this information. And one benefit is that when you give us this information, it helps us report better. We know that, yes, our port is improving, because when you look at the entire maritime system, and when you look at the media reportage, it's always the negative aspect. But we have the positive aspect as well. So help the media pass this information, so that the media will always report the positive part of the maritime sector, because enough of the world see Nigeria as if Nigeria is not working. Because every day Nigeria is not working, the maritime sector is not working. Whereas in actual sense, we have the areas that are working in the maritime sector. So do not withhold this information from us. Pass it, both the negative, both the positive. So we tell the world our story. So the world will know, yes, Nigeria is actually working.
Good, good. NIWA to facilitate West Coast cargo jetty, eyes smart inland operations. The National Inland Waterways Authority, NIWA, has unveiled plans to facilitate the development of West Coast cargo jetty, aimed at enhancing seamless movement of goods and services across the sub-region. In a strategic move to maximize Nigeria's vast inland waterways, the authority disclosed that it may operationalize some of its existing jetties to boost cargo traffic between Nigeria and Ghana as a pilot phase of the initiative. This was made known during a joint inspection of the Marina Jetty in Lagos on Thursday by officials of the Nigerian Ports Authority, Nigeria Immigration Service, NIS, NIWA, and a delegation from the Ghanaian comprising corporate and private sector trade representatives. Leading the NIWA delegation, the acting managing director, Mr. Yusuf Gibrey, reiterated the authority's readiness to support the proposed West African cargo jetty. It highlighted the availability of extensive waterfront infrastructure capable of driving efficient, technology-driven, and hassle-free cargo operations with direct access to key markets within Lagos. Gire, accompanied by NIWA's General Manager Marine, Engineer Oswald Dakio, and the Lagos Area Manager, Engineer Sarat Brahma, explained that the authority's expansive network of waterways positions it as a critical enabler of inland cargo movement from across West Africa. He noted that NIWA's existing operational experience, particularly along the Calabar-Cameroon route, provides a solid foundation for scaling similar initiatives across the West African coast. We are committed to leveraging our infrastructure and expertise to facilitate regional trade. Our experience on the Calabar-Cameroon route demonstrates the viability of inland water transportation in boosting market access within Nigeria and across West Africa, Gire said. What do you think about that? There's a binding bilateral arrangement for NIWA for cargoes to be moving via the waterways from here to Ghana, trying to replicate what's already happening between Calabar and Cameroon.
Okay, we know that at the event, at the recent event at Apapa, the NPMD talked about the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. So, and for this to happen, there must be connectivity within countries. And now when we look at Nigeria's ports, Nigeria's maritime sector, we know that the majority of the bulk of the cargo is always at the mother ports. We need to ensure that other places like the cargo jetty, the inland dry ports, they are all functional to ensure that we decongest the mother ports.
Even the other ports within that the mother ports serve, like the KLT.
Exactly. We need to make sure that these mother ports are decongested. Take these cargoes to those cargo jetties. And the fact is that how many of those cargo jetties are working? We also saw how the barge operators they were lamenting, saying that some of these jetties are not working. So they have to rely on the mother ports. So now when we have these cargo jetties working, it will ensure that we boost this Africa Continental Free Trade area. There will be no challenges to access other countries, because the more we were able to connect with other ports, with other countries' ports, you will see that there will be cargo flow and we'll be able to generate revenue from this Africa Continental Free Trade area.
And Nigeria being the biggest country, at least the biggest economy in West Africa, we need to reach out to the neighboring countries to,
of course,
do more trade, more inter-West African trade. Of course, for us to properly derive the benefits therein.
Of course, because we know that when Nigeria is import dependent, and when you look at the percentage of trade that comes to West and Central Africa, it's Nigerian-bound cargo. Nigeria controls about 40% or more of those cargoes coming to West Africa. So we need to ensure that connectivity. We need to ensure this trade, because when we look at the Africa Continental Free Trade, it's also talking about exports. How do we export to other African countries? Because if we cannot export, that means our export sector won't even thrive.
Yeah, I know. I've not really seen the documents, the legal framework for the African Continental Free Trade Area. But you made a very good point here that Nigeria is import dependent, and the cargo inflows are much more than the outflows. Despite the fact that the outflows are growing, the export cargoes are moving out and growing in numbers. The fear there is also there that these other countries, less endowed countries in Africa, may be used as places for conveying goods to be dumped here in Nigeria. How, in the light of this, how is this going to work out with how the cargo movements and everything?
So I don't think that other countries or Nigeria will use as a dumping ground. Rather, it will ensure trade facilitation. There will be movement of goods across all countries.
Yes,
we're able to
that's
take
the objective.
We'll be able to take our goods to Ghana. Ghana will be able to bring their goods here. It's just to ensure that Africa works.
But like you said, Nigeria is import dependent. Most African countries are import dependent.
Of course.
Just a very minute few, if not all, are import dependent. But will it not make Nigeria the final destination for all imported goods in any part of Africa, and then we become a dumping site?
No, it won't if the government focuses on our exports. If government should focus on their export. So the reason why we bring in, we are import dependent is because we don't produce much. We don't manufacture much. So, but when we focus on this after trade, we will see that it should boost our exports. Because when we look at what we produce and take outside there to the Western world, Europe, we don't meet their standards. You know, Africa will have our own standards. So let's trade within amongst ourselves. Let's get this money. Let's get this revenue amongst ourselves. Let's boost our trade amongst ourselves.
Okay, TCIP command makes another huge mark. TCIP command makes another huge mark. Calls in Canadian loud worth 18.9 billion naira. That's the over the week, about a few days ago, I think you were there too, when we saw that this got to be the biggest seizure of drugs at the Tinkan Island Command. But let me go through the story. The syncretic acumen with which Frank Okechukwu Onyeka, controller and customs area controller of the Tinkan Island Port Command, Nigeria Customs Service, handles his responsibilities at his post, has over time left most totally impressed. This is because his time at the helms of affairs at the TCP has witnessed such good performances in quick succession, generally in all the areas of customs mandate, that it could leave a watcher's head spinning. The most recent seizure of hard drugs gives us the impetus to highlight some of the command's earlier results in carrying out their job, especially in the area of anti-smuggling activities and particularly concerning the seizure of illicit drugs. In March 2025, different catches of illicit drugs with a total street value of 8,053,125,000 naira were seized. That's in March 2025. In October 2025, 2,081 packages of cannabis indica weighing 1,093 kilograms and 8 packages of crystal meth weighing 8 kilograms concealed in the vehicles in four containerized vehicles were apprehended. The total street value of the illicit drugs recovered from the seizures was 5,304,000,000 naira. And in January this year, 2026, 55 jumbo bags of cannabis indica comprising of 2,366 packages with a combined weight of 1,183 kilograms were seized. The seized narcotics have an estimated street value of 4,732,000,000 naira. And one suspect was arrested in connection with the seizure. In February, 3 units of 20 food containers of expired pharmaceuticals were seized and handed over to the NDLA. On Thursday, the 30th of April, 2026, Comptroller Onyeka held a press briefing where he showcased fresh seizures of illicit drugs. He informed the journalists that following credible intelligence and sustained interagency cooperation, officers of the command, working jointly with personnel of the NDLEA, conducted a 100% physical examination on a container with number HAM U429966/1, which has been red flagged from intelligence gathered. The container, which originated from Canada, was initially declared to contain only used vehicles. However, upon thorough examination, it was discovered that 185 jumbo bags of cannabis indica concealed with one used 2010 Toyota Camry and one used 2023 Chevrolet Colorado. The CSC's words: further examination revealed that seized cannabis indica comprised 9,458 packages with a total of 4,729 kilograms. An estimated street value of 18,916,000,000 naira was recovered. Controller Onyeka referenced the agreement between the Customs and the National Drugs Law Enforcement Agency, the NDLEA, as a framework which is yielding the tangible results, and which was signed on April 27, 2026 at the NDLEA headquarters in Abuja by the Chairman, Chief Executive Officer, Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, and the Comptroller of Customs, Bashir Adewale Adeni, PhD. Part of the standard operating procedures SOP of the agreement provides that both agencies are to follow on strengthening interagency collaboration through regular engagements, structured intelligence sharing, and develop coordinated operational guidelines to ensure seamless collaboration. The agreement also established that the headquarters of the Standing Interagency Committee is to be domiciled at the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency headquarters, Abuja. The CSA also handed over the seized 4,729 kilograms of cannabis indica to the strategic commander, Tinkan Island Drug Command of the National Drugs Law Enforcement Agency. That's the commander of narcotics, Solomon Gbadebo Motosho. While carrying out the handover, Comptroller Onyeka warned all smugglers and criminal elements that the Nigerian Customs Service, in collaboration with its partners, is fully prepared and determined to detect, intercept, and prosecute all forms of illegal activities. He reiterated that the Tinkan Island Port Command remains resolute in its commitment to intensify synergy with all relevant agencies to secure the borders and the ports. He said that we will continue to deploy intelligence-driven strategies and robust enforcement measures to combat smuggling and illicit trade. The NDLEA head, while receiving the seized drugs, said that the seizures occurred as a result of Controller Onyeka's commitment to national security and also interagency cooperation occasioned by interaction of the heads of the agencies, Brigadier General retired Buba Marwa and CGC Adewale Adeniyi. While fielding questions from journalists, CN Omotosho also noted that some of the illicit drugs came from certain countries that have more liberal approach to some drugs, and that their threshold for allowed substances is higher than what the laws of Nigeria permit. It is noted that with the renewed efforts and especially the solid interagency cooperation, smugglers planning to use the Tinkan Island port as a route to carry out their nefarious activities of drug smuggling will continue to hit brick walls and have more holes punched into their sleazy pockets. Unfortunately, the perpetrators, at any little suspicion of any government agency being on their trail, usually take flight. They are in most cases not caught, just as is the case with these latest seizures. This is mind-boggling. Virtually on daily basis, we keep hearing of seizures of large cache of drugs from different ports. What do you think about this one? Canadian loud, almost 5,000 kilograms.
So if you look at the trend, you discover that these drug lords, they are now using the maritime domain to smuggle their drugs. So, and one annoying thing is, every day you keep on hearing, when you ask, who are the owners of these drugs? And they tell you they don't know. These agencies are not able to provide the owners of these drugs. Is it that at the ports where these drugs left, is that they were not able to hold the owners of those drugs, and now it's coming here? So is it that nobody knows the owner? Because you can't keep on saying we don't know the owner, they're at large. No, because when you keep on saying it, we'll still have such a thing repeat itself again.
Yeah.
Because they are owners of this drug.
There should be deterrent.
Exactly. At the point where these drugs are being moved into the vessel, someone is responsible for it. Hold this person. The person will fish out the owners. And at the port where they are being discharged, hold the person. And they'll bring out the owners of these drugs. So it's unfortunate that we keep on hearing that there are no arrests. They are still looking for the owners. The owners are at large. No, it doesn't work that way. We can't stop this if we continue with this trend of we don't know the owners. We don't know where the owners are. And this is why all security agencies at the ports, they need to step up. We need to step up security at our ports to ensure that these people are being apprehended and they are being dealt with.
Yeah, I'm not giving brief to the government agencies, not holding a brief to them, but I think I tried to do a little bit of an investigation into some of these things because, like you just rightly said, in most cases, and it is written in that report, you hardly see anybody being apprehended for these nefarious activities. My small investigation showed that some of these people, the paper trail is so complex that for you to hold the particular person, the owner, is usually, they are so smart that sometimes they send these things through a proxy. The proxy now send, for it to be cleared, you have to give to another proxy, who gives to another proxy. The final person who comes to clear is being held, and he knows next to nothing about the owner. I mean, it's but the thing is this: what I keep advising, as in my own capacity, I should advise the freight forwarders who clear some of these cargo is that do not clear any cargo of anybody you do not know his, you don't have his KYC, know your customer. You don't know this person and you're doing business with the person. You have never even seen him. Just somebody presented a paper to you, go and clear this thing. And you go sheepishly because you need some money, you go and do it. And you get into trouble. One occurred, I investigated, I saw one that occurred this year. In the end, they were unable to get, it was about, probably the owner is about the fourth person from hand to hand. But the agencies of government, I'm just an individual. The government has all the wherewithal to do proper investigation and fish out the perpetrators. I think that is where it comes in. Probably, would you say that they are not doing their job enough?
They are doing it. They are doing their job, but I don't think they are doing their best. Because even if it goes through proxy, when you hold one person, you link the person, you keep on linking till you get to the final owner. Even if they don't want to speak, you make them speak. Because I believe that the owners are amongst us. They are not hiding. We are seeing them. They are not hiding. But because a proper investigation is not being done to bring them out. So they all know how to go about this. They will keep on doing this, and going scot-free.
Now, what do you think about the Tinkan Island Port Command receiving this huge amount of drugs and it being able to be exposed? She said, is that credit to the NDLEA or the customs, the command customs personnel, or is it? What do you think?
It's a joint work, a collaboration, because one agency can't do it alone. Because if one agency wants to do it, they can't get it. So there needs to be this joint collaboration, because when you look at custom, that is to clear the goods, and at a point probably there might be some mistakes and all that. So that's why they also need the NDLEA. They need other agencies to come together and ensure, because if one agency has an information, it needs to pass it across to the other agency. So they must work hand in hand. Custom cannot work without NDLEA when it comes to this drug. And NDLEA can't work without the custom, because customs, they are the first point. Exactly, they are the first point of call. They are the ones checking these cargoes to see, okay, let's examine these cargoes. When they see, they have to call NDLEA. And if NDLEA receives information that a drug is called, they have to inform custom. Container, vessel is coming with drugs. So it's left for the customs to do their work. So it's a collaborative work. One agency can't do it alone.
Now, what do you think? We talked about bilateral relationship and agreements before when we were talking about the newer cargo international jetty that they want to establish along the marina. What about in this area? This question was asked at that press briefing. Why is it that the agencies of government cannot have such bilateral agreement? I know that the CGC of Custom, the CG of Custom, sometime last year talked about it. He's been to several countries, I think India, one or two other countries. They need to have more bilateral agreement with this country, because a lot of countries have lower threshold for drugs, such as this. Nigeria doesn't. Nigeria, there's a whole lot of things that Nigeria as a country doesn't allow to come in, but in some other countries they are allowed in there. Why can't they have stronger bilateral agreement with these countries in order to be able to be informed when this thing is leaving their country? You think they are not doing well enough in that area, or is it that they're just leaving it so that as it goes, they catch the person when the cargo comes here through 100% examination, which is not efficient? So what do you think about that?
So I don't think they are not doing well. They just need to step up.
That's in terms of bilateral agreement. That's
yes,
what I'm
they just need to step up. Visit your counterparts in other countries. Ensure that there is this legal framework that binds all of them together. So when there's this legal framework, they can work together with it. They can pass this information. Because the last, should I say the last, I can't remember the country where the Controller General of Customs talked about that there's this, inadequate legal framework between Nigeria Customs and the other countries' customs. So they need to work together. Let's bring out this legal framework that will bind us together, that we can work with. Then we can share information. Because we are not working together with the other customs in the other country. You can't share that information.
Obviously,
information sharing is lacking. So we need to be able to share this information. If there is a particular issue in my country, and I know that this vessel has left going to your country, then I should tell you, please expect so vessel coming. So they'll be able to pass that information, share that information with them. So they'll work hand in hand. So if there is no collaboration, if there's no legal framework binding all the customs of all the countries, there will still be gap in terms of trade. Then you see all these nefarious activities, growing.
Okay. Now let's see. There's a room for us to take one more story. Amato proposes 3,500 capacity truck park. Partners NTVOA as rescue team is launched. They need to encourage healthy road use practice. The safety of members as well as other road users has necessitated the conception of a rescue team to aid maritime truck drivers as they engage in their businesses. The gathering at the main hall of the Rockview Hotel Apapa Wednesday had many industry operators, officers from the Lagos State Traffic Management Agency, LASMA, Federal Road Safety Agency Corps, Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, the Maritime Police, as well as officials from the Apapa local government in attendance. The event was the swearing in of the new Lagos State Executive Committee members for the Association of Maritime Truck Owners, AMATU, a body known to be in the forefront of fighting for the welfare of truck operators in Nigeria. The occasion also provided a veritable opportunity for the association to inaugurate a rescue team meant to attend the immediate needs of drivers while on the road. In his welcome speech, the outgoing Lagos State Chairman of AMATU, Lukman Zangalu Shitu, said that there is a real need for all maritime operators to form a critical mass of unified force so that their interests can be totally addressed and taken care of. In his words, as far as this association is concerned, an injury to one is an injury to all. He also announced the association's partnership program with the Nigeria Towing Vehicle Operators Association for the evacuation of broken down trucks at no extra charge. Goodwill messages followed. The police commissioner the Commissioner of Police Ports Authority, Tony Agbaminaja, was represented by Olubukola Hussaini. She commended the efforts of AMATU to bring truck operators together. She said this is a collective good for everyone and it should be supported. CPC Makanto, representing Gani Kehinde Hamzat, her boss at the Federal Road Safety Corps, said that the FRC is committed to partnering with AMATU. She advised that members of the truck association should always latch their containers to the trucks as required by safety procedures. She wished the incoming executive committee members a trouble-free and successful tenure. Stephen Okafor, the representative of the NATO president, said this gathering is a first by AMATU and the transformation in the association is quite remarkable. We opine that road transport employed more persons than the federal government and urges the government to invest in the building and repair of roads. The representative of Mrs. Ido Shebanjo, the chairman of Apa local government area, was Shegun Moses. He anchored his message on the need for partnering Amato to make sure that there is always free flow of traffic within and around Apapa. He advocated constant training of truck drivers in order to properly orientate them on the right way to use the roads with consideration to other road users. Francis Oladokun of the Lagos State Traffic Management Agency, LASMA, commended Amato for engaging in engagements that have yielded good results. The keynote address was presented by the president of the association, Chief Remi Ogugbemi, who noted that the difficulties confronting truckers today can be traced back to the planning and concession of the Apapa and Tinkan Island ports, where insufficient attention was given to the indispensable role of trucks in port logistics. Trucks are the backbone of port operation. Yet the privatization process led to the removal of designated truck parks that were originally provided by port planners in pre-concession era. Indiscriminate parking of trucks along port access roads was rare due to the availability of structured parking facilities. His words, over time, the situation has deteriorated significantly. Trucking operations have become less profitable, largely due to the activities of unauthorized actors, both state and non-state, who exploit truckers through various means. Consequently, resources that should be allocated to maintenance and fleet renewal are diverted, leaving many trucks in unsafe and poor conditions. Chief Ogbemi urged that, in line with our commitment to solutions, Amato has identified a parcel of land with the capacity to accommodate approximately 3,500 trucks. This land represents a strategic opportunity for development of a standard truck marshalling yard to support operations in both Apapa and Tinkan ports. We have formally presented this proposal to the Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, who directed the matter to the Nigerian Shippers Council. We sincerely commend the Council for its engagement, convening stakeholders meetings, and facilitating inspection visits to the proposed site in collaboration with the landowners. Their commitment to resolving this critical issue is highly appreciated. The occasion also witnessed the swearing in of the new executive. So, this is also in line with what we are talking about here. Amato, that's the Association of Maritime Truck Owners, they are proposing a 3,500 capacity truck park. That will, if they get that done, it will decongest the corridors, the port corridors of Apapa and Tinkan. Don't you think so?
Yes, I think it will, because we all know how the port roads were in the past. You you can't use your legs to even trek, not to talk of using your vehicle to trek. And this is because there was no truck park, there was no holding bay. Even as at now, we still have an inadequate holding bay. Because when you go to the Tinkan Apapa corridor, you see trucks parked indiscriminately, still on the road. And this is a serious issue, especially to our maritime corridor, which is also our trade corridor. Now, they are talking about 3,500 truck capacity yard. So it's not all about having this. Will they comply? Will they partner? Because we know what is going on. Some of them are not compliant. Even with the electronic call-up system, you still see people that want to bypass. We still have those saboteurs that, let me just enter, I just want to get it. They don't want to follow the system. They don't want to follow that. They don't want to do things in order. They just want to follow this bypass and just follow it. So even with the 3,000 truck capacity, they should also ensure that they comply with it. They should be there when they call them. They should enter. So with this, we achieve sanity on our roads.
Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for staying tuned on the Maritime Frontier Show this week. My name is Delu Tommy. We've been talking with Ms. Adako Chair, a reporter, the maritime reporter for the Nigerian Guardian, the Guardian newspapers. You're welcome to the program. Thank you for coming to the program.
Thank you so
I
much
hope
for
when we
having me.
ask for your presence here, you
Of course.
oblige us.
I'll be here. Thanks so much.
Thank you
for
so very
having me.
much. Have yourself a wonderful week ahead. Good day. Thank you very much.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Voptv, Voice of the People Television.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Maritime, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Maritime from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everyone. It's a brother shagging the man fine back with the Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Nigeria, with its complex political atmosphere, divergent views and discordant views, better still, coming with bass bows. Only one question matters: who really has the best candidate? Something is here. 5 political camps, 1 stage, no filters. Join us in this clash as supporters of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, Omoyele Sowore, and Adewale Adebayo go head to head in no holds barred town hall debate. No script, just raw, unfiltered conversation. This is more than politics. This is where opinions clash. Facts are tested and the truth fights to be heard. Happening live on May 22nd by 11 a.m. at Golden Tulip Terrace Hall, Ihoka Tower, 36 International Airport Road, Lagos. Don't miss it. Watch live on YouTube at Voptv. Set your reminder, subscribe, join the conversation. My candidate is the best. Or is it?
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with discourse.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
From the views on the street
we go to bed empty hunger
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment.
And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. PRP rejected Obi Kwankwaso over ticket demand. I'm surprised that this particular one is coming out now. You guys could have talked about this, before now, but why is Obi and Kwankwaso on the lips of everyone? We just have to, look into that particular conversation this wonderful afternoon. Join the conversation with experts, insider and citizen perspective, share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into all the news stories with details. Ex-Power Minister Maman jail for 75 years as regards to the 33.8 billion naira fraud. A federal high court in Abuja actually sentenced former Power Minister Sela Maman to 75 years in prison for stealing 33.8 billion in public funds. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission prosecuted Maman for money laundering and conspiracy involving funds meant for the Zungeru and Mambila hydroelectric projects. The ruling follows the court's earlier decision to dismiss is no case submission rather, and order him to open his defense. I'm surprised that he actually said no case initially, but we'll actually talk about this particular one, in just a few minutes now. And away from that particular one, Lagos Speaker Obasa declares for Agege House of Reps seats. Lagos Assembly Speaker Mudashiru Obasa has declared his bid for the Agege House of Representatives seat ahead of APC primaries. Obasa announced his intention on Tuesday at a stakeholders meeting in Agege, saying APC leaders in the area urged him to run. He also endorsed Ganiu Egunjobi for Agege Constituency 1 and Aziz Oladapo Yusuf Ninolowo for Constituency 2 in Lagos. Of course, talking about the Lagos House of Assembly now. The declaration adds to growing political activity in Agege as aspirants ramp up consultation ahead of the primaries. APC members in Agege and other parts of Lagos await the outcome of the party's screening exercise. And away from that particular one, Seyi Makinde is set to declare 2027 presidential bid. Oyo Governor Seyi Makinde is expected to formally declare his 2027 presidential ambition on Thursday at the Unity Mega Rally in Mapo Hall, Ibadan, to be precise. The event will also unveil a PDP-APM alliance in Oyo State, with Makinde set to present APM candidates for governorship, senate, and other seats. Former Finance Commissioner Bimbo Adekombi is tipped as APM governorship candidate, with Stanley Olajide Olufemi Ajadi and Shina Pella listed for Senate. Party sources said the rally will follow the signing of an alliance agreement between APM and the Tamino Turaki-led PDP faction. Supporters from across the country are expected to attend as grassroots mobilization for Makinde's bid intensifies. Now, we also heard that a particular faction of the PDP is actually, respond to this particular one, that there is no alliance, from the PDP with that of the APM, and I believe that's coming from the weakest axis. But I will be talking about this and more. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at Voptv Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Voptv, and of course on YouTube with Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting the conversation here. PRP rejected Obi Kwankwaso over ticket demand. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned, I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is the People's Voice on Voice of Television. The People's Democratic, the People's Redemption Party, I beg your pardon, says talks with Peter Obi and Rabiu Kwankwaso collapsed after both demanded an automatic presidential ticket without contesting. And PRP National Chairman Akim Baba Ahmed said the party insisted that they first join and follow internal processes. We told them no and no and no. This is PRP. We do not practice that kind of politics, he said. The camps also sought multiple party positions, while concerns over the PRP's INEC status contributed to the breakdown. Both sides parted amicably. The failed talks come as Nigerians' opposition realignment deepens. Obi and Kwankwaso recently quit the African Democratic Congress for the Nigerian Democratic Congress, splitting the bloc that included Atiku Abubakar and weakening the front against President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the APC. Former ADC chieftain Solomon Dalong said the Obi Kwankwaso ticket stands little chance, arguing ADC now holds the stronger base with Atiku's and Buhari's supporters. ADC National Publicity Secretary Bolaji Abdullahi called the exit a glitch, saying the party has moved on and stabilized and, of course, moved forward. We're now being joined by Mr. Elvis Elimihele, a journalist, political and public affairs analyst, a member of the Guide of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. Welcome on board, sir.
Good afternoon, Saviour. How is your day?
Very well, thank you. And it is indeed another Wednesday.
Yeah, as usual.
So would you want to respond to any of the news story before?
Yes, I want to speak on the sentencing of Saleh Mama, the former minister for power. I think I'm quite happy that that sentence came as expected. And it shows that there are so many people who are behind the failure of electricity in Nigeria that made Nigeria to be a laughingstock before the Committee of Nations. Imagine a minister who is supposed to even buy the ideas, laudable ideas of the administration is serving in, to even bring in a kind of succor to Nigeria and say, oh, and be boastful of the administration that it was our time that we restored electricity to Nigerians. It was the same person who was given that kind of opportunity to be a minister that sat on 33.8 billion. Do you know what that means? Talking of Zungeru and talking of Mabila. These are supposed to be power stations that are supposed to generate electricity that almost more than half of Nigeria would have been talking of. At least we have stable electricity today. So the court did its job well. We want to see more of this. And that's to tell you that even the so-called Messiah that Nigerians said he was a Messiah that will rescue this nation, late President Muhammadu Buhari, this was one of his ministers. And you know how many of his ministers are actually under probe today. And so many of them are also having their days with the EFCC and the court. So if you put all this in totality, Saviour, you will agree with me that Buhari never came to fight corruption. His administration was a monumental failure in all the matrix he gave Nigeria in 2015 when they were campaigning against PDP that they were coming to fight insecurity, rejig Nigeria economy, fight corruption, and improve on infrastructure. None of them was achieved by Buhari, 8 years of rulership in this nation. So that sentencing of Mama Saleh was a good one.
Okay, Mr. Elvis, I love the fact that, well, you've actually given remarks to the judicial system, to our judicial system. And of course, we want more of this.
I want more of this.
We don't just want more of this. We want a proper, prosecution of every corrupt person in this nation.
Yes.
And not only that, we don't want selected few.
Where?
And I think that's another conversation we've not actually
we won't go into that now.
Yeah, so we don't want selected few.
Yes, because I have my stand on that.
You understand? So we don't want selected few. We want it to go round.
Yeah, it should go round.
You understand? Let it go round. And we love the fact that, okay, if they've actually started up from with this particular, former minister, I just hope they can spread more tentacles.
So many of those ministers that are on their list that are having their days in the court, let the court fast track their judgment so that they know their position.
Okay, so first, former ministers, second, including former governors.
Governors, I mean, all of them.
Now,
all of them are involved.
and I don't think any minister has immunity.
No, not at all.
So a president and governor has immunity.
Yes.
I believe the vice president, deputy governor,
that's
right?
That's
and Senate president.
The
right?
other ones don't have immunity.
So every other person does not. They are only appointed. So it means that even president or a sitting minister can be. If that's the case, if we're talking about Maman here now, who was the former minister of power, why don't we just make it simultaneously by also checking the one that just resigned?
Yes,
you understand that is going for gubernatorial position.
It should be.
I'm not saying he has never contested before. No. He has contested, so that people wouldn't say that. Oh, I'm trying to. I'm trying to label it by saying where did he get the money from? You understand? He has contested before. Okay, so and we know he also has money. His deep pockets, right?
Well, it is the FCC that will tell Nigerians that
how deep his pocket is.
How deep his pocket and where the money
but what we're now saying here is, please,
the FCC and ICPC should do their job more.
I think I want to call ICPC more. So ICPC should help us, Since we are around the power ministry, let's just finish it.
Yeah, finish with even the one behind Sally.
You understand?
All of them are.
Yeah, so let's just finish with power. Because I think we still have that of aviation ministry we've not touched.
We've not touched
which is Sirika, right?
Yeah, Hadi Sirika.
Sirika, yes.
We've not touched the Ministry for Humanitarian Affairs.
No, that one is that one. No, Mr. Harvis, for now, let's try. Let's try and pick. Let me make it quite easy. Let's try and pick the likes of Titus Fish.
Okay. Before we start looking at
crocus, before we go to whale. You understand? Let's leave those ones.
Yes.
We need more of this. Let's stay with the little eggs.
75 years. That's a good one. It's a good one.
But we just hope that they will serve the sentence. We just hope. And anything will not happen.
Yeah, but their names are now before the word.
Okay.
Yes.
But Mr. Harvis, if you use the word, their names are now before the word. This is not the first name that will be before the word, and nothing would happen. L will not lose if any other thing, if the situation takes another turn.
Yeah, in Nigeria here, you may say that, but in international, whenever they at least they want to get something higher than within the enclaves of Nigeria, they'll be reminded that they were sentenced in Nigeria one time. In Nigeria, there will be nothing because we have seen some past governors who have been pardoned. Tomorrow, another government will come and pardon them and all of that. You have seen a former governor of Delta State, Jason.
I wanted to say your state, but I said, let me leave it.
No, it's not my sister's state.
No, your sister's state. But they used to be your state. When it was the old Bende.
When
it was Bende, so it was, so let's still leave it at Bende. So that I can actually throw the shades out to throw at you. Okay, Mr. Harvis. Now, let's come back home. In as much as that Sirika's conversation is still, wanting me to talk more. How can you promise Nigeria air? And we only saw our plane in less than 24 hours. The plane was off back to Ethiopia. Back to Ethiopia.
Yes. With all the millions of dollars that was used to spray it from Ethiopia Airlines to Nigeria Airways.
Mr. Harvis, so much has actually happened in this country.
Yeah, we
just hope things like this or situation like this does not take place again.
That's why we are talking of credible government that can actually do the bidding of Nigerians.
But my question, if we're talking about credible government, we're talking about the executive arm of government. Now, our legislators were meant to give us the proper oversight functions, right? They were meant to query, they were meant to ask questions, they were meant to hold these people accountable. But I'm surprised that our legislators are busy fighting on how they should change the guideline on who is to become the next Senate president or not.
That's because we have not actually gotten it right. That's why I say credible. There is government, but we're talking about
credibility now.
Credibility has not come in. By the time credibility comes in, you will see that you will be a low ranger when you are trying to move some certain things that you not garner support even among your colleagues in the house. Yes, that brings in the credibility. But let's look towards 2027.
Okay,
whether it will be better.
Now talking about 2027, let me pick it up from there. Mr. Harvis, yesterday on the show, I had a particular guest who we did head-to-head. And all he kept saying was, Atiku has never been a supporter of this zoning thing and whatever and all of that, And he's saying that we should make it open instead of saying you are zoning to the south, that there is nowhere that we've actually seen a particular incumbent, president being removed from power from another person who is from the same region. But I'm just surprised because he also went against, Buhari as at the time.
You know, we all have the history here where he contested.
Yeah.
He has contested against his northern brother.
Yeah.
You know. So I'm surprised that this particular situation is coming now.
He contested against Buhari in 2019.
Yes. Now, I'm surprised that this situation is coming now. But that being said, so many of his camp are actually saying, just like one mentioned yesterday, that Obi and Kwankwaso are running away from primaries. And that's where I'm going to. They said they are not capable of, becoming president because they are running from primaries. That everywhere they've been going to, they avoid primaries. That Obi in particular has been avoiding primaries. Even went as far as talking about the election that saw him through Anambra election. That he didn't win, but of course he was told, the winner was told to step down for him. He mentioned a lot. And with PRP coming out now to say, oh, they came to us, they demanded an automatic ticket, which we said, no, this is PRP. We don't do such politics here. And I don't understand that particular meaning of we don't do such politics. Are we saying that truly Obi just go to a party that Wiki branded? He said Obi loves ready-made food party. Food is ready. Just come and take tickets. That he doesn't like to work. What would you say about that particular situation, please?
Well, probably the guideline of PRP is not favorable to their own.
No, they stated it.
Yeah.
They said they wanted automatic tickets, and they also wanted their people to take, so many positions.
Yes, I think it's not even the automatic ticket that is the issue. There are people taking some certain positions because I keep telling you, the displacement, displacing the Aborigine members of that political party by, adopted members is always an issue. We've already started saying it playing out in the ruling party now. So, but saying that they are running from primaries. Kwankwaso has been governor in Kano State. At least he has done primaries before he became governor. He has also been presidential candidate in the last election in NPFL. At least there was primaries before he became their presidential candidate. If they are talking about Obi, Obi has been governor twice. I don't know how they will just hand him over tickets without even if it's consensus. Consensus is another way of primaries. Even if you are talking of Labour Party, there are people in Labour Party when he came in who granted him that consensus and said, okay, go ahead because we believe you can fly our ticket. So it depends on the way they are looking at primaries. Savior, a primary where you have laid landmines against all other aspirants that are contesting with you because you have a fat pocket. That's not primaries. Let primaries be that it is actually the delegates genuinely coming to say this is the person we believe that can fly our ticket and this is the person we believe in. Not you because you have fat pockets. You've already laid landmines and banana peas all over. Look at what happened in 2022 towards 2023 election. The way at the last minute, how Tambuwa jumped to join Atiku Abubakar. Do you think Tambuwa just joined him with all his followers ordinarily? And when we started hearing that the dollars that were flowing in primaries center, was something else. So if you are talking of genuine primaries, there is no politician that will be afraid of genuine primaries when you have already used your money to pick the form. You pick that form for a purpose. And because you believe that if there are genuine primaries, the people that are going to vote for that primaries may love you as a person and vote for you. But by the time another person is coming to line the delegates' pocket with money, knowing fully where the level of poverty in this nation, and people are already like, oh, thank God, you know what it takes for people to become delegates, especially during the indirect system of primaries where you have to start voting, picking people from the ward down to the local government, down to the state. People who are going to vote for aspirants as in primary elections, they go there with a lot of, this is my Christmas era. Before now. Now, they know, because they know that all the aspirants are coming with bags of money. And it depends on the highest bidder that they will not queue behind. Is that primaries? Primary delegates are supposed to be members of that party who believe in that party's ideology and believe that this is the person that we believe can carry through our ideology, carry through our manifestos, and this is the same person that we believe that we will be able to stand head to head with other political party candidates for us to win an election. But the kind of primary delegates we see in primaries today are, let me go and get my own, even if at the general election, the party did not win, provided I'm able to get back home with what I made out of primaries. That's not primaries. Let us be sincere to ourselves. All these people that are peddling this rumor or, backlashing will be all in the name of primaries. Let primaries be genuine, free and fair as expected. You see that this same person that we are talking about, whether he will win the primary or not, but the primary where you have already gone to put money down somewhere, and you are already, even before the people arrive, that you are putting them in 5-star hotels, as part of it, giving them the kind of buffet they have never eaten in their lives, then giving them an envelope in dollars.
Mr. Evans, I don't know why they don't actually call you and I, for us to enjoy this particular.
So these people are they say that pays the papa, the two. By the time you come out of a 5-star hotel you have never been in before,
and you have dollars with your pounds,
you have pounds or euro in your hands, and they said this is the person that is responsible for this. So at that last minute, what do you think you will do? You can't be found in another queue now. So let's not go and lay ambush towards the delegates, all in the name to spite the other aspirants who don't have as much as them. That's not primaries.
Okay, I mentioned something yesterday to him. I said I'm surprised that all of Atiku's camp now, they are just coming at Obi Kwankwaso's alliance, and for me, I'm asking, are you people just noticing that Obi is now the bad person to you guys? You were all happy when Obi moved in to ADC because their hope was it was going to be a running mate to Atiku. And he said he wants to, contest, he wants to be on the ballot as a president, not as a vice president. He mentioned it. And Atiku Abubakar also said, and I remember that some ADC chieftain who are now in the NDC with Obi and Kwankwaso, they made, clear assertions, which is in the public domain. They said, we went to Atiku Abubakar to talk to him and to negotiate with him to step down for him to support Obi, for everybody to come together and push Obi to just go for one term. And Atiku said, this coalition started
in my house. Yeah, imagine.
He said the coalition started in my house and this is my party. For such statements, and just like I asked Mr. Delefani, I said, for someone who has taken out about $1.something million
to show up his image,
to pop up his image, given to a lobbyist to make his name popular, do you think he would want to just casually step down for someone else to go? That is a question I don't think he's even ready to answer.
That was even why. Even when Obi went into that ADC ab initio in that December 31st, I was not in support.
Yeah, you were never in support of Obi moving to the ADC.
I know that every other persons that he went to join in that coalition are people who are actually very greedy and they are too ambitious to be there. So, and I know too well that if Obi ran from him in 2023, what has suddenly changed in Atiku now that Obi is going back to join him? So, but some other persons were like, there must be an arrangement before Obi join. I say, leave agreement for politicians. Many more politicians don't honor agreement. And that's what you always see between Godfather and Godson at the end of the day. That's always causing trouble. Most politicians jettison agreement when they get to power. Forget about it, that Obi has come to join it. They wanted actually to use Obi to show up their name, to pop up their name, their image before, because they have already come to know the antecedent of Obi and the love Nigerian has for Obi. So Obi was like coming, they want to use Obi to, polish their image before Nigerians that, if Obi can join this group of people,
that means they are good.
That is just, So
okay, we're not saying anybody's bad here.
No. Obi was going to be used as kind of, let's just use every damage control, whatever we had before now. As soon as by the time he has joined us, the world will now begin to look at Obi as the face of that political party, not them any longer.
Okay, Mr. Avis. Now, the main issue I want to ask is about how strong the opposition, is presently. And this is this would come from a place of will I call it a former track record of 2023. In 2023, votes were divided, where we have Kwankwaso to one wing, Atiku to one wing, Obi to one wing, and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to one wing. And we saw what happened. The votes were divided. Now, we're even having multiple fronts, where we would be having in 2027, the APC for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we'll be having NDC for Mr. Peter Obi, we'll be having ADC, we don't know yet who is to become the president, but they are actually tilting to Atiku Abubakar. We'll be having PDP APM alliance that Makinde is trying to form now. These are the forefront, a party, and maybe we don't know who Labour Party is pushing for now. But let's just stay on this one. If you look at this particular front we're talking about, we're about to witness another shared vote. And do you think this is actually working? After Obi Kwankwaso left the ADC for the NDC, do you think opposition is still strong? Are they becoming stronger or fragmented? We have to get this clear.
Yeah, it is an issue, Savior. Honestly, I'm not happy in that regard. I'm really not happy. It actually shows that the opposition are always speaking from their lip to Nigerians. They don't really know the gravity of the war they have in their hands, fighting APC to be out of power. When they had the Ibadan declaration, some of us were like, oh, if this says true, this is a good move. We're happy. Some of us were happy that Ibadan declaration would have been able to turn the trajectories. Unfortunately, most of these political parties you mentioned, we don't even know the arrangement they have behind them with the ruling party. The ruling party can come up, they can swing surprises.
Okay, Mr. Harris, I would like you to hold your thoughts. I think we have a caller. Hello.
This is Ina on the line calling you from Lagos.
Ina, go ahead, please.
Now, I want to talk about your guest yesterday, his reference to Atiku. Okay. I tried calling, but it didn't go through.
Yeah, I think you had a glitch there. Please go ahead.
I want to say any wise person in Nigeria should be very disappointed with Atiku. I will not advise anybody to vote for Atiku. Reasons. The questions I want to ask. Number one, is Atiku really a patriotic Nigerian? Question number one. Now, to answer that point, let me compare him with somebody by a name at Aliko Dangote. Dangote used his last $20 million he wanted to use to buy Arsenal Football Club. He has done the deal, it just remains inking it. And he looked back and said, oh, my country needs a refinery. And he backed out on that deal, came to Nigeria, built the best refinery ever. Somebody that sacrificed for Nigeria. And Aliko Dangote came out and said, I have only two properties, the one in Lagos and the one in Kano. The one in Abuja is rented. That is a patriotic Nigeria. Now let's flip it to Abubakar, Atiku. Now Atiku has one of the biggest estates in Dubai. He hardly stays in Nigeria. Only when it's time for election, he flies back to Nigeria and throws money to the gullible Nigerians, and automatically he wins the primary, as your guest has analyzed. Then let us put Aliko Dangote down and Atiku Abubakar on the table. Who is a patriotic Nigerian? Who deserves the vote if Nigeria wants to vote? I don't think Nigeria is ready to vote for a non-patriotic Nigerian. And Atiku is just an example. So somebody telling me that Atiku is a messiah should have his head checked. Should have his head checked. Now let's flip back again. Atiku boost everybody during the last primary. Everybody pleaded with him to take Wike as his vice. He refused. Chose Okowa. And we all know the outcome. But let us flip the coin to my president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Bola Ahmed Tinubu won the primary. Did not enforce Shetima on him just because of the price. He humbled himself and not agreed to that agreement with Shetima. On a very good day, Tinubu has no business with Shetima because he's a warlord. But because of the eyes on the prize, he humbled himself, collected Shetima. And where is he now? He's now the president. And guess what? Even when he became president, the Northerners was calling Shetima our president in waiting. But still, he humbled himself for that goal. And now he's the president. But Atiku is so proud that even after he betrayed Wike, I couldn't say, okay, my brother, okay, for reconciliation, be my vice. And you tell me that that man deserves my vote? Please, he's a long shot away from getting my vote.
All right,
so with this point, I don't know.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much,
Inaya,
for that wonderful submission. Because of our time, I have to come back to the studio. All right, Mr. Ivis, it was quite chaotic yesterday.
Yes.
You know, I wish you can actually go watch yesterday's edition.
Watch it.
It was quite chaotic, and that's why it's actually responding to what happened yesterday. Now, let's quickly put child. I know you want to also respond to some of the things, but I want to also, talk about what, Dalong said. You know, that's someone from the ADC, the former Minister of Sports, I believe between 2015 to 2019.
Yeah.
Yes, it was, yes. So now he said that Obi Kwankwaso's, movement is not, it doesn't hold any, waters with them again, and they stand a little chance, of even winning the election. Do you agree with that particular assessment?
You see, all those are some of the things we're talking about now. Let them not begin to criticize Obi Kwankwaso. Let them begin to talk of how can we work together. Because there's a big masquerade in the room that we want to chase out, and that's APC. If all this one that suddenly nobody is talking about APC again since Obi Kwankwaso went into NDC, they are now criticizing themselves. Opposition are now criticizing themselves, particularly Obi and Kwankwaso has now become as if they are the ruling party that brought Nigerians to where we are today. Nobody is talking about the ruling party that brought us to our knees. Now, if we continue in this manner, Savior, I am afraid some of them are moles for this ruling party. This ruling party can spring surprises. They can do anything. Makinde just waking up and begin to talk of APM, PDP, APM. Where is Makinde? Where does he belong? Are we sure Makinde is working for Nigerians or working for the ruling party? That should be a big question. And he's aligning with Turaki fashion of PDP. And you know what is hanging around Turaki fashion and Wike's fashion in PDP. It is not yet settled. We don't even know what is going to happen yet. Instead of all of them to close rank and say, no, if we really believe that what Nigerians are going through today, it is caused by APC, this is when the opposition have said, no, let's shun greed. Let's shun selfishness. Let's shun, the mistake we made in 2023. Let us all galvanize around the people that we believe that will be able to deliver this nation and take this power out of the ruling party. The ruling party, let me tell you, they are not small fries. They have the INEC. They have the armed forces. The whole vote, the CBN of this nation is in their hands. So that's how formidable they are, that the opposition is playing with now. Opposition ought to have been talking about how can we also form that very strong alliance among ourselves, that even if it's this one that goes, every one of us will say, no, it is time for us to actually unseat the ruling party. Let us actually see whether we'll have a functional government in this nation, even if it's just for 4 years. For Nigerians to be able to at least witness a functional government for once. That's what I would expecting the opposition to begin to be talking about now. Not, we are now seeing more people coming out as presidential candidates in parties that ordinarily cannot win a local government election. And election, electoral vote, number matters. Even if one local government is out for the person that is, itching towards winning the election, the number of persons that would have been out, it might affect that party. So I think after all the primaries, something like Ibadan Convention, where they could not, declaration where they could not get their house together, they should still try. Opposition should still try and say, okay, this person has emerged here, this person has emerged here. What are their chances? Instead of splitting this vote for the ruling party to now take the day, why don't we come together and converge around these persons They can do a poll and test their popularity before the people. They can conduct polls. Let there be polls, even as we each towards the general election. Then that poll will be able to give them a better result. And like, as this is the popularity of this is the popularity, and this is where Nigerians stand, this is where Nigerians stand. Galvanize all this together. Use it to face the ruling party and see what will be the result of the 2027 general election. But if we now begin to, let's like the crab, if I can, no, I mean, pull down syndrome. If I cannot get to the top, you will not get to pulling yourselves down. Let me tell you, it will just be a walkover for APC. The opposition must, guide themselves better than what we saw in 2023.
Okay. You said the opposition, must guide themselves better than. Now, Mr. Elvis, talking about the opposition, let me stay on ADC against that of Obi and Kwankwaso and, of course, the NDC. ADC said they've actually moved on. I don't know, is this realistic or is it about them downplaying a major loss from their party? And now, what do you think about this all revised, primary timetable that they've actually changed the date again? Is it actually showing that they are not fully prepared? Talking about the ADC now.
No, ADC, even as we speak, we don't even know the fate of ADC yet. Their matter is still hanging so much in the court. So we don't even know their fate. If it doesn't favor them well as expected, they should swallow their pride and join with NDC. If they're actually patriotic to Nigerians, if they actually believe that banner, that protest they took to INEC office, let democracy breathe, and they want to actually deliver Nigerians.
And you said everybody
I told you.
You said they were going to scatter.
I said that same word, that same statement, let democracy breathe. They should also speak it to themselves, not to INEC. And that's where we are now. Look at, in fact, the war has not even started now. They are now itching themselves. Look at the way they are now watching that dirty line in the public, in the social media and even the mainstream media. If it doesn't favor them, let them swallow their pride. What Nigerians are looking for now is that we just want a functional government for Nigerians to be able to actually witness what it takes to call governance. Not this one that every day we keep hearing statistics that are not favorable to Nigerians. Statistics that Nigerians cannot lay hold on. That we only hear that, the data that we hear are data that satisfied only the ruling party. It's only the ruling party that is able to defend that data anytime they have opportunity to be in the media. And when they are defending it, Nigerians are just laughing that they know what they are talking about because they are beneficiaries of the system. We want the opposition to close rank. This is not the time for the opposition to be watching their dirty clothes in the public. They should be able to say, no, we have a common enemy. And if APC is their common enemy, is our common enemy, we must work to make sure that we move the same way Nigerians, close rank together and said enough of military administration. That was how we got this democracy. Now, if we now say enough of APC, close rank in the same form, we saw when Adosalan came, 9 months, the seat was hot for him. Within 9 months, and that's even a soldier that can say, go to her, I'll do what I want to do. If Adosalan has still been there, we would have always been talking of sanction from the world, and you know what they mean, they are not bothered about whether the economy is working or not. We would have heard he said, yeah. But within 9 months, he organized the election and handed over. So if a military man can even, respect the wishes of Nigerians in that manner, why is the greedy politicians not looking into let's close rank and rally round, even if just for us to be able to make sure that APC leaves the saddle come 2027? That's the big assignment for the opposition.
All right, Mr. Avisa, in closing, I would like you to respond to this. When Alhaji Rabiu Kwankwaso granted the media parley a few days ago, he said that the North, is actually backing Peter Obi, saying that he should actually be a running mate with Obi, that they agree for him to just go for one term and afterwards the power will come back to them. Now, what Solomon Dalong and, other articles, camp is saying is that the North would not support the likes of Peter Obi because they've actually seen that party as a regional party. But not only that, they are also mentioning that now that Atiku has, both Buhari's political bloc and that of Atiku's bloc coming together, that the North would really come out to support Atiku and Obi would stand a little chance, Obi and Kwankwaso would stand a little chance. Do you think that particular
Don't let
submission
anybody
hold
confuse
waters?
you. Atiku is not having Buhari's political bloc. Buhari's political bloc is in the hand of Kwankwaso, not Atiku. Forget about it. Atiku does not have it. Let me even tell you, with this present attitude of Atiku, more Nigerians are going to vote, even if he gets the ticket of ADC. That's 6-something million he got in 2023. Forget about it. If he's able to get half of it in this time, you know it's something, it's miracle. Number one. Number two, he still have splitters of PDP governors in 2023 that he launched the campaign at their domain. Today, PDP has no governor. Even in his own state, Adamawa, Fintiri, his governor, is with the ruling party. So Atiku is just like somebody now that does not even have that bearing. It is not as solid with him as it was in 2023. 2023, he still had PDP governor that he was able. You can imagine the contribution of Okoa to the purse of the campaign purse. I'm talking of campaign purse of their joint ticket in 2023. Such is no more there now. It's no more there. So forget about all these. The Northerners are more in tune to Atiku than Kwankwaso.
Okay.
It's just a mere fallacy. It's not even somebody from that long from the middle belt that should even be talking about that. Let's begin to talk of the core north, northeast and northwest.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ivis, for joining the program. We're pressed for time and it's so painful that we can actually go beyond this. But of course, we'll see next week, Wednesday, again, God willing. Yes, this is how far we can actually go on the program this wonderful evening. Coming up next is a locker room. If you love water football, like to stay put to enjoy that particular one. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Nigeria, with its complex political atmosphere, divergent views and discordant views, better still, coming with bass bows. Only one question matters: who really has the best candidate? Something is here. 5 political camps, 1 stage, no filters. Join us in this clash as supporters of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, Omoyele Sowore, and Adewale Adebayo go head to head in no holds barred town hall debate. No script, just raw, unfiltered conversation. This is more than politics. This is where opinions clash. Facts are tested and the truth fights to be heard. Happening live on May 22nd by 11 a.m. at Golden Tulip Terrace Hall, Ihoka Tower, 36 International Airport Road, Lagos. Don't miss it. Watch live on YouTube at Voptv. Set your reminder, subscribe, join the conversation. My candidate is the best. Or is it?
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumhead.
Football on the locker room on Voice of the People television. And it promises to be exciting this day as we look forward to matters arising as far as football is concerned. And of course, right behind me is already telling you that the biggest football showpiece in the world is about to take center stage 28 days from now. Talking about the FIFA World Cup, where the best of the best as far as world football is concerned will be gathering in 3 main countries, talking about the United States, Canada, and Mexico. And this is the first time we'll be having 3 countries co-hosting the FIFA World Cup. And of course, the World Cup is all about records. And the last time out, it was in Qatar. I think Saudi. Qatar. And Messi won it the last time. And some have said that this might look like it's a Cristiano Ronaldo World Cup. But who says until the final, then we'll be able to tell you that, because we'll be going with you from now to the day of the World Cup and on to the final, giving you updates as far as that one is concerned, talking about the biggest football showpiece as far as the World Cup is concerned. My name is Jerry Apelhai, reporting for Football Duties. It promises to be exciting. It's a full house, and one man makes a return after a long-time hiatus. And I say he was with Sport Republic for a while. He decided to make a return to locker room. I don't know how long. Anyway, I will tolerate him for now. Okay. Again, Chuku, it's great to have you join us. Some have asked me on locker room. I said they should go to Sport Republic. They will see you there. And it's great to have you.
Absolutely, Jerry. Good evening and good evening to our viewers. I mean, like you said, 28 days to the World Cup. And it's the very first World Cup we'll be seeing an expanded version. 3 nations will be hosting in North America as well. We'll be having 48 teams, 12 groups, and, you know, the big guns. This is the time where likes of Lionel Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, and perhaps Luka Modric will be bidding the farewell to the national team after this particular championship. So a lot of, you know, things to expect. And of course, this is another generation where, you know, the likes of Lamine Yamal will have to make a statement, the biggest Mundial, and of course, the biggest football tournaments in the world. Call it the biggest festival as well. I mean, you're not wrong. But it's exactly what we do here, like right here on Locker Room, bring down all of the facts and, of course, help you get the context that will keep you informed. So, Jerry, it's so good to be here. And I don't know what you mean by, you know, tolerating me, but then I'll also tolerate you.
Yeah, okay. Tolerating your antics and your politicking. Yeah, he's a great politician, yes. If those who have forgotten about Ikechukwu, he's a great politician. He knows how to answer the questions politically. And of course, hopefully Mario gets to join us this auspicious day as we usher this man back from sabbatical. Anyway, until Mario joins us, I know he's been trying to cross the T's and dot the I's to make sure that Michael Carrick stays. But I've warned him about one season's wonder coaches, yes. And the slot did it. Ten Hag did it. A lot of coaches. Amorim didn't even do one. He didn't even do one season wonder. He didn't finish it. From the blast of the whistle, his wonder started.
Di Matteo did it.
Yeah, Di Matteo. Okay, it was a half-season wonder, and anyway, they saw enough already. Yeah, because they knew he was not that top manager. And of course, we're hearing big things as far as Real Madrid is concerned. But we'll get to that segment of the show. Let's start with the case of the Super Eagles, and where a legend is talking. Former Nigerian captain Sunday Olise has called on Nigerian Premier Football League clubs to improve players' salaries and welfare in order to reduce the steady movement of local talent abroad. Olise stressed that football is a profession and players deserve fair and timely payment to support their families and secure their future. He noted that during his playing days, salaries may not have been huge, but players were paid consistently. And the former Super Eagles coach said creating a more stable and conducive league environment would encourage more players to remain in Nigeria and help improve the standard of domestic football. Yeah, it's just like this update from Olise came timely. Yesterday, I was giving instances of the situation in the Nigerian Professional Football League, where anonymously I have players on my DM, mostly on Facebook, talking about their situations, where some of them will have to drink Gary before matches. Sometimes they use Gary and Granot, and you expect those players to go on the pitch and give you top-notch performances. Some of them are owed 6 months' salary as we speak. They are just living on bonuses. That's match day bonus. By the end of the month, they don't get anything. They just get promises that they will get paid. But the administrators are eating fat, driving new cars, looking robust, and taking good care of themselves and their family. And these guys who train 3 times a week, play games weekend in, weekend out, and not well taken care of. And our league has turned to an academy league. The NPFL is an academy league. It's a feeders team, feeders academy for obscure leagues. Remo Stars is back relegation today, but unfortunately, Remo Stars is supposed to be among the top clubs, but it looks like the owner has business on his mind. There's nothing wrong in having business on your mind, but you need to have some sense of responsibility in terms of making sure that you have a certain standard. Yeah, you don't have to win the league this season and you sell 13 of those players before the new season starts.
Yeah.
So the next season you're battling relegation. That's not the standard the NPF is supposed to be. But you wouldn't blame them. Because if you take a look at countries that the leagues are doing well, it's because their economy is doing well. If South Africa economy and the situation in terms of administration, infrastructure is like that of Nigeria, the South African league will not be doing well as it is right now. If the mentality were like that of Nigerian administrators, the South African league will not be doing well. Same as Morocco. Imagine all of the money Morocco has in building all of those facilities. Nigeria has triple or even 10 times more than that. If we'll look at our financial strength. With all honesty, Nigeria is far richer than Morocco. But unfortunately, we have bad leaders. We have bad managers who have no conscience, who have no foresight, who don't believe in the future. They believe in what they will eat now, taking care of themselves and their family, and that's it. So you don't expect that kind of a country to have a serious football league. It's just that we have the talent. That is why. Imagine we don't have talent like Nigeria is. I think our league will not be talking about our league by now. We would have forgotten about football because we're not a serious country.
It's sad that, in 2026 we're still having this conversation. Well, but without sounding like a broken record, let me even put context to what you're saying. The economy of Morocco is $150 billion US. The economy of Nigeria, Lagos, is over $200 billion. So you understand the context now when you talk about Nigeria to Morocco. So you see the disparity is huge. We can actually outdo what Morocco has, what they've been able to do in the last. They started their project in 2009. So in the last over 15 years now, we should be able to actually outdo it. But unfortunately, leadership is actually a problem. Now, a lot of persons might be looking at, you were talking about business and of course talking about, when the state is secure. Some persons will be hinging the problem with Nigerian league as, solely security. Oh, because, stadiums across is security challenges across the country, blah, 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 blah. But the truth is this, right? I recall in 2013, while in Abia State, in the radio station, there's this, some of the players came around, some of them at the time were players playing for, I think, Enugu Rangers. So they were talking about, their life experience, what they've, experienced or what they're experiencing in the present. And of course, it actually was a time where they were actually protesting in the, I think in the government house in Enugu at the time about, unpaid wages and all of that. Some of them were actually making some comments about how they go as far as, taking Okpa and, pure water, before match day sometimes. It tells you how terrible the state was. And of course, at 2013, if you look back at 2013, the situation as regards security is not as terrible as we have it today, right? So it tells you that, the issue with, poor funding, poor management has always been there. Now, security now is now an additional factor. I mean, the big question is this, right? If you want the league to actually progress, pay the players well. If you want the leagues to actually, become one of the top tier leagues in Africa, you have to actually look at the welfare of the players. If you want the league to actually be a league, the Nigerian people will definitely look at and say, okay, this is our league, we want to support it. You have to ensure that the stadiums and, the facilities are there for us to actually go into and, look at it and say we are safe. Now, again, a couple of days ago, we are celebrating Lagos teams being in the championship, right? Come to next season. Right, the NPFL, talking about Sporting Lagos, Inter Lagos, and Ikorodu United. The three of them actually will be playing in one stadium. Now it's again another big problem. The infrastructure right there in Lagos is stretched. Jerry, back in the days, we used to have about 3 to 4 top teams in Lagos, from Julius Berger to stationery stores to First Bank to Union Bank, even Leventis. Yeah. Right? All of these guys have their playground.
Nigerian league actually needs a savior.
So Jerry, all of them have their playing ground. No, I don't even think the savior can actually help Nigeria League at this point.
Okay. Maybe Jesus Christ and savior.
Except you want to go political. But then the truth is, if politics can actually be fixed in this country, I don't think a savior can actually come from anywhere to actually save the league. But what we can do at this point is to actually look at what the prevalent problem is. And the problem here is we as a people don't understand, or we don't know how to actually follow the rules of the game. I remember, I think it was...
What's stopping us from having a David that will kill the Goliath?
Well,
because the Goliath, it looking like it's too tall. Nobody's even making attempts. Everybody's just coming there, doing the same thing as far as their pockets are filled, to the detriment of these players.
It's very possible that this David is the bigger one and the Goliath is small. So you have to actually also look at it from that particular context. Maybe the David here now, right, is the system that refused to actually go down, right? And then the Goliath is actually very small. So it's very difficult for us to actually look at it. But my point is, Jerry, we have a very serious problem with following the rules, right? I remember when the LMC issue came up. They said, an average Nigerian league player must at least earn 150,000 naira. Jerry, as far back as 2011, imagine that benchmark was actually kept and then followed through and through. Today, we have a player in Nigerian league earning at least 1 million naira comfortably. Many of them will be earning that money because at that point, 150,000 naira was a very good money, right? But I mean, what we saw that very first season, some clubs actually, went against it, and they still allowed them to actually be part of the system, the league that season. And that's exactly where the problem started. So until we're able to actually, hold people accountable for, these minor infringements, right, the big issue will not be solved. That's exactly what the problem is. And it's good that, people who have actually tested the league, who have actually played the game to the highest level, coached the national team, are coming out now to actually speak. With time, we will not even have players from homegrown talent that will be even participating on the 17 tournament again. We have to rely on what people who actually went abroad to actually hustle, give birth to their child abroad, and then the system help them train us to actually come help be part of setup. And it started like a joke. With likes of we started seeing the likes of Efeto, Boris Soje, Ton and Two. We say, this is just one of the. But now today we look at the national team, we have a huge number of them, and it's still coming. It's still coming. That's just the sad reality.
Sadly, the Unity Cup team already has a nucleus of players who have been scouted abroad at the detriment of those who are playing back in the NPFL. Anyway, let's talk about Remo Stars. Like I rightly mentioned, they backed the relegation, and their coach, Usman Abdallah, has expressed confidence that the club will retain their Nigerian Professional Football League status despite being in the relegation battle. And the Sky Blues Stars boosted their survival chances with a 2-1 win over Bayelsa United in Ikenne, a result that lifted them out of the relegation zone heading into the final round of matches. But if you ask me, for Remo Stars, I don't think they should be staying top. Yeah, they should taste the NNL. Yeah, because look at a team that won the league last season. All of a sudden, they're battling relegation. That's a testament to show that the standard set at Remo Stars is really disappointing for a club side that won the league last season. All of a sudden, all of the players are gone, and you just have a new breed of players who have no business being called champions of the league, representing the league champions and performing woefully. I think they've had successive coaches. The former coach had to leave, and now Abdallah, though he's experienced, he's struggling to make it count at this dying minute.
So, Jerry, the thing we need to understand about structures like that, I like what Osoname is actually doing. He's actually a businessman with foresight. I must give it to him. He understands, yes, exactly this is what the Nigerian League looks like at this point. I mean, it's also very worthy of note to also say that the Nigerian League is quite very competitive. I mean, in Europe, with 40 points, you should be certain that you've made it past a relegation cutoff. With 45 points as well that Remo Stars have at this point, you should be certain that, you know what, I don't think I'm having any business relegation bout. But with the position right now, Remo Stars is still very much, in a very, very terrible situation. They may, might likely not actually make the cutoff if, the season continues and if they eventually lose their last game. But away from that, right, back to Osoname and, what Remo Stars is actually doing at this point. The truth is, demand for me...
But is it about competitiveness or the fact that all the home teams mostly win their games?
So,
because it's not even about the 40 points. Take a look at it. We look at the relegation, so we have as much as the team from the 9th position down to Remo Stars in the 16th position, all facing relegation. Yeah. So Bara FC with 48 points on the 9th position is still not safe because Remo Stars has 48 points. So goal difference and so on and so forth. Look at, we have about 3 teams have 47 points. So we have a situation most of the time, the home team mostly win their games. That is why we're having this situation.
Absolutely. The thing is, what I'm actually saying here is, if you look at that particular table, right, you also want to give it to, the away side, knowing that, they've been able to mop up points. Now, if you say home team always win all of the time, I don't think, we'll be having anyone top in the group. There's no one that will be top in the league at this point. But we have teams on 65 points, likes of Rangers and Rivers United. So it means they've been able to actually pull 3 points away from home. You might actually want to say, oh yes, the percentage of away wins is actually quite small. But then it happens. It shows that you must have a proper team, or you must be a team at that particular season to be content with. You must be a team that is well structured for people to actually look at you and say, okay, this is a team that should actually respect you. You should be able to go away from home to actually grind results. And that's what we've seen so far. I mean, every single season we have champions, and these champions get to at least 60 points. So it says a lot about the fact that people at least go away from home to actually pick points. But back to the fact that Remo Stars is actually in this water. He won the league last season. Benga Ogumbote, was part of the Super Eagles team. And then afterwards, Abdallah took over. And what we've seen so far. Now, in contrast, right, the man who is also assistant coach to Eric Chell in just concluded AFCON is also, the manager of Rangers, Fidelis Lechuku, and they're back, at the top of the summit. Now, the question is, what's going on with Enugu Rangers and what's going on with Rangers? Now, with Enugu Rangers and, Remo Stars. For Remo Stars, right, Osoname has a plan. There's a funnel. There's the Beyond Limit Academy that feeds, Remo Stars as a team. And there's the Remo Stars that, will definitely be shipping players abroad to wherever, either his club side in Portugal or any other team. And that's exactly what the model looks like from the outlook. Except he comes here to say, oh, this is not exactly what we are doing. But it looks very much like that. And not just him. Every single time a league does well, a league's club side does well in the season, their key players most likely, leave the shores of the country. It happens to MFM. They won, they did the magic in the league at that particular season. After that season that they, did everything, went to the Continental Championship, almost all of their key players actually left the shores of the country. We look at Akao United, at some point they were the rave of the moment in the Nigerian League. After they got to the summit of the Nigerian League, we saw all of it crumble. All of their key players actually left the shores of the country. It was the last time we saw players, win the league, and then you still see them, the following season was the Enyimba era in the early 2000s. This season, they won the league, they stay put. Kano Pillars won the league also. Likes of Rabiu Abdullahi, these guys stay put. The league was quite competitive. We saw, a couple of players, 1 season, 2 seasons, 3 seasons, 4 seasons, 5 seasons, consistently doing the business in the Nigerian league before they eventually even leave. But now, any little magic you see them, you just move up because the welfare now is terrible. Security is, nothing to write home about. And of course, the coverage, what it brings, and the respect that the league is also giving them as regards national team is also not there. So why would I want to stay? These are the questions these guys should be asking themselves. And this is exactly the questions we as journalists should also be asking the club side. And exactly what the likes of, Sunday Gochuko is also saying. If we must get things right, these are the simple things that needs to be taken care of. The players should be the most valuable assets before we talk about anything. But until that is done, Jerry, we'll continue to come back here to have conversation about the Nigerian league, and we'll be definitely heading nowhere.
Definitely heading nowhere. Anyway, most of the times I shy away from talking about the situation of the NPFL because those who are supposed to be bothered are not bothered. Even the players have gone silent. They just manage the situation. And it's a thing about Nigerians and mentality. When they are pushed, somehow they just accept the situation and say there's nothing that can be done about it. Yeah, maybe when the journalists play a certain role, but the players themselves, yeah, they don't have a union where they are united and say, okay, if the salaries of the players are not increased, we're not going to be playing for the next 4 games. Yes, the board will have to sit. All the board will have to sit. And what's happening to the players' union in Nigeria? I remember I think it was Babangida that was the head of the players' union. What are they doing about player welfare? It doesn't have to stop with lip service. The players need to have a union where they will deliberate and talk about their future. Yes, I think taking a look at how difficult football is, the least player in the NPFL should be earning nothing less than 500,000 naira. Nothing less. Yeah, even the least player, yes, no matter the contribution. And players at least should be earning as much as 6 million monthly. Yes, because it's not really easy. Imagine the top players are earning close to 6-7 million monthly. Yes, most of them will have no business going to the obscure leagues to play in Benin Republic, play in Vietnam to survive. They'll be able to take care of their families and they'll be able to feel proud that they're playing the NPFL. You know, some of the NPFL players are not proud to say they are NPFL players because they look like the average man on the streets. There's nothing that differentiates them. There's nothing too proud about it. It's more like survivor, and it's not supposed to be. All right, let's talk about the coach, Eric Chell, the coach of the Super Eagles. Ahead of the Unity Cup games, there have been a lot of permutations, talks about players who are going to make the list. I think we journalists have waited enough, and our voices have grown thin because you keep on hearing updates of players who have made the cut. But the official list is still yet to be made open, and that means we may have a situation where the NFF by slot might become the issue, where a supposedly friendly Unity Cup is meant to test new players, but you know what it is. But Eric Chell is reportedly facing scrutiny over his decision to include Plymouth forward Owen Oseni in the Super Eagles squad for the upcoming Unity Cup. And Oseni, who plays in England's League One, and his first national team call-up after recording 7 goals and 5 assists this season. Chell is said to value the 23-year-old's physical strength, pressing ability, and work rate. However, reports indicate that some officials within the Football Federation's technical department have questioned the process behind selecting a player from the English third tier for the senior national team. And despite the concerns, Oseni's inclusion is expected to provide him with an opportunity to prove himself at international level during the Unity Cup. Do you have an issue with naming a player in the Super Eagles from the third tier league? Should it not be like, okay, NPFL players over players playing the third tier league? But does it mean that we can't have good players in the third tier league?
So the truth is, for Owen Oseni, right, he's actually a good player. And for Eric Chell as a manager, I think every manager has got the kind of style that they want. They have the kind of player they want to see. They have the kind of player they believe would tactically carry out their projects for them. They have the kind of player that they believe this person is going to be easy for you to interpret whatever information I'm actually sending to you in that particular role. So that's for him. And again, I also believe that it is the prerogative of a manager to decide who he exactly wants to bring in. But this is a question that borders on Nigerian football system at this point. This is a question that borders on what our league now represents. Now, if you can favor a third tier player in Europe, in England, player playing for Plymouth Argyle, to a player playing at the highest level in one of the leagues in Africa, in Nigeria, then there's a problem with the league. Then there's a problem, with the system that we're running. Now, it's one thing for you to just invite him, right? It's another thing for him to now come and get a start in the Unity Cup. That, again, is what I'm looking out for. But again, there are also talks that Erichel is also looking at, bringing in the top scorer of the NPFL as well as other 4 or 5, other players in the NPFL to be part of this Unity Cup. We're still waiting to see what like you said, the eventual list will look like. But then, on the part of the young man talking about, Owen Oseni, I think it's actually a very good one. But on the part of Nigerian football, in its entirety, it's actually a very, very terrible one. I mean, the Premier in England would definitely not invite a player in the top tier league. Not even in the second tier league, they will not. Now, top countries in Europe that really means business will not do the same thing. So why would Nigeria be doing this? Who is exactly informing Erichel? Is it part of the list, the 80-man squad that Erichel is telling us that he is actually, scouting? Is Owen Oseni is part of this? Is he telling us that he's got his eyes in obscure league and then lower tier leagues in Europe where we have players who can actually do the business? Again, right, I would also blame him, because if you play side by side Oseni and some of the NPFL attackers, you definitely get to see that there's a disparity in terms of quality that the guy will be bringing. How he's definitely going to be interpreting tactical moves. But then, again, it says a lot about the management and the coaches in Nigeria. Like, how much, have you been able to actually develop the players in terms of how they actually impute information and then transmit this on the pitch? All of these things are definitely the reasons why, managers like Erichel will come in and then start saying, what, they don't have what we want. If you recall that he was part of he went to actually see the opening ceremony of the NNL Super 4 that just finished, in Ekene. One of the things he said, in his very first day was like, he's actually not impressed. He's also talked about, he also went to see the NPFL game before he went to the Ekene. He also made the same comment. And these are the things, you will not fault him for, deciding to go as low as, third tier league in England, because that's exactly what the situation back home really calls for. Jerry, if you do not have a man that can actually stand in front of the house to guide ensure that everybody is safe, definitely you have to improvise. Look out for someone, either a neighbor or somebody, to actually step in to say, please come help us, we are in trouble. And that's exactly what Erichel is trying to actually do for Super Eagles. In the end, if the Super Eagles wins, if Hosseini scores, and of course gets us what we actually need, nobody will remember where he played his football.
Yeah, definitely. I remember back then, this same NFF, we had a certain Tanimu playing in a Tanzanian league.
Mm-hmm.
Was not even starting.
Okay.
Was not even starting in a Tanzanian league. He was brought in to stay in the heart of defense. Yes. He was pairing with Kevin Bassey, then playing from the right back. And we all know how that went. We lost that game 2-1. He played the other game too. We played the draw. And part of the reasons why Nigeria is not going to the World Cup right now. Okay? And now the man in charge, he should be allowed to pick his players. Yes.
I agree 100%. I mean, he should choose his team, because if you cannot choose his team, if the result goes bad, you definitely want to pick on him. So let him do it, so that when it happens, you say, okay, we gave you.
Yeah, warned you.
Yes, we gave you the free hand to actually do what you want to do.
Yeah, he has proven to be a capable hand, and he should be given the rights of first refusal as far as the selection of his players is concerned for the Unity Cup. Let's talk about another Nigerian talent who we perceive might also be invited, Terry Murphy. OGC Nice has set to hold talks with the striker over his future following the end of his loan spell at FC Porto. The Nigerian forward joined Porto on loan for the second half of the season after reportedly falling out with some Nice supporters. Although Porto had an option to sign him permanently, the Portuguese champions are unlikely to activate the clause after Murphy struggled to secure a regular starting place. And Murphy scored 3 goals and provided 1 assist during his time in Portugal. With 1 year remaining on his contract at Nice, both parties are expected to decide whether he stays at the club or moves on during the summer transfer window. I think he should have cancelled his contract. He should find a way to look for another club side. Yeah, Terry Murphy is a very interesting player. And I think the OGC Nice board did not really protect him when he had issues with the fans, who definitely shouldn't be blamed for the poor performance of the team. Yeah, and then you shouldn't come at your players, talking about the Nice fans.
Absolutely. I think that's where they actually got it wrong. No matter what happens, between a player and a fan. But when a situation is actually this big between fans and a player, I think there's only one way out, because in the end, if the fans actually stand against the team because of one player, I think you have every single time you just have to choose one person at all the time. And of course, without the fans, I mean, you cannot say you have a football club. So they definitely are the reason why you are strong at home, and then believe that you can actually be a very top team in the league. So for Terry Murphy, it's actually a very sad place to be. I mean, it reminds me of what's going on now with Kylian Mbappe, over 30 million at the time. People who want him out of Madrid, and now Terry Murphy is also facing the same thing. I think for him, right, the best thing is sit with your agents, even if it means taking pay cuts. If Porto doesn't want you, you can actually move elsewhere to actually play your football. It's quite a very talented player. He's got pace. I think he just needs to settle in wherever he's moving to, and then he's the best of his football come out. This is not a place any player wants to be, but this again is a very big statement about how players need to actually take certain reactions from fans. Sometimes fans actually aren't doing things because they don't like you. They are doing it because of the rave of the moment, how they actually are irritated about the performance and the position of the team. So when fans react, I think it's always very best for players to actually at first just keep quiet and then move on. Later on, it will sink in and they'll get to really understand it. I mean, we saw what happened with Harry Maguire at some point in Manchester United. He was being booed by the fans, but later on now, he's one of the players who the fans really is becoming fans' favorite again, because he didn't actually take it on the fans. He didn't actually react. He didn't say things that he can't really take back. These are the things it's expected for a player who wants to be a top player. You need to understand the psychological part of the way fans react to results of games, and this is exactly why I think he actually got it wrong. But then this is a learning curve. If he moves on from here, I want to believe that if such happens again, he's definitely going to do better next time.
All right. Hopefully, he will do better next time. We'll learn from his mistakes and do better. All right, let's go over to Borussia Dortmund, who have reportedly ended their interest in Nigerian international defender, talking about Emmanuel Fernandez. If you remember him, he scored in the last friendly game against Iran, and plays for Rangers. And the fact that Dortmund were interested in him due to the interest, they failed to agree on the transfer fee with Rangers. Fernandez, who recently scored on his Super Eagles debut against Jordan, at the Invitational Tournament in Turkey, had attracted interest from the Bundesliga side ahead of the summer transfer window. However, Rangers reportedly demanded 30 million euros, which was considered too high by Dortmund. Dortmund is a spending club, and the German club have now turned their attention to 19-year-old defender Johan Gadou from RB Leipzig. And Gadou joined Dortmund on a long-term deal until 2031 and is expected to replace Niklas Süle, who recently announced his retirement plans. And despite Dortmund's withdrawal, Fernandez is still believed to be attracting interest from club sides in the English Premier League. I think 30 million euros is too much for Emmanuel Fernandez. Yeah, if Rangers actually want to sell him.
Well, you also will not want to blame Rangers. I mean, Emmanuel Fernandez made the team of the season in the championship, so it says a lot about how highly rated he is. I mean, for you to make the team of the season, it means that you are already, a Premier League player. That's exactly what it simply means. So for him to actually, get to that particular level, I want to believe that yes, I think there should have been an arrangement between Dortmund, and Rangers as regard the fee. They don't have to pay all at once. They should have actually, inserted some clause. Okay, if we do this, if we make this position, if we finish top 4, if we make it to this round in Champions League, we'll give you, this. If this player plays this number of games, if he's fit, all those clauses they should have actually inserted, and then maybe they will have been able to keep the man. But I mean, for Dortmund, we know Dortmund is one of the top clubs in Europe when it comes to grooming players and making them alive. And this is a very big miss, because I would have really loved that he made that move to Germany. Bundesliga is one of the top 5 leagues in Europe, and he's really going to play against the best of strikers, the Hurricanes of this world and all of that. So it's really going to really help him tactically. But I mean, this is a big miss, but I want to believe that, with the quality that he's shown, over last season, other club sides will come on, and then he's going to have his chance to also play at the highest level in Europe. Because, I mean, playing for Dortmund is not a dream that comes too often. So 30 million euros should have actually been worked on. And this is exactly where I want to expect that Emmanuel Fernandez's agent, he would have been able to speak with his agent. Sometimes I sit down and ask myself, these players are going to this transfer that, you'll be hearing the beautiful news of this transfer, and all of a sudden the transfer just, falls through. You start asking yourself, what really happened? Is it that these guys don't understand, how to actually, they don't understand the condition of the club side that is actually approaching them. They don't understand what it means to actually put the jersey on or the jersey of that particular club side on. Because I remember John Igalo when he was talking about his move to Manchester United. He had so many deals coming. He's got deals that is definitely going to even fetch him huge money. But immediately United deal came, he said his agent to actually leave every other thing and focus and ensure that deal happens. That's exactly what is expected. You want to argue that, okay, Emmanuel Fernandez's age is just quite 21, and maybe because he's 21, 22, so he might really not really have the full grasp of, the level of, Dortmund, or the level of, football is, or what is going to be coming for, or the advantage of playing for Dortmund will be for him at this point. But you ask yourself again, we've seen a lot of players, even younger and even, at his age, who have actually had the very best of transition, moving from one team to another and helping their career to develop. Cristiano Ronaldo is also another case in point. Cristiano Ronaldo, when he joined Manchester United, there were a lot of clubs coming, even with big money. But then the the manager, Ronaldo's agent at the time, right? I've forgotten his name, but Mendes, yes, George Mendes came on and said, hey, Alex Ferguson, I'm giving you this lad, but I want him to play at least 60% of the game. That's the kind of conversation that, yes, it's not really about the money. I want to see him develop. These are the conditions that top managers, agents go into the room with. It shouldn't be about the money. I think for me, right, Fernandez should be able at this point, because he's still very much growing. He should be able to take a pay cut and then, enjoy his life and then become, top player. But unfortunately, this still missed. But I hope that he gets another, bigger chance like this.
All right, hope he gets another bigger chance than this. All right, let's talk about the issues with the VAR. Pep Guardiola has criticized referee decisions and VAR decisions as well in the Premier League title race, saying he has never trusted anything involving the system. His comments came after Arsenal defeated West Ham United 1-0, a result that moved them 5 points clear of Manchester City, with the Hammers having a late equalizer disallowed following a VAR review for a foul on goalkeeper David Raya. Guardiola said City's focus remains on improving performances rather than external decisions, insisting his team must take responsibility for results. He added that past setbacks, including FA Cup finals, were down to City not doing enough, not referees. The City boss maintained that the title race is still open, urging his players to concentrate on their remaining fixtures, starting with Crystal Palace. Okay, it's a rather difficult situation if everybody is talking about the same thing. It shows that there's something needs to be done drastically about officiating in the English Premier League. Is it that it's only the Premier League that use the VAR? What is it about officiating and the VAR out there in the English Premier League? And those who are being favored right now will not complain anyway. But those who are on the chopping block, yes, will just say one or two and just keep short. But it keeps on being a topic for discourse as far as the English Premier League is concerned.
And sadly, it's not going away anytime soon until something is actually done to put a check on this VAR drama. Because, Jerry, the truth is, we know Arsenal are the progenitor of this, rough, disturb goalkeepers and, do all sort of antics to ensure that you get, a goals via set piece. At some point, they were actually branded Corner FC. In fact, some people even call them the masters of dark art. All of these things really happened. I mean, we saw the incident with Edison Morel, how they actually shoved the goalkeeper to ensure that they got that goal via corner kick. It was clearly a foul. That wasn't called. We saw the incident with, I think it was the Aston Villa as well. Saliba actually held the hand of the goalkeeper. That also wasn't called. We also saw the incident with Manchester United by in there. That also wasn't called. Yes, this incident against Arsenal West Ham, was it a foul? Clearly it was a foul. But we're actually saying, if you didn't actually call those ones, why are you calling this? This is exactly where the question is. Not that what happened on over the weekend wasn't a foul. It was clearly a foul. I mean, every single time it's a foul. But then, if you fail to actually call, the rest of the incident, you should not call this one. That's exactly. And preceding the incident that was actually adjudged a foul against the Raya, you look at it, you see that Lisandro Trossard was all over, the one of the players of, West Ham. He was holding him, all hand wrapped around him. That's clearly also a foul. But then the VAR chose, to ignore it and then, award Arsenal that particular win. The truth is this, right? Arsenal have really worked so hard. I think they deserve to be in the position they've been so far. But again, if you look at all of those incidents that they've used to gather points, if you take out, those incidents, and if the referee called all of those single decisions against them, they will not be at the top. Looking at the way the league is at this point, these are the questions. This is exactly why a lot of persons are actually furious. But for me, I think they've really done so well. They've worked so hard to be in the position that they are in at this point. And I really want to see them actually pick up a major silverware after over 20 years. So I think Pep Guardiola should just suck this in. I mean, he actually won, 6 Premier League titles, in the last, I think in the last 10 years. So it shows a lot about how dominant you've been. So this is a very good test. This is the second time, maybe because he's not used to be in this particular position. This is the second time he's actually, going without winning a league title in any country. And this is exactly what's happening to him in England. Last season, he didn't pick it up. Liverpool actually did. Now Arsenal is, most likely going to pick it up. So except something happens to Arsenal in their next game against, Burnley, I think Arsenal are already champion, because that Crystal Palace game feels like, if I fail to allow you to win, I'll definitely lose money. And who wants to lose £10 million? The SAD will definitely come in handy. So I think for me, right, Arsenal is champions already. And Pep Guardiola should just, look away from what happened with VAR and just, focus on next season, or perhaps even just congratulate Mikel Arteta. He's done so well. And he should also be proud that his boy actually, his boy is actually, the champion-elect at this point.
Yeah, talking about Pep Guardiola, he has to lose. He wants to always be the champion. Talking about the hunger for success, never dying as far as Pep Guardiola is concerned. But the VAR issues, referee decisions, it looks like it has become a thing that wants to stay in the English Premier League. And he made mention of that he lost 2 finals due to VAR decisions. And then let's put it on notice that Pep Guardiola has also enjoyed from bad officiating, most especially. Yeah, City has enjoyed favorable decisions. I remember quickly, was it the one within Sadio Mane? I think there was a time in the Premier League where I'm trying to remember the player. Was it Ruben Diaz actually kicked Mane, and he went away with it. But the day Mane coincidentally did the same thing, he got a red card. Yeah, a lot of decisions have favored Man City a lot.
The truth is, everyone has actually enjoyed bad officiating at some point, right? But then when VAR takes 5 minutes to actually check it, you want to expect that VAR
and still gets it wrong.
Yes, you want to believe that, okay, because it took you this long, yes, then definitely you have look at all of the indices and the conditions, looking at the history and how these teams have actually been doing business. Because I want to also believe that before every game, referee also look at teams, look at how they've actually been playing. I think this, if they don't do it, I think this should be part of the refereeing course. They should actually look at every team that they'll be officiating against, so that they understand the history of this team in that particular season, what they've been getting away with, what they've been doing, so that when things like this happen, they understand that, okay, this is the right call to actually take. But I don't want to actually hold on to the referee for this, because for me, I think if referee just gives verdict on a particular incident, we should just accept it. But then the truth is, if Arsenal hadn't enjoyed this sort of favor, we know cases of you kick someone and that happens. We're looking at this is particularly about referee and particularly goalkeeper. Every single time the set piece. The match before this one, it almost happened to them. They were lucky that the ball inside could find its way into the back of the net. This time around, it did happen against a side that's actually grappling for relegation. That's exactly where the big problem is. West Ham was also fighting for their life, the same way Arsenal was fighting for their life in that particular game. And unfortunately, the call went against them this time around. I just hope, right? This is what's my take, in its entirety about this particular incident is. I just hope that going forward, after this thing has happened, right, that any single time there is a squabble in 6-yard box against a goalkeeper, it should be called as a foul to stop all of this nonsense. Because back in this, I understand that the beauty of the game is goalkeeper's 6-yard box is goalkeeper's territory. The goalkeepers are being protected in that particular territory, right? You don't shove the goalkeeper. You don't, go as high as, placing your hands in front of the goalkeeper or holding the hands of the goalkeeper and ensuring that the goalkeeper can actually do, his business in the 6-yard. But that's no football. And that's exactly what Arsenal has done, all through season. Even last season, they've been doing it. And it's actually not fair. That's how they've been able to score 17 corner kicks so far. This is broken the record of the Premier League. So, I mean, it's not what we actually want to see. That's clearly a foul, actually. But then there are records of, these things also showing that, Arsenal have really, really enjoyed, advantage of, this sort of things in so many cases. I think if our president will be very, very kind to help us get this future up. You also see that, we've seen this sort of incident so many times. Look at what really happened here. Now you look at the incidents that have actually highlighted the Aston Villa incident, the Manchester United incident, the Man City incident. So look at the Man City incident. Look at where Saliba and Gabriel were. Look at where Edison Moreira were. They practically pushed the goalkeeper on the ground, and that was also a goal. Look at where Gabriel's hand was, in that particular lift against Aston Villa. Look at, what they did to Bayindia, held his hand. So if you look at all of these things,
even against Chelsea,
all of these incidents were actually against, was actually in favor of Arsenal. And now this also happened. All of this, right, Jerry? All of these things that we have on our screen, these are all, foul offense. They should actually have been called. Now imagine all of these offenses were called.
Arsenal got away with all of this.
Exactly what I'm saying. They got away with all of it. So imagine all of this were called.
Yeah. Arsenal should not be on top.
Exactly. That's exactly what Peter Schumacher was actually saying, that they enjoyed this condition. But it's one of those things that you get. Sometimes these guys are also humans. So
I wish our Fish is here to see this, because yesterday he was almost crying, explaining why everybody is taking the side because it's not favoring them, because Arsenal did it only once. Everybody's saying that Arsenal has been benefiting from it. He was waxing lyrical here yesterday. I did not have the pictorial evidence. Thank God you're here. I think I will still share this with him personally to make sure that he's fully aware, because I said this thing did not start even this season.
No, it started
Arsenal
2 seasons ago.
Doing it 2 seasons ago. Yeah, I've been getting away with it. So it's just that now it's been amplified. Other teams are beginning to do it. So now Arsenal wants it not to be. It's pretty sad. Anyway, let's see how Arsenal is going to do in next season, because right now everybody knows, okay, Arsenal got away with it for the past 2 seasons and used it to win the league last season. This season, all Arsenal games, everybody watching out for their goalkeeper. I don't think Raya will be getting lots of clean sheet next season if it's going to be the goalkeeper.
Absolutely. If it comes down to this, if they allow this to continue, trust me, the smaller teams, they have big players. They will definitely use this as tactics, and then Arsenal is going to really, really suffer in the coming next season.
All right, okay. Anyway, let's see how that pans out. And let's go over to Spain. Barcelona have confirmed their legal team is reviewing comments made by Real Madrid president Florentino Perez following his explosive press conference on Tuesday. Perez, speaking for over an hour after Real Madrid's 2-0 defeat in El Clasico, made several strong claims, including renewed accusations linked to the ongoing Nigeria case and criticism of La Liga, Barcelona and Spanish football authorities. In response, Barcelona issued a statement saying the legal department is carefully examining the remarks and will determine possible next steps. The club added that any formal position or action will be communicated in due course as tensions between the two Spanish giants continue to escalate. Because if you take a look at it, Florentino Perez is a big fish. He's a mafia. And it's going to be difficult to really tame him when the mafia speaks. The Godfather speaks. I think Laporta is a junior fish for Florentino Perez. He's a don in the Spanish league. So it's going to be difficult because this is actually coming from him. But who will say Karma is really what's happening right now. Yeah. Back in the day, the dictator, the Spanish dictator, Franco, if I remember his name.
General Franco.
General Franco was beating Barcelona players from the Basque. Yes.
Not just Barcelona.
Yes, not just Barcelona. Yes, across Spain. If you score against Real Madrid or you get to win against them, they will flog you, they'll put you in prison. So Madrid was giving all the necessary benefits because the man was a Madrid fan.
If you say I want you, come.
Yes. So that's how. So now the tables have turned. Madrid is not having their way. Now they are feeling bad. So I think they should go on the field and get their results.
Jerry, let me just quickly add. What this statement simply means is that Madrid is trying to get into Barcelona's head. Every single time Barcelona seems to be above Madrid, Madrid finds antic either off the field and then on the field. They're trying to bring back Mourinho to actually destroy what Barcelona is building now.
Yeah,
that's exactly how they brought Mourinho when Pep Guardiola was there. Swept Madrid, apart. They're bringing Mourinho to destroy the project Barcelona is actually building with Lamine now. Exactly what they're going to do. And it all starts with statements like this. Before you know it, Barcelona will definitely have their next election. Maybe Laporte will not, be the one that will win it. And then, it's going to cause internal crisis. That's exactly how Sandro Rosell took over Barcelona. And then, Barcelona, Pep Guardiola was forced out of the club. What they are doing this time around also is to actually give Barcelona a problem, something to be worried about. I mean, this man, Florentino Perez, is the man who embodies Madrid. He understands the politics outside the game. And that's what he's playing. He wants to unsettle Barcelona before next season. Barcelona will now have so many things to think about because Barcelona just love the game. You know, that's why their banner is always, you know, more than, you know, football. That's what their club means to them. So it's just about, you know, enjoying the game for them. But once you give them, you know, something to be worried about, something to think about, Barcelona becomes unsettled, and that's what they want to do. You only have to unsettle Barcelona for you to think about, you know,
and
think back.
They're bringing Jose Mourinho and Victor Osimhen.
That what they are doing with Mourinho now is to actually destroy the project of, you know, the Barcelona's side.
All right, and of course, it is what it is. Wait and see how the politics play as far as that one is concerned. And good things look like they will be happening out there in Spain, as we hear that Mourinho might be making a return. And the last news I heard was that the deal is at advanced stage to bring Jose Mourinho back to the Santiago Bernabeu. And of course, we hear that we'll be bringing Victor Osimhen alongside him. Yeah, Osimhen, Mbappe, Vinicius Jr. Wow. And we know Mourinho with African players. Yes, he's done it with the likes of Didier Drogba. Imagine Osimhen firing on all cylinders in the Spanish league, and of course coming for the UEFA Champions League. That would be a beauty. And of course, having him, I don't know whether Mbappe will let him score the goals and challenging for the Ballon d'Or. That would be a very big ask.
I don't think Mourinho. I don't think Mbappe, Vini, and Osimhen will work. I absolutely don't think so. The reason is Vini and Mbappe will have to contend for that particular left position. And I mean, Osimhen's got just one role he can play and play very well, which is, you know, the center. And of course, if Vini had to take that place, Kylian definitely will be the first man who will be starting.
And I don't know, Mourinho has a way.
So except one of them is
have to go.
One of them is leaving.
I think it looks like Vini might be leaving.
Vini might be leaving, but I mean, Vini seems to be a man who embodies, who understands the structure of Real Madrid. I don't know, but I just feel like
Perez must have seen enough because all the racism talk, all the issues he's been having with the players. I think a lot of players are going to be leaving Madrid, even Tchouaméni.
No, they've actually listed the players that will be leaving. No, I don't think Tchouaméni will be leaving, but let's see if Jose Mourinho's cool with the players, because one of the conditions he gave was, I want to be 100% in charge of the Barcelona. I don't want to speak with any other person except Florentino Perez. So you know
what that means. He will run the rule.
Absolutely.
Yeah, talking about the man with the iron fist, that's Jose Mourinho, the special one, the only one, and he's making a return to the Santiago Bernabeu. And of course, from there, we wrap it up here. Big thanks to Nkechi for being awesome on the show.
Absolutely.
Your sabbatical return was actually a tremendous one. All right. Big thanks to all those who made the show great. Talking about the likes of Alex as well as Victor, not leaving out Hassan and Okpeyemi. My name is Jerry Apelahar, saying thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigeria, with its complex political atmosphere, divergent views and discordant views, better still, coming with bass bows. Only one question matters: who really has the best candidate? Something is here. 5 political camps, 1 stage, no filters. Join us in this clash as supporters of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, Omoyele Shuare and Adewale Adebayo go head to head in no holds barred town hall debate. No script, just raw, unfiltered conversation. This is more than politics. This is where opinions clash, facts are tested, and the truth fights to be heard. Happening live on May 22nd by 11 a.m. at Golden Tulip Terrace Hall, Ihoka Tower, 36 International Airport Road, Lagos. Don't miss it. Watch live on YouTube at Voptv. Set your reminder, subscribe, join the conversation. My candidate is the best, or is it?
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you.
The spike in insecurity ahead of the 2027 general elections has become intensely concerning to many Nigerians, especially as intelligence sources from outside the shores of this country warn of a possible internationalization of the security issues, even as we hear of a new U.S. counterterrorism strategy that focuses on Nigeria. And in Zamfara, reports indicate that about 72 people have been killed by Nigerian military air force, allegedly battling terrorists. And in the meantime, the Borno State government is making efforts to douse rousing concerns over reintegration of repentant terrorists, arguing that having swore with the Quran, the repentant terrorists won't go back to trenches. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens. Good to have you join us. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we're broadcasting from, by Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is a seasoned reporter, but he appears here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Good evening, Dele, and thanks for joining us.
Good evening, my pleasure.
We will also be joined in the course of the show by Chief Chukwe Udensi. Chukwe Udensi is a security analyst and Interpol-recognized security and strategy expert. When he comes in, he will let him in so that he will give us some context to some of these developments. Now, let's quickly run into it. A report from security sources say that the United States has warned of a resurgence of ISIS-linked terror extremist groups across Africa, especially in West Africa, the Sahel, the Lake Chad Basin, Mozambique, Sudan, and Somalia. According to the new U.S. counterterrorism strategy, remnants of ISIS relocated to Africa and Central Asia after losing territory in Iraq and Syria, taking advantage of weak governance and instability in those regions. The report says U.S. aims to stop jihadist groups such as Boko Haram and ISWAP, that's Islamic State West Africa province, from using African territories as basis for attacks against American interests, while also protecting Christian communities targeted by extremists. The strategy states that U.S. will continue counterterrorism cooperation with African governments, share intelligence, and support local security forces, although regional partners will be expected to take more responsibility for security efforts. This report looks scary, to the ordinary Nigerian. How much precaution should Nigeria take as a country in the light of the fact that, United States intelligence report shows that, ISIS and Al-Qaeda, probably ISWAP, Islamic State West Africa province, are relocating, from where they were dislocated in parts of the Middle East and coming to West Africa, the Sahel region, and as a matter of fact, to some parts of Asia. How much of this should be concerning to us as a people?
Well, the American government is just stating the obvious. It's been part of what we've been facing for a long while here. You see, when Boko Haram started, it was like a religious ideology that they were propounding. And it was like a ragtag insurgents trying to dissuade their people from embracing Western education. But somehow it morphed to what we witness today. And the metamorphosis started in the last 7-8 years. And sophisticated weapons were brought in, and intel training started coming up, and which is just what America has just told us in the open. I'm sure this intelligence would have been shared long before now in the military circle. And I know that it's not just coming up, but because of Americans' interest that must be protected. America is not particular about saving West Africa. They're not particular about saving Nigeria. But they know that through radicalization, through sophisticated weapons that get into the hands of these insurgents, the ultimate aim is to attack the West, and particularly America. And so it's like preempting these people, ensuring that when they finally subdue this part of the world, they are likely to focus on the Western interests before they finally move to attack the West. And wherever Americans' interest is, they want to protect at all costs.
Okay, so apparently your position is that, this America is more concerned with the fact that these regions, like the Sahel, as a matter of fact,
could be a launching pad.
A launching ground,
yes,
for terror attacks against
against the West.
Okay, maybe like what they did in Afghanistan.
Yes.
As
Yemen and all that.
And all of that.
So that's now the governments of the Gulf region, they are now practical and intent on making sure that they subdue these terrorists. And so they finally got that opportunity to replicate themselves here in Africa, particularly in West Africa.
Particularly in West Africa, where we seem to have weak governance structures.
So once they are able to subdue the locals here, definitely it's not going to end there. They're going to launch. And don't forget that the only place they have not touched, which may be the reason why America is trying to be proactive now, is that America has seen that after this time, the next move they're likely to make is to begin to attack oil installations. And once they attack oil installations, American interest, the West interest, West, I mean France with ELF, Mobil America, Chevron America, Shell, and all that would be in jeopardy. And America will not want that. And that's why they are just... So the issue of genocide, Christian genocide, whatever, is just a small screen. They just want to protect themselves here and also protect their interests across the globe.
Okay.
And they know that these people, you know, it's difficult to fight somebody who is not willing to return home.
Okay.
When
somebody who is not afraid to die.
Is not afraid to die. So you want to go back to war, preserve your life, and come back to the embrace of your family. But somebody out there had been so radicalized that he doesn't want to, he doesn't even have anything to live for. He's looking at the hereafter, what has been promised, the virgins that have been promised waiting for him. Those are the things he's looking at. So, because I recall that some of my military friends, when I engage them, they tell me that for those who have been in the theater of war, that when they capture these people, but they even encourage them to shoot them, that they want to die, because they are in a hurry to go here to the other side and meet the virgins that are waiting for them. Well, I've not been there, so I don't know if truly there are virgins waiting for them at the other side of the divide.
Okay. All right. Now, you have opened a new perspective, a fresh perspective, you know, into this whole discussion by saying that, well, they have been dislodged in parts of the Middle East,
yes,
and all of that, and they found safe haven.
Safe haven, yeah.
Now, in places like Afghanistan, you know, and Pakistan and Iraq, you know, and all of that, where Al-Qaeda was practically decimated, you know, it didn't turn into such like sectarian violence.
Yeah.
Why? Because they have some kind of monolithic religious affiliations. You understand all of that.
And so they cannot push any narrative that is contrary to...
Okay, so exactly the point. Now, if you come to a place like the West Africa and Nigeria in particular, where it's been framed around the issue of Christian genocide, and they are trying to say, well, we don't need all of this, you know, because Nigeria has been denoted as more like a jihadist state. And America is coming in here to more like say, well, we don't want all of that. But like you said, there are other reasons behind it.
Yeah.
Now, do you think that it might just lead to sectarian violence between probably Christian and Muslim communities? Because as we have seen, since the December 25th attack, we saw more like a surge, you know, in terrorist acts.
It became a dispersal operation.
And especially across Christian communities.
Yeah.
So America's presence here, is it going to solve the problem or is it going to compound it?
You see, for me, that's why I said when this thing happened on 25th December last year, when the news came up that they've decimated the ranks of terrorists or bandits, wherever, you know, I was skeptical about it. Why I was skeptical is the fact that, look, these people, you are going to disperse them to the extent that they now become like an amoeba that takes different shape at will. Today, it is difficult for Intel to isolate these insurgents because they are always on the go now. Unlike before, when you can say Troji's camp is at so place, Dan Sokoto's camp is at so place. But today, they are so dispersed that you don't even know which is which. And they strike at will. They are so mobile now. They use motorbikes. And these are places that cannot be penetrated by cars. So, if they strike today in Niger State, tomorrow you hear of them in Kwara, and the same modus operandi. And they have been so skilled in kidnapping, which also gives them enough resources to continue this act. And America has been in Nigeria with the 200 soldiers in the last 2-3 months now. We have not seen anything.
Yes, I'm happy that you brought us to that point because you have a sort of multi-security collaborations, you know, across US, UK, France, Turkey, and China. And we don't see the effects of all of this.
I've not seen.
Especially, I'm happy that you mentioned the 200 soldiers that came here, and we were told that they were not actually boots on ground because they were not going to battlefield and battlefronts, but that they were here for intelligence and
operational tactics
support.
Have they deployed?
How much of that have we seen? And don't you think that trying to get all of these security collaborations might just internationalize the problem for Nigeria, where you have some countries, like becoming proxy sponsors, like what you see in Lebanon, what you see in Palestine, between like Iran trying to sponsor Hezbollah, trying to sponsor Hamas and all of that. And what Saudi Arabia did with the Houthis, rebels in Yemen and all of that. Don't you think that, going out to look for solution might just internationalize this problem and compound it for Nigeria?
As a matter of fact, it's just the way you have put it. Now, the thing is beyond Nigeria today. And there is this conspiracy theory that America came too late into the fray, leaving China to savage Africa. Today, at the heart of illegal mining in this country, we have the Chinese. Let's not beat about the bush about this. And we are told that these so-called bandits were actually the ones providing shield for these illegal foreign miners. So what they do is, at their leisure...
Are you talking about the people that were imported by politicians? We have heard claims that some people said, well, these are our brothers and we brought them here to help us. That later turned to bandits and kidnappers when they were not settled. Is that the group you're talking about?
No.
Okay.
You see, this particular group, they are mainly Nigerians.
Okay.
Because of the nomadic nature of this set of people, they know our forests more than the indigenes, more than the locals, because they traverse these forests. So wherever there is mining, they give maximum protection. Today, they are almost depleting the mineral resources in Sambisa Forest. Do they attack anywhere around Sambisa Forest today? The attack is restricted to Niger, Plateau, Benue, and now they are coming downwards southwest. And the target for the southwest is between Ilesha and Ile-Ife belt of Osun State. But that's where the gold mineral deposit that they're actually looking for, that's where it is embedded. So what they are trying to do now is they want to create maximum fear so that when they actually come, it will be easy for them to dislodge and dislocate the indigenous around this belt, for them to have maximum opportunity of illegal mining. And unfortunately, our government is not looking at some of this.
Okay.
Because if you are propagating religion, if it's a jihadist thing, why don't you remain where you are more populated, your religion has more population than where you are coming to? Today, except for a sprinkle, you hardly see indigenous of the Southeast being Muslim.
Okay, so don't you think they are looking for converts?
They are not looking for converts.
They are not looking for converts?
No.
Okay.
In the South, you hardly find.
Okay.
In the Southwest, in some states like Oyo, where the jihadists, Madam Vodio and his team, were repelled.
Okay.
They still have a foothold around these places. You have in Osun State, it's like 50-50. In Oyo State, it's like 50-50. In Ogun State, maybe 60 Christian, 40 Muslim. In Ondo State, for instance, it's like 20 Muslim and 80 Christians. In Ekiti State, more like the same figure. Okay. So what are they coming to do? And are you going to kill to instill, to sell your religion to me? So it's much more than religion.
Okay, so you frame it around economic interest.
Economic interest, that's the truth.
All right. There's something that you said, government is not looking in the right direction. I'd like for us to talk about that in the light of the fact that, I mean, we are heading into an election year. And there are concerns that, well, with the level of insecurity and that there might some areas, might not be safe for elections, to be conducted, to hold, at some point. Do you think that the government is the one keeping silent so that it could probably say, well, because these places are hotbeds of insecurity and all of that, we are not going to conduct elections in those areas? Or do you think that the government might just say, well, because of the state of insecurity, we need more time, go to parliament, get some kind of proclamation as an act of parliament to extend the elections and all of that? Nigerians are concerned. 2027 is around the corner. Nigerians are being killed and insecurity is everywhere. I want us to, and we have heard that we have American envoy, British envoys visit Nigeria, hold meetings with INEC, hold meetings with the oppositions and all of that. So what do you think what's their interest in 2027 elections around insecurity and all of that? What do you see? What is it coming?
Let's not beat about the bush.
Okay.
We still have neo-colonialism in Africa. Okay. And so they have not let go completely. France is in trouble because these Sahel states are severing their umbilical cord from France. And it's really, really hitting them hard now. The mineral resources, the jostle for it is at the heart of all of this that we're talking about. Now, coming back to election in Nigeria, okay, there are two scenarios. It is either because whoever is contesting does not want to rock the boat. Because let's be clear to ourselves, it is the northern Nigeria elements that are terrorizing Nigeria.
Okay.
And these elements have one thing. They have, which is contestable anyway,
okay.
They have the number. And when they want to deliver votes, they deliver en bloc. Okay. So anybody that is interested in returning to office may not want to rock the boat. But to what end is this avoidance? Are we going to decimate those who are coming to rule by May 29, 2027?
When you say the person that wants to return might not want to rock the boat, I want you to, can you expatiate on that? Is it that the current president may not be, intentional in attacking the terrorists frontally, because probably if he does, it will backfire for him at the election. At the
if you factor the rhetorics around this terrorism thing,
okay,
we have seen cases of where people come out to say these are our brothers. We have seen cases where they will say an attack on these people is an attack on our people. So that tells you that some element of support is coming from certain places.
Exactly my point.
And if you have that, and possibly the man that is contesting knows that he needs these people.
Okay.
There's no way he will want to go all out without expecting some
more like without offending them.
Yes, of course. And if you offend somebody,
okay,
he has a way of fighting back. Okay. And that fighting back.
Okay, so apparently your position is that the government might be prioritizing their interest above the safety of Nigerians.
Yes, because of what use is this campaign all over the place when those you are talking to don't have rest of mind. They cannot sleep in their homes. On the street, they cannot walk freely. Road travel has become a suicide mission. And even in your village, you can be woken up and the next day you are in IDP camp because houses will be razed, people will be killed. Now, killing has become a data in Nigeria. There's no more humanity. Today, if you hear that 3 people were killed, 2 people were killed, you just dismiss it as if blood does not run in these people's veins.
Now, Dele, do you think that this thing has to do with the fact that, well, the ruling government might be trying to prioritize their political interest, or the fact that, one, Nigerians say they have practically run out of ideas, or two, because, well, they don't have, the president doesn't have the capacity in the first place to even tackle this problem?
No.
Okay. So what do you think is the problem?
It's just the political will to say,
will.
go ahead and decimate these people. Look, I told you a story of a Nigerian, a military officer, that we traveled together from Bangladesh, had a stopover in Dubai, and then en route to Nigeria. He told me so many things. He said, as at that time, if the military is given the marching order without equivocation, that they would decimate these people in 2 weeks. He cited cases of when they would be after these insurgents, and at the nick of time when they would have routed them, order will come from above that they should retreat. And who are you not to retreat? Because they said it's a regimented environment. It's unlike the office that you can say, no, sir. And as a result, I am no longer working. Okay. You cannot do that in the military.
Okay.
And those who defied such orders, you knew what happened to them. Okay. They were court-martialed.
All right. Now, in the report that I cited earlier, the same report claims that former U.S. President Donald Trump, that is the present U.S. President Donald Trump, has introduced a new counterterrorism approach toward Nigeria through the 2026 U.S. National Counterterrorism Strategy. According to the report, the strategy links attacks on Christians in Nigeria to global jihadist terrorism, framing such groups as Boko Haram, ISWAP, that's Islamic State West Africa Province, and armed Fulani militias as threats not only to Nigerians, but also to U.S. security interests, just like you said. Well, the piece also criticizes Nigerian leaders, including the President Bola Tinubu, the Sultan of Sokoto, and Islamic cleric Ahmad Gumi, accusing them of downplaying or mishandling the violence. It argues that the U.S. now sees the killings as a part of an international jihadist movement rather than local conflicts over land, ethnicity, or resources. Now, in all of this, the 2027, I want us to go back to, do you think that America might be doing what they are doing? You have mentioned the fact that they are behind security and economic interests. What of political interest? Do you think that they might be pushing for some kind of regime change in the light of the fact that
America will not do that?
Okay,
I can bet you, America will not do that.
Have they done that in Nigeria before?
Look, the question, no, they didn't do it.
Okay, they didn't do it.
The only problem that Obama had with Jonathan was this gay issue.
The gay rights, okay.
You know, and Jonathan, taking a cue from the Senegalese president at that time,
okay,
who vehemently opposed anybody, and he was the first person, the first president in Africa that said anybody, he went to parliament and said anybody found to be a gay or lesbian should be jailed. I think maybe 15 years. Nigerians rode on the crest of that they went to parliament and also extracted 14-year jail term for such offense in Nigeria. So it didn't go down well with Obama. And that was why when we needed the critical logistics and weaponry to fight the insurgents, America denied us.
Okay.
And until Trump now came, now.
Okay,
Biden also assisted at some point, but Trump also assisted. But the point is, there are so many factors.
Based on your position now, apparently you are saying that Obama might have been involved in regime change, not because of insecurity, but because of what you just mentioned.
Yes.
Okay, and so you think that insecurity will not more like prompt Trump to...
You see, insecurity may not necessitate push for regime change.
Okay.
Because America would only work according to its interests. And I've not seen anything that these governments have done
that injures America's
interests.
Okay.
And what is American interest here? Oil. Today, I think it's about 1.6 or 1.7 million barrels per day. And nobody has compromised any plant by these multinational companies in the Niger Delta. All these things that are happening all over the country, that particular region has been isolated, particularly oil-bearing communities. So America, as long as that area is not touched, America will not dabble in.
Okay, so apparently you think that what Ted Cruz, what Riley Moore, what Mike Arnold, they are all, whatever they are doing, you know, to sensitize the American government, to sensitize Congress. You know, Atiku Abubakar will be in the United States at some point to talk about what is going on in Nigeria, talking about how the free space is shrinking and what Mike Arnold has been doing consistently, like Riley Moore. You think that all of those things are woven around economic interest and not political?
You see, to what end?
Okay.
Let's assume, without conceding,
okay,
that America pushes for regime change.
Okay.
On what parameters? Is it that America's interests had been injured? Okay. Has America asked for anything that has not been given? No. Obama's interest was because he wanted gay.
Okay.
And Nigeria denied it. It's understandable. And it was denied by government.
Okay, so how much of America's interests were injured in Sudan when they intervened? You remember the CPA, the Comprehensive Peace Agreement and all of that. How much of their interest was injured at that moment?
You see, sometimes if America is going to come to Nigeria,
okay,
rather than regime change, America has a way of using whatever tactics they have to probably, as it is today, the only thing I suspect America could do is to find a way of balkanizing this country.
Okay.
You know, the Cold War era, you know what happened. Yugoslavia, you know what happened. And that was why when Thomas Pickering and Twadell came to Nigeria, some of us that have the history of these guys, we knew that something was going to give in. Okay. And eventually something gave in. You understand? Okay. But what we are saying in this case is that America may not. Look at Sierra Leone and Liberia. These were free slaves from America. But because there was no economic interest in Sierra Leone and Africa and Liberia, they didn't intervene. It was Nigeria that took the lead to intervene and stabilize Liberia and Sierra Leone.
In Liberia and Sierra Leone, at that time, I think they had their hands were filled with what was going on in Europe. No, not in Gulf, in Europe, the Yugoslavian crisis and all of that.
But my brother, if America has economic interest in Sierra Leone and Liberia, they would intervene.
Okay, but at some point they gave ECO more support. But I'd like for us to, before we leave this topic, the fact that you don't see it, why is it that the Nigerian government is clearly, concerned by what the Americans seem to be doing? Why are they using a lot of money, to burnish their image? Always talking about, no, there is no Christian genocide here, trying to clear the grounds. And at some point, I think, was it $9 million or a certain amount of money was paid to a certain, PR agency to burnish the image of this administration? If they are thinking along what you are doing, it might not concern them enough. And they will just keep quiet and say, well, since we are cool, we are intact here, no need to bother ourselves.
No, you see, the government needed to burnish its image.
Okay.
Because there could be if you leave the space to such narrative, people would take it hook, line, and sinker.
Okay.
And it could affect the fortune of the government. But what I'm seeing here is, I am not seeing any way that we can link this insecurity with the direct intervention of America in regime change.
Okay.
For now, I don't see it.
All right. Now,
the interest of America has not been injured.
Okay.
And the long-term plan of America is, it is better for me to nip this thing in the bud in Africa.
Okay.
Before it gets to my doorsteps.
Okay.
That is it.
All right. Now, let's move on and let's come to Nigeria again, where another report says that at least 72 people were allegedly killed after a Nigerian military airstrike hit Stonefront Market in Zurmi local government area of Zamfara State. Community leaders and local sources told AFP that the market was crowded at the time of the attack, with civilians, traders, and even children among the victims. Amnesty International claimed that the death toll may have exceeded 100 and called for an investigation into the strike. The report states again that many injured survivors were taken to hospitals in Zurmi, Shinkafi, and Gusau for treatment. Amnesty International again accused the military of carrying out the bombing without warning and said civilians in conflict areas continue to suffer heavily from military operations and bandit violence. However, Nigerian military has have denied reports of a civilian casualty and said claims surrounding the airstrike were false, although it promised to investigate the incident. How do you react to this? Is it
It will be too hasty.
Okay.
It will be too hasty for us to begin to profile what happened.
Okay.
Even Amnesty International that suddenly jumped at it without...
You think they jumped at it?
They jumped at it.
They've not done investigation.
Look, let me tell you, Chukuma, I am not a military man anyway, but I'm close to the military. And I lived my early life in the barracks. You see, there is no way airstrike will happen that there won't be civilian casualty.
Okay.
Even during the Hamas Hezbollah encounter with Israel, there were civilian casualties.
Maybe those ones were intentional.
Some of these people, they also use civilians as shields.
Okay.
And without the civilians knowing, you understand? I am sure that without large number of these people present at that targeted area, Air Force will not strike. But for us to have a clear understanding of the modus operandi and the casualties involved, let's do further investigation.
Okay,
let the locals come up and identify those that were killed, that were not insurgents.
Okay, they just did that.
Do you know that
some of the casualties have already been taken to hospitals? And ARA, that is Amnesty International, and other reporters might also be relying on history, on experience, recent experience. I mean, this is about the third, fourth, or fifth time that we are getting to hear this. I mean, in the process of trying to take out terrorists, we have collateral damage, as many as over 100. Now, the report is 72, but Amnesty International says there may be over 100 and all of that. So in talking about this, in terms of precision and accuracy, the pilots, Nigerians try to figure out how these things could happen. I mean, you are trying to kill like 200 people and in the process, 200 terrorists, because from the last report we had, they trailed them, from parts of Zamfara, and they were coming down until they got to the market space. And now they released the bombs and all of that. And in that mix, a lot of people died. So what happened to precision and accuracy in all of this? At least if we hear that 5-10 people were killed in such incidents, we might say, well, collateral damage. But
no,
the situation where you have over 100 people, what do you call that?
Now, let me give you an example. This is where active collaboration and intel will surface. Air Force will not zero in on a target without enough intel. You just narrated how they trailed them to that spot. Now, if we want to get to the root of this matter, it is not difficult to say that if somebody drops a bomb in my community in Ibadan, within 1 hour, we can do head count. We can isolate missing people within that community and say, look, so-so person, we have not seen him. So-so person, we have not seen her. And then we begin our search. But if after 24 hours, the local community cannot say, Ajia Miriam went to market, but we could only see the rapper, then that tells you that whoever is coming up with this narrative is just trying to discourage these kind of operations. Okay. Because some of these people, we see them now, when Gumi and the rest, when they meet them, you see a large number of women that are taken as cooks, that are going to market to buy all those things for them, food items and all that. Are they not part of the insurgents? Once you aid and abet, you are part of the crime. These are people that they may have certain spots at that place. I am not ruling out the possibility of civilians, casualties.
Okay. Innocent,
no, I'm not,
innocent.
Yes,
innocent
I'm not ruling it out.
Okay.
In any war, there's always innocent people caught in crossfire. I am not ruling that out. But the point is, Air Force will not just drum or bomb anyhow.
Okay,
these are trained officers.
Your position is that this counter narrative might just be to discourage the Air Force from doing their job.
They're doing their job. Let me tell you, when Arepo, now I listened to your report. Where in the world will soldiers tell you that I'm coming to strike? Where in the world that the Air Force will tell you that next 24 hours, I'm going to strike this isolated place and zero it down on that place? And those people, are they robots that they will remain there and wait for you to come and strike them? The highest element of war is surprise. Remove surprise from war, is no longer a war. So the point is, when Arepo here in Lagos, when they were doing illegal bunkering there, I think it was during Obasanjo, or I can't remember now, either Obasanjo or Jonathan.
I think it
should be Obasanjo.
It's Obasanjo, yes.
They warned them. They told them that they shouldn't continue. After 2 attempts to dislodge them, they didn't listen. One day, Arepo is just, that particular swamp is just few meters away from the NUJ residence, where you have a large number of journalists that secured land at that environment.
Yes.
Now, they isolated that place and decimated them. Since then, you can never see anybody in that swamp doing illegal bunkering.
Okay.
Why? Because those people around that place, they didn't support those who are doing illegal bunkering.
Okay, so you think that the casualties might be active supporters?
They are either active supporters or the insurgents themselves.
Okay.
You understand? They are so comfortable wherever they are until that 25th December bombing. They are so comfortable, they live there, eat there, do everything there, and dominate the whole environment.
All right, now talking about the insurgents and all of that, the Borno State government has moved to calm concerns over the possibility of rehabilitated former terrorists returning to violent activities after undergoing the state's de-radicalization and reintegration program. According to the government, one of the strongest safeguards in the process is the oath sworn with the Quran, which officials believe discourages beneficiaries from taking up arms again. What's your take on this?
It's laughable. So initially, when they took up arms and declared themselves against Western education, what were they taught? Their schooling was Islamic school. So they didn't know Quran when they were killing. Sultan of Sokoto just mentioned something about 2 days ago. He said jihad means, I can't remember the exact word he used, but I would find out. You know, it's just a way of life and just making sure, I think it's restrained. That the word restrain is what the Sultan used. That it restrains you from committing sin. It's not that you should take up arm and begin to decimate people. That was what the Sultan said. And if anybody like Sultan is talking, he's talking from the
so
point
these
of
people that kill in the name of jihad, where did they get their idea from?
Is it not the same Quran? Now you are saying you are giving them that same Quran and that will deter them from doing what they are doing. Somebody who is already on drugs, somebody who has killed several times, somebody who cannot live normal life again, and you are saying you are handing over Quran to that person, and that automatically takes him off that kind of route as is used to in the last 13, 15 years. Who does that?
Okay, so let's isolate Quran now. And so they go through a process of de-radicalization without the Quran. How long do you think it should take? As a psychologist, how long do you think it should take, for someone to be de-radicalized and reintegrated to society?
It's not one drug treats all.
Okay.
When you want to do even de-radicalization, it's not just one drug fits all ailments. The point is, you need to profile these people, know the level of their involvement. Some of them, they might just be in the fringe as errand boys or errand girls. Those ones, you can revamp them. If you are talking about those ones, it is easy to take care of those ones because they are not deep into it. Some had lived the life of drug addiction, drug abuse, substance abuse over time. Are you going to give the same modules, the same therapy to somebody who is steeped in drug and somebody who is just coming in, or somebody who is just an errand person, or somebody who is a serial killer? And then you lump everybody up and say you have rehabilitated them, you have de-radicalized them, and then you are unleashing them back to the society. It's just like taking somebody who earns about 20 to 30,000 naira every day as Agbiru on the road, and now say, come and wear a suit and be earning 200,000 naira a month. He will look at you and just smile and walk away. Because that 200,000 naira, he will make it in less than 1 week. So you now want him to stay for over 30 days to earn that same amount.
Okay, so apparently you don't believe in that process.
I don't believe in that process because it's too hasty.
Okay.
It's a long process.
Exactly the reason why, it has to be a long process.
It's a lot of process.
Okay.
You profile, you segregate. That's why in prison, because ATMs have not been properly profiled, they cannot mingle with convicted criminals.
So we are running out of time. When these people are captured or when they surrender, what treatment should be meted out to them?
The first thing, when you capture people like that, you profile them, separate them according to the level of their involvement and the level of the complicity in any criminal offense.
Okay, like
committed.
people who were conscripted,
yes,
forced into, or people
somebody who is forced into it
willingly,
and that is even probably it was while he was trying to escape from the group and you capture him. You will know now. Most military officers, they know how to profile these people. But somebody that is deadly, somebody that while is there is restless.
How much responsibility should the government of Borno State take for this process? Because the other time, at some point, they said 744 of them were
rehabilitated and then
over 609 million naira of taxpayer money. How much responsibility should the Borno State government take for the festering insecurity in that state?
Now, if they want to do well, if you have rehabilitated 744 repentant Boko Haram or insurgents or bandits, will you unleash them to society without providing backup for them by giving them startup, by making sure that they have jobs that would permanently take them away?
I think they did.
What job? What job?
Maybe seed money for trading or all of that.
Somebody like that will not do that.
Okay.
The idea thing would have been to now begin to raise farmstead, put them in cluster, let them be farming. Farming would engage them full time.
And if they are attacked in the farm?
It takes...
Because we see farmers being attacked and chased away from the farm. By who? By the same terrorists.
But because it is their fellow that are still in the forest.
And so don't you think that the people in the forest will be angry that, oh, okay, you people have left us and you have gone through integration. You are now on the other side. Don't you think they will come and attack them? The problem seems to be more complex.
It's a complex problem. I agree with you. But sometimes, do you know that some of these people may be even commanders, but they were captured? And do you know that there is so much respect in the underworld than the conventional world? A commander is always a commander. It's just like a capone.
Okay.
A capone is always a capone.
Okay, so
you define his order at your own peril.
Okay, so if these people some of them were commanders, what will be the implication?
The
if they go
implication
to
is
farms,
they can even use them to lure others
out
from their hideouts. You know, but unfortunately, the process is fraught with hasty approach that will not have the effect that it was intended.
So if you say that the process, is fraught with hasty approaches and all of that, don't you think that it's a plus for the government that is trying to probably solve the problem faster than it should be?
You know, the problem is they will not employ people that will do the right job.
Okay. 30 seconds, your concluding thoughts.
Yeah. For instance, this kind of job should be given to psychologists, psychiatrists, who would do proper evaluation of individuals that are involved in this.
Should I take that as a concluding?
Yes.
All right, then this will be a good place to end the conversation. Very interesting. I've been speaking with Mr. Dele Fanimo, seasoned reporter and political affairs analyst. Thank you very much, Dele. And I hope that we can do this some other time. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana and Demduto. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Nigeria, with its complex political atmosphere, divergent views and discordant views, better still, coming with bass bows. Only one question matters: who really has the best candidate? Something is here. 5 political camps, 1 stage, no filters. Join us in this clash as supporters of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, Omoyele Sowore, and Adewale Adebayo go head to head in no holds barred town hall debate. No script, just raw, unfiltered conversation. This is more than politics. This is where opinions clash. Facts are tested and the truth fights to be heard. Happening live on May 22nd by 11 a.m. at Golden Tulip Terrace Hall, Ihoka Tower, 36 International Airport Road, Lagos. Don't miss it. Watch live on YouTube at Voptv. Set your reminder, subscribe, join the conversation. My candidate is the best. Or is it?
Voptv. Now, you have more than a voice.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adewale Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale Communication Queen. Keep watching Voptv.
I am Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to Voptv. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to Voptv because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel,
We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on the Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from United Nations demanding independent probe into airstrikes as military insist civilians not killed, to Fubara insisting he's still a member of APC. Also, Showore criticizes coalitions, says they are only interested in power. Finally, former Minister of Power, Maman, jailed for 75 years over 33.8 billion naira fraud. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The United Nations has called for independent investigations into recent airstrikes in Nigeria and neighboring Chad. The UN expressed concern over reports of civilian casualties linked to military operations targeting armed groups and insurgents. Amnesty International earlier reported the Nigerian military airstrikes on a crowded market in the northwestern Zamfara state, reportedly controlled by bandits, had killed at least 100 civilians. The UN said transparent investigations are necessary to establish accountability, protect civilians, and strengthen confidence in military operations. The Nigerian military has, however, debunked the report, saying that there is no credible or substantiated evidence of civilian casualties following an airstrike on Tumfor Market in Zumi local government area of the state of Zamfara state. The development comes amid increasing regional security concerns as governments across West and Central Africa intensify efforts against terrorism and insurgents. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests here in the studio. We have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Also, we have joining us virtually, we have Benson Abo. He is a researcher and a public affairs analyst. He's going to join us later on in the show. Dr. Anosike, there's been a lot of talk surrounding the airstrikes. And for this particular one that happened in Zamfara State, the Defense Headquarters has said that there were no civilian casualties, or they are yet to confirm that there were civilian casualties. But the UN is calling for an independent probe. But when you look at all of this, would you really say that Nigeria can effectively, fight terrorism without risking civilian casualties? Because when the other time there was an airstrike somewhere in Tuga villages. I can't remember the I can't remember the state at the moment. But just recently, there are still talks again that, the market, there were civilians and all of that. With this one now, we're seeing again, talks of civilians and all of that being killed. But how can we balance? How can the military actually balance, having to fight the insurgents or the bandits as they were, and also try to ensure that civilian casualties are not, or we don't have civilian casualties?
For me, there's a saying, don't throw a stone inside the market, because you don't know whose head it will fall upon. Understand? So for me, I am 100% against throwing bomb inside the market. Because you cannot tell me that everybody buying and selling in that market is a terrorist. So I am 100% against it. And I want to bet with everything in the world that civilians are among those that died in that market. I'm 100% against bombing public institutions like markets, like schools, like recreation centers. There's no way everybody there that will be bandits. Understand? In every market, people bring their goods to the market. People come there to buy. So there's no way everybody in that market, both farmers, traders, are all terrorists. And for UN to issue this statement under 24 hours simply show that they don't believe the defense headquarters. For them that to call for a probe, for investigation, simply means they don't believe what Nigerian army said, their own account. And I also don't believe them, because it is very impossible to believe that everybody inside the market is a terrorist or is a bandit. So for me, if they can hear, I would say, don't bomb markets, don't bomb schools. Don't bomb, that's where people come together. It is very, very risky. You ask a question, is there any way this can be done without having innocent victims? It is practically impossible, but we are talking about reducing it to the barest minimum. The talk should be reducing it to the barest minimum. And if it's in a forest, understand, we can say what are they doing there, understand? But a market is a no-no. I don't believe what the defense headquarters is saying. And if intelligence says go and bomb a market, as a human being, you should know that. So those that said don't throw a stone inside the market, that saying came even before Nigeria independence. Because you don't know who has come to the market on that day. And calling for investigation, calling for a probe, to me doesn't make any sense. Who is going to investigate? The military will, assuming that there will be any investigation, it is the military that is going to investigate. It is them that are going to write the report of their investigation. For me, the only investigation that can be authentic, that can be is going to the village and asking people in the village how many of them lost their family, members of their families in that airstrike. Understand? And this cannot be done by the army. It is maybe civil society organizations going to that community and asking questions. How many do you know anybody that was killed in that airstrike? What kind of a person is he? Is he a bandit? Is he a bandit? For me, it is hard to believe that these terrorists will just set up a market for themselves only. Nobody can believe that. So for me, they should stop bombing markets. They should stop bombing schools. There's no way everybody there will be terrorists. That's my take.
Okay, thank you. Before I come back to you, our virtual guest is in. Glad to have you join us, Benson Abu. Glad to have you join us. I don't know if you get a quieter place than where you are now. But if you can speak, let me even. I'm sure you heard what we're talking about, and when you look at some persons have actually said that, why can't our military? Why can't they have the intelligence to actually go into the forest and actually bomb these people in their hideout? Why wait until they come out to the market? Is it that we don't have enough intelligence for us to actually, do the needful? Is it that our drones can't detect where they are in those forests? Why do we have to wait until they all come out to the market, and then when they come out to the market, we now bomb them, and then we get to have civilian casualties? But now the DHQ is also saying that there are no civilian casualties. What do you make of this back and forth? Can you hear me? Okay, while we sort out his audio and connections with him, Dr. Nosike, when you hear UN ask for independent or call for probes in situations like this, do you think that it has any way? Does it weaken our military morale? Because these people are actually trying to fight these insurgents, and then you get to hear all this back and forth. Don't you think that it's going to sort of, weaken their morale?
For me, one, those people are human beings. Understand? The people that did all the air strike are human beings, and it is not good to destroy what you cannot create. With all the development in science, we are still unable to create human beings. So nobody should attempt to unlawfully destroy what he or she cannot create. Investigation is the right thing to do. That to find out whether everybody that was killed, because I watched some of the videos, understand? And I saw how people were running out of the markets. So, and there's no way anybody can say for sure that everybody, that those people are terrorists. Because if you are to shoot somebody, police, their instruction is to disarm, not kill. Understand? And for you to be able to disarm somebody, you must have seen him with serious weapons, serious objects that can be used in attacking you. You cannot see somebody just walking without anything, and you shoot. You say that you are disarming. Okay, those people that were struck in the market, were they carrying arms? What evidence do they have that those people are terrorists or are bandits? You cannot be carrying AK-47 inside the market. Understand? So for me, there should be a thorough investigation. And what investigation should do is, one, it will serve as a deterrent that if they realize that many innocent people died in that airstrike, it will now stop them from striking where such areas. But if there's no investigation, they say those who don't study history repeat the mistake of the past. People have died, but we need to know those who died, whether they are bandits or not. But my mind is telling me that there's no way terrorists will have a market just for themselves. Innocent people must be involved. Farmers must be bringing or their products to that market. Understand? And you cannot kill a farmer or a trader in a market who is just there without even a penknife and say that he or she is a terrorist. So that's why I strongly believe that there should be an independent investigation. Understand? In case for tomorrow, because even whatever is found, there's no way we can bring those people back again. It's just to guard against such incidents in the future.
You know, talking about guarding such incidents in the future, but when you look at this, which your last statement is actually very, very important. But how can, our security agencies actually balance the urgency that we know that exists in combat operations with actually protecting innocent civilians?
There's no urgency. Now, I have said that in this program, in law, it is said that it is better for 99 people to escape, understand? To escape justice than for one person that's to fall victim. Understand? So there should be no urgency in this. The urgency should only be if those people are armed and are ready to attack you. That's where we have an urgent situation. But that people are in a market that are not armed. Understand? So there's no urgency there, there's no emergency there. If you feel that they are terrorists, let them go, allow them to go to their hideout. You can then go and strike there. So when somebody is walking on the road without any arms and ammunition, you cannot call him a bandit or a terrorist because it is not written on his face. So for me, there's no urgency there. The most important thing is to protect the life of innocent people. The most important thing is making sure that innocent people don't fall victim to injustices.
Okay, I understand that our guest is in. Glad to have you join us once again.
Thank you.
Yeah, so let me bring you up to speed what we've talked about. The DHQ, the UN is calling for a probe in the airstrike, the recent airstrikes carried out by the Nigerian Air Force. Though the DHQ has come out to say that at the moment, there are no civilian casualties, or they don't have any record of civilian casualties in those airstrikes. And we've seen this kind of issues come out every time there's an airstrike by our military, yes. But we know when you look at all of some persons that have actually said, why is it that we are having these bombings or these airstrikes in the market? Why can't you go to the hideout? What is stopping our intelligence from actually, being able to detect where these people are and really go there and then, throw these bombs or these airstrikes and all of that? Why do they have to wait for them to come out to the market and then do what they have to do, or, bomb them, and then we get to hear civilian casualties and all of that? When you look at all of this, what do you make about the back and forth with the DHQ and the UN? Do you think that, okay, yes, for you, do you feel that the DHQ has done right, and, in any kind of, this kind of things, there has to be casualties and all of that?
Okay, thank you. Professionally, carrying out such operation planning. So based on, I think, echoing.
We can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so I think there's a need for proper planning, and along the line for you to have such, it means that there were no proper coordination because of carrying out the operation, or the information available to them were not used. So it is not right. It doesn't show professionalism. Because I carry out such activities with the aim to kill the civilians. I think there's a breakdown in communication of strategic moves from the air force and those on ground and those in the room, telling them what to do. If according to the book, actually there was a casualty. Yeah, but it is not about the casualty. It's about getting the target that you want to rightly, and that's what makes you a professional. It has become a frequent event. I think we must do something to adapt that. It's not good that we miss our target and all that. But also, at the same time, all these bandits, what they do is that they hide in between the civilians. So if you want to target one person and if you are not very accurate, it will affect a lot because they are aware of this. So because of that, they don't stay alone, they hide among the civilians. I think that is a tactical problem that needed to be handled by the military. That is my view. It's not right.
Okay, so if I hear you correctly, you're saying that we have our intelligence, would actually be faulted when we look at what exactly is happening. But well, let me even ask you before I move back or before we move to another conversation. When you look at all of the issues with this insecurity, fighting insurgents, as it were, would you really say that there's enough transparency in our counter-terrorism operations?
We've discussed this over. There is no transparency. And we are not sincere to ourselves. We are not sincere to ourselves. Let's pause in speed. If like I said before, if the Nigerian army wants to put a stop to these insurgents with all the security apparatus, we can do it. But unfortunately, we are not getting it right. We have internal and external problems. And these are the problems that needed to be resolved. You understand me? And if we need to talk about proper accountability, we need to put certain things in place. So whether those things are there is another question. I rest my case.
Thank you very much. Danosike, would you want to chime into this particular question?
One, talking about transparency, that security is not what is discussed on the table. Understand? Security is not what is supposed to be made known to everybody. It involves a lot of secrecy. But the most important thing is for due process to be followed. Understand? For due process for due process to be followed. For the interest of the country to be put first. Understand me? And then that to make sure that innocent people don't fall a victim. Understand? that to make sure that innocent people that don't fall victim. Nigeria is not America where every day the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, will come and give that a speech on how the war was fought yesterday. Understand? So we are in a different environment.
So what makes the environment different from, of course, what's obtainable in the West and what is obtainable here in terms of transparency?
One, their institutions works here. Human beings works. Understand? So it's a different thing. Understand me? They have institutions in Nigeria. We don't have institutions. What we have are human beings that are bigger than institutions. So
human beings that are bigger than institutions.
Yes, Nigeria human beings are bigger than the institutions that they are sent to work.
Okay, well, you're talking about a human being bigger than institutions. Well, I would say that we have this particular story that I want to talk about now. Governor Siminalayi Fubara has dismissed speculations linking him to the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, insisting that he remains a member of the All Progressive Congress, APC. The governor disclosed this amid growing rumors of an imminent defection from the ruling party ahead of the 2027 elections. Meanwhile, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has defended his recent visit to the national chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Netawaye Utada. Meanwhile, Wike stated that he does not engage in politics of enmity, insisting that political engagement and dialogue should not be interpreted as hostility or betrayal. Wike disclosed that the meeting was a matter of personal association and professional courtesy rather than a formal political meeting. Let me come to you first, Benson, because there's been a lot of happening. There's been a lot of talk surrounding your state governor, and I would really like to hear your take on that. We know that it's been reported that many of his supporters, people who are aligned to Fubara, were not given the go-ahead when it comes to their screening, during their screening or during the weekend, and rather people who had their screening, who had go-aheads on their screening, are people who are in support or who are aligned to the former governor of the state, who is Wike, and now the minister. Well, what do you make of all of this happening? Do you think that your governor is going to be shot, or is being shot himself in the leg, rather, by leaving the PDP and going to the APC, and then look at all of what is happening?
Okay. First and foremost, the governor has confirmed that he is still a member of the APC. I think he's the brother of the governor that defected to NDC. So I think people misconstrue that for the governor. That's number one. In the issue of APC clearing the aspirants, I do not, I'm still waiting for a formal press statement by the APC confirming those who were successful and those who were not. All the candidates that picked the form were told that went in for screening. All that we see in the social medias are still speculation, whether it was successful or not. But the most important thing that they all subject themselves to the screening. So for me, if to say that he's defecting from PDP to APC is shooting himself on the leg, I won't agree to that. Politics is a game of interest. So politics is a game of interest. And I know that for him to have agreed to remain means that he knows that APC is a platform for him to achieve his aspiration. The courtesy call by Wike to the APC national chairman calls for a lot of questions. Number one, why now? And why the national APC chairman paying in a courtesy call at this point in time when there is activities going on? Number two, is he a member of APC? What business has he at this point now with the APC? Whether it is personal or not, everybody, anybody who gets in this information is bound to raise some suspicious questions. And with the move, even though APC tried to debunk some of the information, other governors were cleared on Saturday or before then, and then the Fubara and one or two other governors were cleared on Sunday. Even though they gave us reason, it's based on this. It gives a lot of thought, make people to begin to feel that there is an invisible finger working behind the whole scene of activities. So it will be difficult for me to make any formal statement in this matter until APC is able to come out with the result of the screening formally. You know, because all you go to the social platform, some say they were clear, some say they were not clear, some say they were successful. I do not want to go with that. We want to hear directly from the screening committee the outcome of the screening. The politics of River State right now is of a high interest because people, a lot of the masses are behind Fubara because of his developmental strive, because he wants peace. Actually, if he's a power tussle, he has all the instrumentality within his power as a state governor to bring anybody down. But he chooses to take the path of peace. But that should not be construed for stupidity. That's the way I would see it. So I think he has a strategy, he has his move. Let's see the outcome. And since he's still in APC, let us hope that APC will not betray him. I rest my case. Thank you.
Well, before you rest your case, I still have a lot of questions for you, especially when it comes to this issue about Fubara. You know, you're saying that from what you're saying, you feel like, okay, let me put it this way. When you look at what is happening, do you really see Fubara emerging as the governor of the states come 2027? So when you look at the fact that he's not just the only player in this field, he's not the only one who is coming. He has other contenders who are also trying to, you know, get the ticket for the governorship race, still in the same party. We have someone like Chinda. We have also, I think, Judge Kelly. And these two people are allies of Wike. What do you think would actually play out? Do you really think that Fubara will be able to, you know, stand? Yes, I know you already said that he has the people's backing and all of that, but these other people have Wike's backing. And yes, you would say, is Wike a member of APC? But we've seen the fact that it looks like he controls one party and is also controlling the other party. So how really do you think that this would actually play out?
Well, first and foremost, democracy is a very interesting one. We have what we call internal democracy within the party. If Fubara is able to scale through the internal democracy of the APC, which I doubt, with all that I see, all those who are going, whatever formula they are going to use, it may not favor him internally. The only way he can be a strong force to welcome with is if he defects from APC to another party. He can actually and comes out as a candidate for that party on the ballot paper. And all things being equal, there is no rigging. The people's mandate is allowed to prevail. Fubara will win. But if he remains in APC, going through the internal democracy, he will not be able to scale through the internal democracy because there are a lot of hurdles for him because those controlling APC in Rivers State are Wike allied. The national also APC, I do not see them to be on his side, even though they want to persuade him for whatever reason to remain in APC. It's not going to favor him. If he goes in the platform of APC, I don't see him being out as a governorship candidate in 2027. That's the way I see it.
Okay, thank you. You know, from what you're saying, you're actually saying that you feel that it's best for Governor Fubara to actually leave the APC and move to another party if he wants to really be on the ballot come 2027.
Yes, that's my personal opinion. From
Yes,
all the analysis I have on my table. Yes, all the analysis I have on my table, if he goes with APC, he will not scale through the primaries. Because those who are going to vote there are not on his side. Go to the councillors, the wards, the local government chairman of APC. All these people who were in PDP, Nicodemously, they've all defected to APC without us knowing. If not, Chinda is in PDP. How come he went to APC to pick a form and he has not resigned and he's still a minority leader representing PDP? So these are these things. So when did these people defect to from PDP to APC that we do not know? So these are some of the things over there. So virtually the local government has been handed over to Wike. The councillors and all the rest come. So by what it is now, this rainbow collusion, it implies that PDP and APC have functioned together under the PDP. Maybe because of the Supreme Court judgment, a lot of them are beginning to move to APC so that they can have a safe place to contest the 2027 election.
Okay, thank you. Let me come back to the studio. Dr. Osike, you know, when you, of course, when you listen to what he's saying and permutations all around, and then, of course, when you also now put it side by side with what Fubara is saying and his insistence on the fact that he's still a member of the APC, would you really say that he's trying to save face? And also, when you look at all of this, what would you likely see as being the fate of Fubara?
Well, the problem with Nigeria is that we don't read enough. And when you don't read enough, you don't know enough. Many Nigerians still believe that Wike is in control of PDP. Wike is no more in control of PDP. Understand me?
But but when you say Wike is not in control, that's because of the Supreme Court judgment.
The Supreme Court judgment said that PDP has no leadership. They should return back to the status quo. And that status quo favored Adolphus Nwabara, who of Seyi Makinde's faction. And because of it, tomorrow, Thursday, Seyi Makinde is going to declare for his presidential ambition. Yes. Because he knows that that Wike's own faction is out. Understand? Because the Supreme Court judgment removed both Turaki and the other faction led by Wike's, understand me? And it says returns to the status quo. The status quo was where they were before Mawu Ohabonwa became the board of trustees, the chairman of the board of trustees. That was why, if you go and check the composition of Adolphus Nwabara committee, it was made up of Seyi Makinde's own people. So Wike is no more in control of PDP, and the Rainbow coalition is a deception. It's a deception. This guy is deceiving a lot of people. So, understand? So for him, he is now more of APC than PDP. And that's what informs his visit to the chairman of APC. Understand? Because Fobra one, that's to start with, I have no sympathy for him. I have no iota of sympathy for him. So whatever is happening to him, serve him right. He was a part of what happened of the rigging in 2023. So if he gets through, even if they screen him, and he becomes APC governorship candidate in 2027, he still has his hand tied, because according to what we are getting, most of the members of the State House of Assembly in Rivers State will still be Wike's own people. So Fobra cannot make any noise. What will happen to him now will continue that to happen to him. And if by tomorrow he announces his defection to another party, Wike will tell the armor with the people to impeach him. Understand? So you cannot dine with the devil and not get your fingers burnt. Understand? So Fobra has dined with the devil. The consequences is what we are seeing now. When you enter into an agreement, with a devil, the consequences are permanent. So for me, whatever happens to him is not my concern. My concern is the good people of River State, because this guy has focused on crisis for the past 3 years. That what he will have done for the people of River State, he's not doing it. He is not doing it. So governance is failing in River State because of the crisis between Godfather and Godson. That is my only concern, not what is happening to Nyesom Wike or what is happening to Fobra.
Okay, let's move on to our next conversation. Human rights activist and former presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore says many of the emerging political coalitions ahead of the 2027 elections are primarily interested in gaining power rather than delivering genuine reform. Sowore argued the Nigerians are now more politically aware and less likely to be swayed by familiar political alliances. Meanwhile, Sowore has publicly backed the 2027 Senate ambition of activist Aisha Yusufu. He, however, questioned her choice of political platform, suggesting that party ideology and consistency remain important in Nigeria's evolving political environment. Aisha Yusufu became widely known during the Bring Back Our Girls movement and later gained national prominence during the #EndSARS protest. Yusufu recently resigned from the African Democratic Congress and joined the Nigerian Democratic Congress, where she declared her intention to contest this FCT senatorial election. Let me come to you first, Benson. When you look at what Sowore is saying, would you really align with him saying that opposition coalitions are just, the only reason why they exist is just to gain power, not because they actually have the interest of Nigerians at heart?
Well, I won't agree with him in totality. I will not. If the coalition includes Peter Obi and Kwankwaso, then I will not agree with him. Because I know that Peter Obi as a person and the person of Kwankwaso, I do not think they are there for their personal interests. If it's on personal interests, these people have served before and they have left a legacy. They have done a lot and they've been able to build confidence of Nigerians that they are ready to deliver dividend of democracy when they get to office. But like he did mention, yes, Nigeria, we have recycling of politicians. So most of them, we agree that they are there for personal interests, personal interests. So, but bringing all of them together and saying that they just want to grab power, but they don't want to deliver service or whatever, I don't want to 100% agree with that. Which I will agree with him with some exception to some persons whom has actually proven themselves to Nigerians in this regard. Thank God he also admitted that he is in support of Aisha. Yes, she has been very outstanding, and they are all comrades in the fight for a good democracy in Nigeria. Yeah, I do not think there is any party, any best party for her to belong to than the party she belongs to now. Is it the PDP? Is it the APC that is sinking us down? She can't fit in because she will be a single voice in the midst of these people. So, for me, I have not seen the manifesto of NDC. I've not read their manifesto, but I should think that there should be some difference in the manifesto of that party for her to have taken that step. I know the Obi movement contributes to her also taking that party because she has always been at the side of the obedient Obi movement for all I know. So whatever it is, a party is just a platform for you to get in there. And the party ideology counts, but your personal conviction, commitment, and dedication to deliver service is very important as well. That's all I will say. He has he's entitled to his opinion concerning what he has said. But I think these people, the collusion itself, with the ideology and the personality of Peter Obi, I want to say, take an exception to his view in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Okay, let me hear your take on this before we wrap it up for tonight.
Well, for me, I want to start with what Mr. Benson said about the ideology of NDC. For me, I don't care about that ideology of any political party. Understand? My concern is the character of the person at the top. Bible is an ideology. Understand? But Bible is a holy book. It's a sacred book. Quran is a sacred book. But people are using that same Bible, understand, to be duping people. Pastors are using that same Bible to be duping people. So it is not about who is holding, it's not about the manifesto or the Bible or the Quran, but the person holding it. Write the best ideology in the world. Understand? If the person that is to implement it is not sincere, you cannot get anything out of it. And for Shawade, one, he should be that is a leader of a political party. He has not yet declared his ambition. That's at times that I find confusion. He has not declared his ambition, and he's supporting that's a candidate of another party. So is his party not going to have a candidate in FCT? So if I don't even know his political party, AP something, understand?
I think that AAC also.
Okay, I know that there's A there.
Yes.
So So is AAC not going to have a Senate candidate in FCT? And he's endorsing a candidate of another party.
He's saying she should have been in his own party.
His own party. Me as a journalist don't know the name of his own party. Understand me? Me as a journalist don't know Showore's party.
Correct. AAC, African Action Congress.
Okay. 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 When I talk about individuals being bigger than their institution, Shawore is bigger than his party.
Shawore is bigger than his party. He's not the fan of the party.
I know Shawore, I don't know his party. So he's bigger than his party. So for me, Shawore should face activism.
Okay.
And forget about politics.
Okay.
The aim of forming a political party is to win an election.
Okay, that's all we have to go. Thank you, Dr. Shawore should face activism. That is by that is by Dr.
Politics.
That is by. Thank you very much, Mr. Benson Abo, for being a part of the issues, and thank you as well, Dr. Nosike, for being a part of the issues. That's all we have for today's episode of the issues. Explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been the Issues and Voice of the People television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Let's go away.
Phyno is a Nigerian rapper and songwriter known for his unique blend of hip-hop and Igbo culture. Born as Zubike Chivukulu in 1986, Phyno grew up in Enugu, surrounded by music and culture. His breakthrough came with Ghost Mode and Man of the Year, solidifying his position in Nigerian hip-hop music career. Phyno's music often highlights Nigerian culture and language, earning him a loyal fan base. He is a recipient of several awards, including the Headies and Nigerian Entertainment Awards. Phyno's impact on Nigerian music is clear.
For your face and you can't touch. If the bar shot and I offer battle, top floor, other landlord.
Phyno's worked with top artists like Wizkid, Tiwa Savage, and Olamide, showcasing his versatility. Phyno is a trailblazer in Nigerian hip-hop, connecting cultures and inspiring a generation.
Blessings follow you and them
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Nigeria, with its complex political atmosphere, divergent views and discordant views, better still, coming with bass bows. Only one question matters: who really has the best candidate? Something is here. 5 political camps, 1 stage, no filters. Join us in this clash as supporters of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, Omoyele Sowore, and Adewale Adebayo go head to head in no holds barred town hall debate. No script, just raw, unfiltered conversation. This is more than politics. This is where opinions clash. Facts are tested and the truth fights to be heard. Happening live on May 22nd by 11 a.m. at Golden Tulip Terrace Hall, Ihoka Tower, 36 International Airport Road, Lagos. Don't miss it. Watch live on YouTube at Voptv. Set your reminder, subscribe, join the conversation. My candidate is the best. Or is it?
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome. It is hashtag on Voptv. My name is Vivian Uguche, and it's a pleasure to have you join us. This is where we get to tell you all things trending and all things topical. Now, if this is your first time, accept a very, very warm welcome from us. Us because it's a whole team working together to ensure a flawless production. That said, let's get on with the very first hashtag, which is hashtag Good Luck Jonathan. So, the former president has been in the news because, there's been chatter that he wants to run in 2027, and that according to VDM, Very Dark Man, it was one of the hashtags we used yesterday, that he was going to announce his candidacy on the platform of the PDP on Monday. But here is a clincher. The PDP has come out to say, in fact, the Wiki-led PDP, I should say it up front, has come out to say Jonathan, former President Goodluck Jonathan, did not buy any presidential form from them, right? So they're washing their hands off of it. But this is what's got people talking online. I'm going to bring you that story as a follow-up to what's happening. Linda Ikeji has this post. It's a video. Of course, there's a post and then a video of a man calling former President Goodluck Jonathan a weak man for even considering running for presidency in 2027, saying that if he runs, it's just going to be a spoiler because he's going to be indirectly working for the APC, according to this man. We also saw Very Dark Man, influencer and activist, Very Dark Man yesterday, say that former President Goodluck Jonathan is working outrightly for President Tinubu. So this has really got tongues wagging, and some are saying, please do not believe Very Dark Man. Others are saying, is it really true? Now, let's take a listen to what this man has to say. But first, Linda Ikeji has the post. Linda Ikeji blog says, quote, Goodluck Jonathan is weak for considering a presidential run under PDP and aligning with Tinubu instead of joining forces with Peter Obi against APC. Anywhere Nigerians see PDP, they should see APC, end of quote. Nigerian man reacts. Take a listen.
And then they go like, so you just a weak man, because in your regime, Naim APC, Tinubu went and gang up to remove you in office. Now you get to a time where you're supposed to also put that pepper back in the eyes of Tinubu. You decided to look into Nigerian face and pour spit. You throw spit on Nigerians. The common Nigerian where you they claim say you don't want Nigerian life to lost. Now the same the common man of Nigeria, now you because they betray us. They betray us. Now we Nigeria, you won't betray. Would they hear this news say whether they say PDP want to go and contest for PDP? The same you a few days or few weeks ago, Peter Obi and his people, they walk out from your house, come meet you, tell you intention, involve you. No, you not tell and say you want to contest. A small group of people where Tinubu sent to come and meet you. Only God know how much you collect for Tinubu hand. Because this is not be ordinary. Or after they use juju for you, or the kind of money where they give you will make you think say you won't come to divide the vote for the people won't vote for NDC or for P2B. You won't get my called divider. If you hear me and hear me with Nigerians, anywhere you see PDP, anywhere you see PDP, na APC. So you cannot compete in PDP. Because the remaining people waiting for that PDP, now wicked people. So those wicked people are the most wicked people I've ever seen in my life. So you better avoid competing in any PDP because a vote of PDP is a vote of Tinubu. If you know that this suffer never tire you, not make that mistake, say you go vote for PDP. You see that PDP, the moment you compete for PDP, you are compete for APC. The same Jonathan, we know in 2014.
So there are reactions to that one. Keep it at the back of your mind that we're going to be bringing you the follow-up from the PDP camp saying that Goodluck Jonathan has not purchased any form, right, like a declaration of wanting to run or something. So let's take a look at the reactions to that particular post by Linda Ikeji. Tochukwu Chukwuekere says, if this man eventually runs for president in this present situation of Nigeria, knowing fully well that he won't win, it will make more sense to know he never meant well for all Nigerians. Let's keep watching. So Tochukwu wants to see how it's going to pan out. This is Akindolie Festus, who says, immediately the man came on air to say some people came to meet him to contest. I knew what's going to happen. It's either working, or he is either working for Jagaban to split votes or working for Obi to later back down for him. So Festus is saying that could be another scenario. And then he goes on to say, but all I know is these people are playing games. Is it possible that at the dying minute, Goodluck Jonathan, if he says he's going to run, will now step down to say, okay, you guys, let's support Peter Obi? Is that even a possibility? Well, Festus thinks so. TP says it's the turn of the South. Anyone from the South is free to contest. Stop crying. And Kendrick Duke says, please, the man never said anything. And why all these insults? Besides, it's his constitutional right if he gets cleared to run. Goodluck Jonathan, when he received a number of youths not too long ago, that was last week, at his residence or his office in Abuja, had said that he was going to consult widely. And actually, he was going to consider running, but after wide consultation. Now, let's take a look at the next post, which is, it is an update, really, to this gist, this debate that is raging online right now. Let's take a look at the next post. It is hashtag Goodluck Jonathan. Now, this is Vanguard saying, 2027, Jonathan didn't buy our form. And this is coming from the Wike-backed PDP. But then again, the Turaki-backed PDP is saying that based on this last Supreme Court judgment, the PDP-backed, Wike-backed PDP does not hold any kind of sway. But hey, let's take a look at the next page, the next post. There's a page that's going to really give us more meat to read. Vanguard again says, speaking to Vanguard in Abuja, Mohammed Haruna Jungudo, National Publicity Secretary of the PDP National Working Committee, aligned with the Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike, dismissed suggestions that Jonathan was politically close to his camp. But Iniememo Bunk, spokesman of the PDP Interim National Working Committee, backed by Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde, maintained that the former president remained a member of the party and was free to decide his next political move. Now, talking about Governor Seyi Makinde, the governor of Oyo State, let's quickly move flawlessly to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Seyi Makinde. Now, there is chatter that the Oyo State governor is going to be announcing his presidential bid on the 14th of May. That's on Thursday. It's just tomorrow, right? This is a scoop. And Vanguard has that story. And that he is proposing a PDP, APM alignment. This is a mouthful and it is a big deal. I'm just going to take you to the very first post that's going to open up this plot. Seyi Makinde for president? Well, the Vanguard again says Makinde to declare presidential ambition and unveil PDP APM alliance May 14. This is a massive headline, and Seyi Makinde has not come out to debunk this story. That's it. This is the Vanguard giving us meat to that story. The event tagged, quote, Unity Mega Rally Ibadan 2026, unquote, is expected to serve as the official launch of Governor Makinde's anticipated 2027 presidential bid, alongside the unveiling of a grand political alliance between the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and the Allied People's Movement, APM, as well as candidates aligned with the emerging coalition being championed by the Oyo State governor and his loyalists. Now, why is this credible information? In fact, we are going to be seeing a post now that is led by Oyo Affairs. Governor Seyi Makinde has addressed critics opposing the choice of Bimbo Adekombi as his successor. He stated, quote, we are blind to party coloration. We are open to capacity that can move Oyo State forward, end of quote. Now, why is this a big deal? Bimbo, by the way, is a he, not a she, is the governorship candidate of the APM in Oyo State. So Seyi Makinde is not endorsing anybody from the PDP, his own party, currently, or the APC, but he's endorsing Bimbo from the APM, lending credence to what the Vanguard has just said, that Seyi Makinde is going to be announcing a coalition involving the PDP and the APM on Thursday. Keep your fingers crossed, everyone. There's a video. Credit goes to your affairs for this one. Take a listen.
Talking, he said after Seyi Makinde, it should be Bimbo Adekambi, continuity, blah blah blah. Well, gbogbo APC background ni wọ́n ní. Àti Governor Fáyẹmí náà, àti even Moro Kola Thomas tí ó ń sọ̀rọ̀. And people said pé, oh, so Seyi, oh, they mentor àwọn èèyàn these 7 years.
So he decided to speak in his dialect. Basically, he's just defending his endorsement of Bimbo Adekombi. And he was going to say, so people are saying you spent 7 years, close to 8 years as governor, and you didn't even mentor anyone in your own party. But he defended himself, right, that there is no coloration when it comes to party politics and no criticism, no stigmatization, according to the governor. He said all he's concerned about is excellence, the ability to deliver good governance. Now, their reactions to that one, let's take a look at what netizens are saying to that hashtag, Seyi Makinde, and of course, his choice of Bimbo Adekombi. Well, first, The Punch is reporting on the same matter. The Punch says members of the Oyo State House of Assembly, led by the Speaker, have endorsed Bimbo Adekombi, the preferred aspirant of Governor Seyi Makinde, for the 2027 governorship election in the state. The lawmakers arrived at the resolution during a strategic breakfast meeting with Adekombi at his residence in Ibadan on Wednesday. According to a statement by the media aide to the Speaker, the delegation endorsed Adekombi as the governorship aspirant of the Allied People's Movement, that will be the APM, in the state ahead of the 2027 general election. Makinde had last week, during a meeting with stakeholders of the People's Democratic Party, announced Adekombi, a former commissioner for finance in Oyo State, as his preferred governorship aspirant. Responses now? Let's take a look at the next post. So, Ayo says, I still feel it is off for the governor to have spent 7 years and still was unable to mentor or groom anyone around him. Leadership is about producing other leaders. If Ajimobi didn't groom Adekombi, he won't be eligible today. Adebowale Suleiman says, even for saying rubbish, people still clapped. Ugao. And then Daramola RF says, I'm still surprised by his choice. Why can't he choose his deputy or speaker? Akilabi says, seems like Governor Makinde is working for APC to come back to power in Oyo State. Agreement is agreement now. Wow, who said that? I think it was Ukwa that did a song, Agreement is Agreement. Yeah, I think so. Talking about Nkemo, a popular Nigerian actor. But hey, this is Akinlabi saying that we do for him, he do for us back. That's an agreement, basically. And he goes and say he can't provide core PDP as candidate. Maybe because of the strife in the party, because there's this tug of war between Makinde and Wike as to who is the national leader of the PDP. So that's how that one is panning out right now. You know that Seyi Makinde has been at the forefront of ensuring that there is a mega coalition to give the APC a run for its money come 2027. He actually hosted the Ibadan Opposition Summit not so long ago, but it looks like, and they actually said they were going to field one candidate from all opposition parties. It looks like that agreement has crumbled following the defection of Peter Obi and Rabiu Kwankwaso from the ADC to the NDC. And then, of course, Atiku Abubakar purchasing a 90 million naira interest of running form from the ADC and all of that. So all of this seems to have ensured that the mega coalition that would have happened with Seyi Makinde smack dab in the middle doesn't happen. And now he's going to declare for the presidency tomorrow, People are also saying this might just be a spoiler. What do you think? Let us know what you think. Just go to Voptv Plus and drop your comments. I'm talking about YouTube. Yeah, if you're watching us via YouTube, just go to the comment section and drop your comments. I'd really love to hear from you. On that note, we move on to the next hashtag now, hashtag Fubara. Governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, is trending again today. You know how yesterday his brother had defected from the ADC to the NDC, and there was chatter that he was just paving the way from the governor, Siminalayi Fubara, who's had a hard time being screened to make a comeback by the APC screening committee. And there was serious chatter that he was reportedly going to defect from the ADC to the NDC. But today he has come out to say that for now, he's still in the APC, that he is a bona fide member of the APC. So what do you think? Is this a Bala Mohammed 2.0? I mean, how do you say it? Once upon a time, the Bauchi State governor was going to defect from the PDP to the ADC, but just shortly after that announcement, he paused. And we see that he's defected to a totally different party right now. Is this what we are saying? Is this what's going to happen in this case? Let me take you straight to X now so you see the very first post. And of course, there's a video and there are reactions. This is Nigerian Affairs Journal who says, I'm a member of the APC and nothing has changed. Whatever happens, what is important is supporting the overall interests of the party. Governor Fubara, end of quote, by the way. Governor Fubara speaks after fake rumors of his defection to the NDC circulated in the media. We should say after reported rumors of his defection to the NDC circulated in the media. Is he having a second thought? Well, let's take a listen to him.
One story and another. I'm a member of the All Progressive Congress, and nothing has changed. People should stop using whatever situation that they pick up from the social media or their own interpretation of any situation to present me wrongly. I have not gone anywhere. I'm still a member of the All Progressive Congress, and I remain a member. Whatever happens, what is most important is supporting the overall interests of the party.
There you go. You heard it from the horse's mouth. Siminalayi Fubara saying that he's still a member of the APC. What do netizens think about this declaration? Let's find out. Do they think this makes him a loyal party member, worthy of faithfulness? Let's find out. This is Omo who says, let me settle for Wale. Wale says, okay, you will go down in history as the most incapacitated governor Nigeria has ever had. Mayor of Edaland says, you'll be forgotten very soon. Politics is not for the faint-hearted. And then Benjamin Eze says, you should never have been a governor in the first place. We should not believe social media reports. Or yeah, you tell us the truth by yourself now. And then there are more reactions. This is Wise who says, somebody shout ha. And then Christopher says, he is Wike's boy. He should never have been a governor. Olanrewaju Idowu says, his defection is what Wike is waiting for. He will be impeached day one. So this is how his declaration has been received by netizens. If you check out this thread, there are some very weighty statements that we decided to spare you of. But on that note, we move on to another hashtag that's really got tongues wagging massively right now. It is hashtag Peter Obi. So Peter Obi was in Ebonyi State today, and gosh, there was a massive, massive crowd to welcome him. It was a very warm reception, and netizens are saying, Shebi, they said his popularity has waned. Well, why don't you use this as a compass, is what some netizens are saying online. Let me take you to X now, so we take a look at the very first post, and of course there are videos. This is Goldmine TV saying, Peter Obi today in Abakaliki, Ebonyi State. The atmosphere was electric as the people came out in massive numbers to welcome Mr. Obi. The love, support, and overwhelming reception were truly unforgettable from every corner. Voices echoed hope, unity, and a new Nigeria. There's another post. Let's quickly take a look at it. That gives us more meat. No, let's take a look at the next post before the video. Peter Obi draws huge crowds at Bishop's funeral in Ebonyi. Peter Gregory Obi attended the funeral of Most Reverend Peter Chukwu, the late Catholic Bishop of Abakaliki Diocese, who died on the 10th of April 2026 at age 60. Videos showed massive crowds in Ebonyi State capital greeting his heavily secured convoy with chants and cheers, even prompting mourners at St. Teresa's Catholic Church to applaud his arrival. The warm reception in the APC-governed state highlighted Obi's strong grassroots support in the southeast, fresh off meetings in London the night before, as Nigeria looks toward 2027 elections, while fans praised his stamina and hope for good governance. Some critics raised unverified past allegations from his Anambra governorship days, which he denies. Let's take a look. That's a massive crowd, I can tell you. And so some netizens are saying that the love is organic, that this is not stage managed and this is not a rented crowd. So let's quickly take a look at the next post. We'll take a look at the next post now. And then, of course, there's a video to that next post attached to the next post. Let's go back to X, this hashtag Peter Obi. This is Queen B saying organic following, organic love everywhere. Choke. When I never see anything. Let the campaign start first. Nigeria will be in total shutdown. Queen B put up this video. Credit goes to Queen B. Take a look. beautiful to watch, isn't it? There's one more reaction to that, should I say, response to that hashtag. Before we take a look at Peter Obi telling netizens about his trip to London. Young Chief says, just testing the mic. The real nationwide campaigns will be unprecedented. Kunle Mike C says, all this going to church will not work in 2027. He will come a distant third. Mark this comment. Okechukwu Nwafili says, they said he couldn't replicate the numbers he had last time. They said his organic support base has waned. My response to them, you don't and will never understand what drives His Excellency Peter Obi's support base. Also, I don't have the time to start explaining to you. Just wait and see. Brother Cassius says Peter Obi is the most popular politician in the past decade. Now, before we take you to the post that Peter Obi put up about his trip to London, you remember how one of the netizens said that most of the things Peter Obi has said about his term or his time as governor of the state he governed for 2 years, most of the things he said are true. Now, we saw Alex Oti not too long ago come out to say that, look, it is true that Peter Obi left millions in the coffers, unlike his predecessors and all. So that's one of the things he said he did, that his successor, I should say, has come out to verify. Now, I take you back to X now, so you see the post that Peter Obi put up regarding his trip to London. In case you're wondering, one of the netizens alluded to that. Peter Obi says, this was yesterday, I held meetings in London with some stakeholders in British politics and business community, including Lord Jonathan Marland, the chairman of the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council. The discussion with Lord Marland held particular importance as it centered on prospective trade opportunities, economic advancement, and the promotion of small businesses throughout Nigeria. It is clear that fostering a robust economy and generating employment, as evidenced by rapidly growing nations like China, Indonesia, and Vietnam, necessitates a concerted effort to prioritize support for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. As I have consistently asserted, our micro, small, and medium enterprises serve as the driving force behind economic growth, and it is imperative that we provide them with vigorous support to enhance development and create significant employment opportunities, particularly within the agriculture and manufacturing sections. A new and revitalized Nigeria is possible. Peter Obi, and then he added screenshots of photos of himself and his host. There you go. And that's how we wrap up that. Those are the pictures. Thank you so much, Sam. Awesome. There you go. We wrap up that hashtag now. When we take a break, we'll come back because United States President Donald Trump is in China, or he paid a very quick trip to his Chinese counterpart, Xi Jinping, and it was massive. I mean, this trip is drawing millions of views on X and all. But why is the question you want to ask. So get ready for a quick trip to the outside the shores of Nigeria after this short break.
Nigeria, with its complex political atmosphere, divergent views, and discordant views, better still, coming with bass bows. Only one question matters: who really has the best candidate? Something is here. 5 political camps, 1 stage, no filters. Join us in this clash as supporters of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, Omoyele Sowore, and Adewale Adebayo go head to head in no holds barred town hall debate. No script, just raw, unfiltered conversation. This is more than politics. This is where opinions clash, facts are tested, and the truth fights to be heard. Happening live on May 22nd by 11 a.m. at Golden Tulip Terrace Hall, Ihoka Tower, 36 International Airport Road, Lagos. Don't miss it. Watch live on YouTube at Voptv. Set your reminder, subscribe, join the conversation. My candidate is the best, or is it?
Welcome to Golden Tulip, where every stay is a celebration of comfort and style. Discover beautifully designed rooms crafted for your relaxation and peace of mind. Savor delicious, expertly prepared meals at our exceptional restaurants. Relax and socialize at our elegant lounge bar. Refresh yourself at the vibrant pool bar and enjoy a soothing swim in our sparkling pool. Planning something special? Our spacious and sophisticated hall provides the perfect setting for weddings, conferences, and memorable events. Whether for business or leisure, we deliver excellence with unmatched hospitality. Comfort, class, premium experience. Book today and elevate your hospitality experience. Airport Golden Tulip. Stay golden.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Welcome back, everyone. It is hashtag VOPTV. I am Vivian Oguchi, and if you just joined it, hey, you've not missed it all. This time around, we are taking a look at Trump's visit to China. This is coming after almost a decade of any U.S. president visiting the Asian country. This is also a big deal because these guys are rivals. They go head to head. I mean, the rivalry between China and the U.S. even sparked a tariff crisis that caused, a spike in prices of goods and products and, of course, services across the world, and, of course, especially in the U.S. and in China. But it looks like these two are going to bury the hatchet and they're going to sheath the swords, right? Let me take you straight to X now so you take a look at the very first post. It is hashtag Trump. Trump receives grand welcome in Beijing for key summit with Xi. Chinese Vice President Han Zheng greeted Trump at the Beijing Capital International Airport, joined by officials and a massive U.S. delegation, including top CEOs like Elon Musk. Elon Musk! Oh, looks like they are friends again. While Tim Cook and Jensen Huang, part of the delegation. The two-day summit with President Xi Jinping focuses on stabilizing trade through tariff cuts on $30 billion in goods, Chinese buys of U.S. soybeans, beef, and Boeing jets, plus talks on rare earths, AI, Taiwan arms sales, and the Iran conflict. Trump paused his motorcade to take in the ceremony, blending high diplomacy with business as the White House aims to extend a trade truce amid global tensions. Is there any surprise that this is coming on the heels of the Iran versus Israel and US war. Is that any surprise? Well, let's take a look at what Fox News has to say, because the Fox News also, which is sympathetic to the Republicans and of course to Trump, is jumping on this one. Let's take a look at Fox News. Yes, Fox News says, breaking, President Trump is greeted by a formal state welcome and massive fanfare in Beijing ahead of his meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping. Credit goes to Fox News for the video. Take a look. Somehow, this trip is even making more headlines than the one that happened not too long ago when King Charles, as well as Queen Camilla, visited Trump and Melania in the US. I don't know. Like I said, is this tied to the weariness the world is feeling right now following the war between Iran and the US and Israel that led to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz? Big deal, right? And this resulted into very, very high prices when it comes to petroleum products worldwide. And people were asking, what has this got to do with Nigeria as well? But hey, netizens are responding to this hashtag. Let's take a look at hashtag Trump and the responses. This is Nick Soto, who says President Trump has stepped off Air Force One with Elon Musk in Beijing, receiving an incredibly warm welcome from the Chinese. 300 Chinese students waved American and Chinese flags, and 47 was presented with gifts. This is the first presidential visit to China in almost 10 years, when President Trump last visited. That would have been, when he was the president the first time around. Todrick Laneway says, lots of kids there. The Chinese government sure knows what Trump likes. The Voice of Reason says, let this be the meeting that brings about the hashtag golden age of human civilization, and also an interplanetary defense pact. Interplanetary because the US has announced sightings of intergalactic, how will I call it now? Images saying that it looks UFOs and UAPs. Thank you to the director, Victor. That they're saying, hey, it looks like aliens are on planet Earth. Humans, watch out. So that's why the Voice of Reason is talking about Interplanetary Defense Pact. Truth Map says, Trump walking into Beijing with strength sends a clear message. America is back on the world stage. You know why? Because some people had said that following the Iran war, that Trump did not even know that Iran was going to give it to the US the way it did, and that Iran actually demystified Trump and the US. But truth is saying America is back on the world stage because of the trip that Trump just paid his Chinese counterpart. Remember that they are going to call it a tariff truce. So this is going to be like easing the tension and the pressure brought on by the Iran-Israeli-US war. There are more responses. We'll take a look at them before we go on now. This is Shebanyan Avoy. That sounds Russian-like, right? Well, Shabanyan says, Asians are good at faking props. They are good at playing the 48 laws of power. Guys, have you read that book? Gosh, savage. But then Shabayan goes on to say they cheer you up to gain favors, knowing the West has massive resources to invest. They massage the West's ego, making them feel comfortable investing in their countries. That is how Asian countries developed to their current level. Is this for real, though? Hey, Shabayan thinks it is. On that note, we wrap up that particular hashtag and we quickly take a look at the next one, which is hashtag Patrice Mosepe. He is CAF's president. And of course, it's trending because you know how yesterday President Tinubu approved for CAF to hold a mega ceremony in Nigeria not too long from now. So when Patrice Motsepe was being briefed on this matter, he said he would like the event to hold in Lagos and not the capital of Nigeria, which is Abuja. What? And then we heard President Tinubu saying, well, anything can happen. And then, the video just trails off. So we'll take a look at the post first. And the video you're going to be watching in a short while, credit goes to the TVC for that one. This is Akoni jumping on it. CAF president. Now, this is Motsepe speaking. They want us, they said we must hold it in Abuja because the head of state is there and he must speak. But I said, sorry, I want it in Lagos. And this is what President Tinubu says. Even if you want it in Lagos, anything can happen. Credit goes to TVC for the video. Take a look.
And grows. It's our investment. So we are planning. It's one of the best things we can do for African football, of course for Nigerian football. Because if Nigerian football succeeds and grows, all of us grows and succeeds and grows. It's our investment. So we are planning, Mr. President, to have the annual meeting of the 54 nations in Nigeria. Now they say we must go to Abuja because yes, they say we must go to Abuja because you are in Abuja, and I apologize. I wanted Lagos, but I have to follow instructions. They say go to Abuja because our head of state has to be there and he has to speak. The second thing is,
now if you want it in Lagos, it can happen.
And that is Patrice Motsepe hugging Bianca Ojukwu there, the Foreign Affairs Minister. And that is another talking point on X. I can tell you that right now. Again, credit goes to the TVC for that video you just watched. So Patrice Motsepe, the CAF president, is saying that he wants, the event, the mega CAF event to hold in Lagos and not Abuja. But the president said, well, Patrice Motsepe was going to concede and say, well, even if we have to follow instructions because the president is in Abuja and Abuja is the federal capital territory, maybe we might have to follow instructions. And then President Tinubu now butts in and says, well, even if you want it held in Lagos, anything can happen. So is that a promise? Is that a promise? Anything can happen. That reminds me of a song way back. But hey, let's not do music right now. We take a look at responses to that particular hashtag Patrice Motsepe. How are netizens receiving this one? This is Zaza20 saying, no Lagos, so Abego. Abuja is great. Lagos is a bad representation of the country, especially the people. Are you kidding me? Well, there is more. This is Toby Adeyemi who says, anything can happen. Okay, president, they want CAF president because of venue. I did watch this country, Sha. Abiodun Bello says, if this video wasn't made public and the event eventually holds in Lagos, the agenda army would find a way of making us believe the president personally influenced the organizers to host it in Lagos. And then EA Ogini says, what I heard is if you want it in Lagos, it can happen. Which one is anything can happen again? Trust netizens to latch onto a matter, and that's what they're doing right now. I can tell you that. But hey, as events unfold, we will keep you posted. This next hashtag, which is the last one for today, is hashtag the special one. Talking about Mourinho, there's been chatter in the grapevine that he's returning to Real Madrid to coach the side, the embattled Real Madrid. That's huge. That's huge. I'm going to take you straight to X now, and in a short while, I'm going to be quoting from the BBC, because some people are asking, is this for real? Is it real? Let's take you to X now. This hashtag, the special one, talking about Jose Mourinho, very popular coach. Yes, this is David Ekpendo saying the special one is back. Mourinho is in Bernabeu